Rosemary Bell, please return to her vehicle as the alarm is going off. Rosemary Bell, if you could return to your vehicle soon, please, as the alarm on your car is going off. Thank you. Well, a very good afternoon from everyone at Somerset County Cricket Club, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. It's our Metro Bank One Day Cup match against Lancashire, which is set to get underway in just under 1 hour's time. We'll have the toss and the team news at 1:30. For Somerset take on Lancashire in this floodlit 50-over game from 2 p.m. A warm welcome to all the players, supporters, officials from the Northwest. We hope you have an enjoyable day with us in the West Country. Big thanks to match sponsor Mercus Slots, with over 200 venues across the UK, including sites in Taunton, Bridgewater, Burnham-on-Sea, Weston-super-Mare, Bristol, Yeovil, Exeter, Torquay and Paignton. Mercus Slots showcase the latest digital slot gaming products in convenient high street locations, designed to provide a modern casino feel on your doorstep with the added benefit of bingo games. Payouts range from £5 to £500 with complimentary refreshments. As always, please gamble responsibly. Well, it's a big day here at Taunton, a big crowd, the sun is shining, and it is our beer and cider festival. The fan village has been open for an hour now, over 100 beers and ciders on show for you today to try and to buy. We've got some of the region's best acoustic musical talent as well, and you probably spotted the open top double-decker bus. Well, don't miss out on your chance to win some fantastic prizes there. Just head over to the first bus stand right now for exciting games, great giveaways, and a chance to discover how First Bus can make your travel easier. Join the fun and see what you could win today. You could treat yourself to a free ice cream by visiting the First Bus. Simply scan the QR code to download the First Bus app and enjoy your complimentary treats. Don't miss out on this sweet deal. Head over to the First Bus stand now. The Cooper Associates County Ground is now a cashless venue. We're certain that the introduction of cashless payment will see improvements in respect of reduced queuing times and improving customer service on match days. If you fancy a scorecard for today's game, well, they're available from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. Don't forget that our ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. The Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect, all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. Our principal Metro Bank One Day Cup partner, Hygos Insurances Services, will be joining us at the Cooper Associates County Ground today, so make sure you visit them in their gazebo in the fan village. You can take advantage of their fantastic giveaways. And I'm sure you saw the announcement yesterday, but it's a really exciting one. Join us on Wednesday, August the 21st, when one of the greatest players in the history of Somerset County Cricket Club returns to the Cooper Associates County Ground. To put it simply, Joel Garner is one of, if not the best bowler this club has ever had, and he will be taking an informal look back at his successful time in Taunton at this not-to-be-missed event. An evening with Joel Garner will be held in the county room, and it includes a curry buffet. If purchased before August the 10th, current Somerset County Cricket Club members can take advantage of discounted tickets at just £25 each. Non-members can also buy tickets at a cost of just £30 each, and as I say, that includes a curry buffet. If you fancy the VIP experience, we have a limited number of VIP tickets available at a cost of £55 each. This special ticket includes a drinks reception with Joel Garner at 6 p.m. in the long room prior to the evening event. For more information, please visit our website or go to reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. An evening with Joel Garner, not to be missed events. We look forward to welcoming you on Wednesday, August the 21st. And finally, we hope to see many of you back here on Sunday for our Family Fun Day. It's for our match against Derbyshire, which gets underway at 11 a.m. Throughout the day, there will be all manner of fun and entertainment within our safe and secure fan village to ensure that children and families have a brilliant day out with us. Sunday, August the 4th, this weekend, Family Fun Day, as our Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign continues. So we hope you have a great day with us here in Taunton. The Beer and Cider Festival is in full swing. It promises to be a special day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset against Lancashire starts at 2 p.m. Very good afternoon. If you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton ahead of today's Metro Bank one-day cup match between Somerset and Lancashire. The toss has taken place. Somerset won the toss and have elected to field first. Somerset win the toss and have elected to field first. Confirmation of the two teams, starting with our visitors from Lancashire. Number 17 is wicketkeeper George Bell. Number 16, Harry Singh. Number 20, Captain Josh Bohannon. Number 11, Rocky Flintoff. Number 77, Venkatesh Iyer. Number 10, George Balderson. Number 93, Chris Green. Number 13, Tom Aspinwall. Number 38, Mitchell Stanley. Number 4, Jack Blatherwick. And number 5, Charlie Barnard. And confirmation of your Somerset starting 11. Number 1, sponsored by SJM Properties, Andy Umi. Sponsored by Brent Engineering, number 64, George Thomas. Sponsored by IT Champion, number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Sponsored by King's College, wicketkeeper, number 55, James Rue. Sponsored by Future Media, number 58, Captain Sean Dixon. Sponsored by Unrelated, number 8, Josh Thomas. Also sponsored by Unrelated, number 5, Casey Aldridge. Sponsored by DR Squared, number 3, Alfie Ogball. Sponsored by Joseph Casson Estate Agency, number 17, Jack Leach. Making his home debut for the club, a big warm welcome to number 25, Charlie Castle. And sponsored by Orchard Shopping Centre, number 19, Ned Leonard. A reminder, Somerset won the toss, elected to field first. The match gets underway. Across our beer and cider festival today. Have a great day.
One of life's great invites, Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint.
Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter and of course the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we've made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier, with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatchers apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. And then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour. Over.
High blood pressure is responsible for over half of all strokes and heart attacks. It's known as the silent killer. Many people have no symptoms. So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure. It shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from, so if going to one next to where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there as well.
Don't let high blood pressure bowl you over this year. Get your blood pressure tested, like our Somerset cricketers and staff have today.
Quick and easy to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, very easy.
Lovely, so your top reading, the systolic, is 129 and your diastolic is 80. So that's a completely normal and healthy blood pressure. And your resting heart rate is 47, which is very good. You're clearly someone who's fit and healthy and looks after yourself.
Well, we try to.
So from today, this nice normal blood pressure reading will go automatically to your GP surgery and be on your medical record, so that should you ever need to know what your blood pressure is, it's there and it's stored.
Take the pressure off and get your blood pressure checked today. It's quick. It takes just a few minutes to get tested.
Let's knock high blood pressure out for 6. With our 6 top tips for bowling high blood pressure out for good.
Keep physically active. Minimise your body weight. Take a low salt diet. Minimise your alcohol intake. Getting help to stop smoking. And take any medication as prescribed.
until the start of today's match, so let's recap the news from the middle. Somerset won the toss and elected to field first. The two teams are as follows, starting with our visitors from Lancashire. Number 17, wicketkeeper George Bell. Number 16, Harry Singh. Number 20, captain Josh Bohannon. Number 11, Rocky Flintoff. Number 77, Venkatesh Iyer. Number 10, George Balderson. Number 93, Chris Green. Number 13, Tom Aspinwall. Number 38, Mitchell Stanley.
Hello and welcome to Taunton for this one-day cup match between Somerset and Lancashire. Somerset coming off the back of a very good win away at Durham, which was only a couple of days ago, so they've had to get back from there, recover, get ready for this game. I'm Charlie Taylor. Sam Dowling will join me later on, but right now I'm joined with Pete Trigo alongside me. Pete, very promising signs from Somerset so far in this one-day cup campaign.
Yeah, it's been good. A couple of wins at the first 3 games and some good cricket played as well. Some good responsibility taken from top 4 batters, which as we know by the stats is absolutely crucial. So massive opportunities for younger players, as we keep talking about, to showcase their talents on the big stage, and and in front of some seriously good players as well. Lancashire have brought with them a couple of real superstar overseas players, guys that play all over the world. The most recent IPL winner in Venkatesh Iyer. I mean, that's going to be something to behold here at Taunton. Word on the street is he likes a flat wicket, is no shock, and throws his hands through the ball. That could be quite a prospect here at Taunton. IPL winner into the Metro Bank, so quite a coup really. Chris Green also, the Aussie, it's played all over the world. So in amongst those, notables, Josh Bohannon is a very fine player. Jack Blatherwick I had a little bit of time with up at Nottinghamshire, a very good hard deck hitting away swing bowler. And obviously one of the names that would pop out would be Rocky Flintoff. So for those who fell in love with cricket around the mid-2000s, it'd be interesting to see if the bloodline is strong, as I'm sure it is.
Yeah, the one matchup we were sort of keeping an eye out for was Flintoff against Vaughan today, but Somerset chosen not to play Archie Vaughan. There is the Somerset side, you can see. And there's a lot of strength in there, really. Jack Leach, I thought, bowled absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you caught any of it, Pete, on Wednesday, but he took 6 for 26 from his 10 overs. And for a lot of that, he was taking just enough on the edge. Some of it was sort of bowling them, some of it was just clipping the edge, going through to the keeper. Lovely, lovely bowl.
Yeah, from what I saw, don't go back to Jack Leach if there's turn on offer. Yeah, get yourself forward, play with a straight bat, but yeah, he bowled beautifully. If there is spin out there, you know that Leachy's got that quality to make the most of it. Charlie Castle, not many of us will know too much about him. He's one of our overseas players from glamorous locations, Aberdeen. So we'll see how he gets on. Really excited to see him bowl, and the usual pretenders to the throne here. You've got Andy Mead, who's in great form. George Thomas, who's I think's done some great things since getting his opportunity in the first team with the injury to Will Smead. Done really well, some explosive innings at the top, albeit he'd probably like to kick on. You've got James Rue, we know his quality. Goldsworthy as well, I think. He got a 90 odd in the week. Very, very, very good player, and as I've mentioned a couple of times in weeks gone by, he's gone on loan to Leicester, and when I was up there with the Western Storm, the staff at Leicestershire, really couldn't speak highly enough of Goldsworthy and Ben Green, who spent a bit of time there. So yeah, exciting times for the club, and opportunities for some young cricketers to get a taste of first-class cricket and give themselves a barometer of where their games are at.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup, this one. Lancashire have not had the best of it so far this season. A bit of a tricky one for them so far. T20 Blastings are much better than the County Championship, though, it has to be said. We'll see how they shape up today. You have been down there already, haven't you, Pete? So just right before we head and see your pitch report, should be a good one today, you reckon?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil the surprise or anything like that. But speaking to the groundsman Nick, he said that he's used I think Gloucester, Surrey, the back end of the T20 competition, so it's had a little bit of rest. The only real noticeable areas of are the footholes really don't really come into play, but I'm sure being a used pitch, there might be a little bit of spin off for sometime later on in the day.
Let's see what happened where you were there earlier on.
Afternoon and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Friday, what a beautiful day it is too. The sun is trying to shine. It's lovely weather for a day's cricket. We've got the Beer and Cider Festival here also at the Cooper Associates, so get yourself down if you haven't already got yourself a ticket. The game is going to be played on a pitch that's had a couple of T20 games on it. I don't see the pitch being anything other than a usual Taunton pitch. There's a few footholes around, but I don't think it's going to do a great deal. But you know, I've had a look at Jack Leach, who just took a 6-fer. He's having a look at the footholes with some interest, so maybe a little bit of spin on offer later on in the game. But today is going to be all about the battle of the exotic overseas player. We've got Venkatesh Iyer. He's just won the IPL. He's come in from India. We've got Chris Green from Australia, and we've got the most exotic of overseas players, Charlie Castle, making his home debut all the way from Aberdeen.
There we go. So should be a really good one today then, by the looks of things. As you can see on your screens now, the flags being brought out, Somerset flags. This look at the kids here on offer. This great thing, it's a weekday game, but because it's the summer holidays, should be a great atmosphere. I was just wandering through the Cider and Beer Festival, which is on today, Pete, as well. Saw Pete trying out a few different ones earlier on. You can't help yourself. No, I'm joking. He wouldn't be anywhere near that. Pete, looking after you.
Get my lawyer. Yeah. Fake news.
That's why I had to quickly rescind it. I take back all comments. So yeah, that's going on today as well, and it was busy. A lot of people there today. It is, as I said, a summer holiday day, and it's under the lights, or it will be. You can see it's International Beer Day today, which is good timing for a cider and beer festival. Hundreds of beers and ciders on show in the area around the fan park and the stragglers, all that kind of area. If you're here in the ground listening in your earpiece, make sure you check that out at some point today. But it should be a cracking atmosphere, and as I say, under the lights, once it gets dark enough a little bit later on, should be absolutely great to see that. I think 50 over cricket, especially a close game that goes late like that, should be really fantastic in Taunton. We can see the Somerset sides lining up. What do we think of this black kit then for Somerset? You would have played a fair bit of cricket in black for Somerset, wouldn't you? Or certainly mostly black in some of those one-day kits you were playing in?
Yeah, I know the materials these days have slightly moved on. It was a little bit of a Grinch for me back in the day. We had one outfit that was jet black, and it was like a thick polyester. It was like, you know, at what stage did the designers of the kit go summer sport, thick polyester, almost like Kevlar thickness? Was a great idea, but I think that it looks nice. It's very smart. I like the blacks and the greys. You know, I think that's nice. You know, I'd like to attempt to match up my my outfits. And, yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Some of the real trendy lads will have a pair of black trainers spiked up by the shoe doctor down the road. Looking very smart. Right, there we go. James Roos, second man out, black trainers spiked up. Andy Mead, of course he's going to be trendy. Black trainers as well. Yeah. They're a stylish bunch.
Yeah, it looks good. It does look good. And then Lancashire playing in dark blue or navy blue. So a bit of a sense. There's almost sensible kits here. You look at the T20s, you get all the colour and the the fades and everything going in there. Fairly sensible kits in the one-day cup. Here we go. It's our camera operator. If you think the camera works a bit dodgy now, it's because our main camera operator maybe is out with the car. There he is, Bavia, doing a great job. Yes, son. There he goes. He looks quite nervous. I think there's a lot of tension there. You've done that job. You took the nerves well, but then I guess that was what you did in your career.
Did two donuts. I did a Maverick-esque Top Gun flyby of the stumps.
Yeah, it was very close actually.
Yeah, broke the tower. All hell's. You know, I got the old limiter off. Very smart though, isn't it? That Virtue Motors Range Rover there.
Yeah, careful. Yeah.
Apparently it's going to be one of our bonuses for the season, Charlie. If we can say Virtue Motors 100,000 times throughout the summer, we're going to get a real size Range Rover each, free of charge. So that's going to be very nice.
Who's
Thanks
counting?
Very much.
Can we just say we've done it?
I'm counting.
You are, right, okay.
And I've already got that.
You've already got
so we're fine. I've ticked that box.
That sounds good. Well, I look forward to you giving me a few lifts in, given that you have to drive past my front door to get here. So that'll be nice. Car share. Get the tunes on.
Looks like Alfie Ogborn's going to take the new ball from the Trescothick stand end. We've got the prime view here in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box. We are straight down the barrel, so we can see everything that's going on.
Yeah, it is a cracking
No
view
excuses
here.
for any dodgy LBWs from us. I think we've got to give it on site or not.
Yeah.
One of the challenges for the first 10 overs that we're doing together.
Okay, well, it's going to be the left arm over the wicket bowling of Alfie Ogborn. Decent ball first up. No run. Yeah, I love a bit of 50 over cricket. It's the first 50 over match I've been to for probably around a year, I should think, since the last One Day Cup. In the flesh, anyway, watched a few. But on TV, that is. But to actually be at one, it's a great format. And I think this tournament is really well set up the way they're doing it at the moment. It's sort of these split groups. One game away, one game at home. Okay, I'm sure there's a lot of people who'd like to see it extended, do more, but I think this is quite a nice way of doing it, really. This is just glanced into the fine leg area. The first run of the day is going to be a leg bye.
Yeah, a little bit of shape back in from Alfie Ogborn. A little bit greedy on the start line. Really, you want to be targeting that little dash outside of the off stump. It's about 4 or 5 inches outside the off stump. That sort of line, and swinging it back onto off stump, that's the one that gets the umpires interested. You know, you only get a pretty finite amount of time with the white ball in English conditions to get the ball swinging. Great, lovely little start line there.
That's what you're talking about, really, isn't it? Bring it back in maybe a bit more.
Yeah, I think as a left armer, I think the really good ones, I think back to guys like Ryan Sidebottom, I thought were excellent at it. They bowl that line and they're very meticulous on that line, and if there's that little bit of natural variation and the ball will sort of go away towards the slips, your outside edge is in danger, but you also know that he's got the ability to shape it back, so you're bringing both edges into play, which is, I think that's the art that left armers, or good left armers, do well. A little bit too straight again there from Alfie, but he's looking like he's got a nice bit of rhythm there.
He's been bowling well so far.
Charlie Cassell down at fine leg, making his home debut. You can tell he's a new player because he's had a very freshly printed shirt there.
Wearing James Hildreth's old number 25.
Yeah, he's got some shoes to fill. Ooh, just a little bit of inside edge on that, but a nice line there from Alfie. Started well.
Yeah, causing just a few issues there, not quite lining it up right. George Bell and Harry Singh, the openers for Lancashire. Lancashire have been impacted by a few call-ups, injuries. It's down the leg side, not be a wide.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings dominated the previous game, but he's gone off to the 100, I believe. Yeah, there's going to be some moving and shaking as the 100 period interrupts the county season. Just a little bit too greedy there on that line. Had the pleasure this morning. I was invited by coach Paul Tweddle to come and go and do the motivational speech this morning, or team chat, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah,
that was a nice honour. It's quite nerve-wracking, really, because you know, normally when I've been asked to do that since I've retired, a lot of familiar faces, but in the Metro Bank, a lot of lads that have no idea who I am. I don't know who they are, and some blank faces, but.
Who's this guy coming in?
Hopefully they enjoyed my story.
Why is he talking about pirates?
No pirates.
No, you didn't talk about the pirate mentality. That's a shame. What did you? Can you give us a flavour of something? You don't have to tell us every word, but
I've moved on. It's a little bit of a visual. You need it required props.
Oh, right, okay.
So I think it'd be one of those, like,
You couldn't really.
You have to be there.
You had to be there.
If I told it without the prop,
wouldn't have the full
I'll show
impact.
you when we're off air.
That is horrendously
and you
ominous.
You can maybe tweet if it was a good one or a bad one.
Okay. I will put on my social media stream out of 10. Maybe I'll give you a mark out of 10. Let me see the new signing now. This is just clipped into the leg side. I'll think about 2, and it's there. Scotland international. Charlie Castle. Are we going Castle or Cassell?
Looks like Cassell, doesn't it, with the double S? Should have asked him while I was boring him with my story, really, shouldn't I? He's sporting the little Ben Green moustache.
Yeah.
It's a strong lad. Watching him through the bowl through, he's a little bit of a slinginess to his action, a slingy quality to it. Getting a bit of shape, with a little bit too much that time, just outside that wide line.
Lancashire will be very pleased to come away with some points today, as I've said about that issues they've had with call-ups and injuries. They had a great start in the longer format of the season. Driven hard, just goes to backwards point. Thatchers looks like an interesting signing there. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on.
Yeah, quite something really, that players of that quality and attracted all over the world want to come here and play 50 over cricket in England. I think it's a great sign for the game, really. It's been a format I always really loved. I love the Pro 40 as well, don't get me wrong. That 40, 50 overs, I always felt like that was a real sort of honey spot. And in terms of like the fan engagement, it's what club cricketers play as well. So always had that sense that we're all on the same ship almost. Like 4-day cricket, 5-day cricket is a little bit alien to amateur cricketers, whereas 50 over cricket, everyone kind of gets that. It's what they play on the Saturdays. A beautiful shot down the ground by Bell. So just over pitching a tiny little bit. There is a bit of swing on offer, so nothing to be disheartened about. You have to say that's a really good bit of cricket. The ball wasn't that full actually, that's just a very good cricket shot down the ground by George Bell. Not a lot wrong with that ball.
So we'll have to try again. And again, another drive and another 4 runs. That's equally as good, if not a little bit better. The way he's pushed outside, a bit wide, drove through the line of the ball. Lovely shot for 4. Flew to the boundary there.
Yeah, I'd say that one, there's a little bit of blame onto the bowler there. Wide, juicy half volley, and good players aren't going to miss out on that. So a little bit of an early test of character here for Charlie Cassell on his home debut. It's quite a unique place to bowl here at Taunton. Your miss in terms of length and line is very, very small. That little margin for error. Most grounds it's sort of I wouldn't say like what the towel size. It's not a beach towel. Then you've got like a bath towel,
hand towel. In between.
So you got so most yes. Thank you for that. So in most grounds, I think you've got a hand towel area, whereas Taunton you've got like a face towel.
Flannel.
A flannel.
Yeah.
So it's like the margin for error, length and width is very, very small, especially if there's no swing on offer. So you are put under the pump massively as a bowler here at Taunton, and Charlie Cassell has learned a harsh lesson after his first over.
Very well explained. I've not thought of it in sort of towel terms before.
Well, I don't know if it's still. I know actually that it's still done, but it'd be done with different apparatus, because coaches these days, they carry enormous, great big kit bags, and they've got strips, cones. They've got like little twister spots, so lots of visual things that you can put on the ground or near the stump as training aids. Whereas back in the day, it was a bar towel and an off stump, and the coach with the mitt shouting at you if you're too far away from the bar towel.
Aim for the G of Guinness. That's what they'd be saying, or the T of Thatchers.
I mean, they all do the same job, I guess, but you know, it looks a tiny little bit more professional when you're bowling at 4 little twister spots rather than a Thatcher's towel. But there we go. The game moves on.
I quite like the idea. I think that's a bit more. That's a nice moment in cricket's history. The era you sort of played in was the difference, wasn't it? As cricket went from being a bit more like that, a bit more sort of, you know, a few pints down after a game, to very professional outlook. You bridged that gap, didn't you? Your era.
Yeah. Well, the first real evolution in terms of like training kit for a bowler actually was homemade by Andy Caddick, and really? he had fashioned a stump with one of his wife Sarah's sort of like coat hangers from one of her dresses, and he sort of fashioned it onto the top of off stump, and he created this sort of round circle because he was, you know, his coaching philosophy was, you know, finding the length that would get you to the top of off, you know, and then it was bowl through the hoop. That was, you know, in practice, Caddy would be there, bowl through the hoop, mate, come on, bowl through the hoop. And that's all you'd hear for 6 months. But, you know, now they have like foam things with, you know, sort of RAF, you know, targets on them, all sorts of stuff that the manufacturers have made now. So it's changed. I suppose there's similarities, but it's just a little bit more commercial and sellable, I suppose, now.
Yeah, well, companies have cottoned onto it, haven't they, I guess, partly. And so they realise they can do it. Also looks a bit more professional than playing with bent out coat hangers.
Well, you haven't seen Caddy's handyman skills. It was phenomenal. It was drilled, dowelled, glued, dovetailed. It wasn't just as rudimentary as I made it sound. It was proper job. And I think at one stage even I think he might have even evolved it to like a fishing net. So the ball actually gets stuck
caught in the net.
Well.
If you, I like that.
I think to celebrate.
It's slightly frustrating here at Taunton today that the scoreboard that we can most easily see seems to have got the top left edge of it is totally gone, which means we cannot see the batters quite so easily. But if I bend around to our left, I can work out who it is.
Really, really good start from Alfie Ogborn. He's coming off a decent game in his last outing as well, and he started really well here. A couple where he's got sucked in a little bit towards leg stump and he's been clipped a couple of times, but 2 overs for 3, and that last over in particular was really challenging the off stump, every ball on a good length, so really good to see him hitting his straps, and looks like he's got a nice bit of pace. He's hitting the splice of the bat and the batter under pressure. So big over here already for Charlie Cassell. First over 11 runs, so he's really got to come back strong in this over. Otherwise, could be an early spell change here, which we don't want to see on your home debut.
Sean Dixon will keeping a close eye on that. Got Ned Leonard as an option. Casey Aldrich could come in and do a job if you want to stick with a bit of pace.
A bit of cloud has disappeared here. Looks right, sun. It's not too hot today. Looks like a perfect day for an afternoon's cricket. Another wide delivery from Cassell there. So there's just that little bit of nerves in the system. I watched him bowl in the warm-up, so he looked quite metronomic in terms of hammering that off stump. So just a little bit of nerves in the system. Maverick and Iceman on screen there, going to do a flyby. Come back there from Charlie. Just looks like he's running a little bit too hard, that follow through, just a little bit off balance. Just needs to find a nice rhythm.
Next man in on the cards is Bohannon, the captain. Flintoff in at 4, so they've got a lot of faith in Flintoff. Strongest positions. He's been playing very well for them, to be honest. It's an edge.
This piece of bowling there, a little bit of an inside edge. Well, a lot of an inside edge there.
Great to see Jack Leach on the live stream I was watching on Wednesday. Great big smile on his face whenever he zoomed in, whenever the camera zoomed in. Not a surprise when you've taken a 6 foot, but looked to be absolutely loving his cricket. I think this format suits him quite nicely, really. You get a proper spell, 10 overs. It's a proper day's cricket, isn't it? Good atmosphere at Taunton as well. Plenty of people in today. Not a full house by any stretch, but still enough for a good atmosphere. Once those beers and ciders really get going as well, get a bit louder. Nicely played.
We do have the beer and cider festival. We've got all the testing areas in the car park. So on a day like today, I'm sure some people will overindulge. It could be quite entertaining later on in the day, having a stroll through that car park, see what's about.
Yeah, where is Sam Dalling?
That could be our very own game of like, where's Wally, where's Sam? Lurking, stealthing his way from 10 to 10.
Yeah, it did look good though. It's a gorgeous day. You said there about it not being too hot. I think it's around 23, which is nice temperature. Sun out, 23 Celsius, lovely. A bit hotter than that earlier in the week. Do you find that too hot, Pete? I get the impression you quite like that kind of thing.
I think when I don't mind any temperature as long as I'm doing something. I can't get my head around sitting in a chair in really hot conditions. That drives me absolutely crackers. I can't sit still. If I'm playing cricket or golf or any sports or just wandering around, I quite enjoy the heat. But yeah, just sitting still and sunbaking is not for me.
Carl was reading 31 earlier on this week. That is pretty uncomfortable.
Days ago, what day were we on there? So maybe
Wednesday, I think it was.
Really quite warm, wasn't it? I mean, I did a couple of coaching sessions in Bristol with the Western Storm girls that aren't involved in the 100, and yeah, it was steamy. Especially again, they have a very Kevlar-esque black polyester type kit as well. So yeah, it was baking a loaf.
So who's still around then? You've got, I'm trying to think, Emma Corney's still
Emma
around.
Corney,
She's a good player.
Molly Robinson,
Oh, yeah.
Chloe Skelton, a couple of the younger girls that have done really well in the second 11. Some really, really impressive players, I think, coming through that we'll see maybe towards the back end of the year.
Chloe Skelton could do a job for 100 side, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely.
Even if she's not playing every game, I reckon that's she could get snapped up next year. So that is pushing across the right armour, getting a bit of an edge.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the girls that we have got in the 100 from the Western Storm aren't actually playing as well, so
Frustrating on that.
I'm sure they're enjoying themselves and all, but yeah, not really playing a lot of cricket by the looks of things. They'll be practicing, and
Who did
I'm
I
sure
see?
they'll be having a great time.
Matt Wraith, I think, making appearances
she's
for the
she's played a
Rockets,
couple of
isn't
games.
she? But other than that, Sophie Luff hasn't been playing. I think Fran played one game.
Smale, I think she's.
Oh yeah,
she's a shoe-in to play every game. I'd imagine she's had a really good start to the competition. Yeah, Alfie Ogborn has started brilliantly here. Just really found a line and length here, and he's backing up his mate up the other end. Cassell really came back well, I think, in that second over. That bit of nervous energy seems to be out of the system. He's just settled in.
So do you reckon Freddie's here then? Or do you reckon he's now got to the point where he doesn't need to watch Rocky play every time? Freddie will be with his one day, with his
he's
100
Northern
side, won't he?
Superchargers head coach. I'd imagine he's probably pretty busy with that, and I think there's probably a point where you've
got to disassociate a bit. You can't do everything, can you?
And I suppose when your dad is Andrew Flintoff or Michael Vaughan, they come to the ground and there's a load of hoo-ha, and do you know what I mean? You kind of, even though it would be the last thing you'd want as a parent, you're probably putting a little bit of pressure on your lad as well. They'll know that they're well supported. But one thing I've seen is, like, played a little bit of cricket against Archie Vaughan and watched a bit of footage of Rocky Flintoff. It's amazing how the mannerisms are the same.
Yeah.
I know that people who know know me and my lad as well when he plays cricket. They're like, oh my lord, I wonder where he got that follow through from, and you know, his bowling action, and it's quite funny how father and son dynamic works, even though we'll both swear blind that we don't do anything alike, but obviously other people see it. Lovely execution there from Alfie Ogborn. That's exactly the delivery I was talking about. Yeah. He's offered the ball in towards the pads a couple of times, and that nip away ball becomes so much more dangerous when it's on the right line. Don't need to challenge the stumps. Don't get sucked into middle and leg. That's where the batter wants it. Fourth, fifth stump, bringing in both edges. Really good piece of bowling here from Alfie. He's one of those lads, from what I know of him as well. He's a real energy giver. He's always got a brilliant smile on his face. He's engaging. I know he does little bits when he was injured with the media team. He loves all that kind of thing. He's a real natural character and a real asset to the club. Really pleased that he signed a 2-year extension, I think so. Yeah. Be nice to see how he develops over the coming years. Get a little bit more meat on those bones. Get him a bit stronger. More meat on a chicken's lip at the moment. Yeah, a few winters in the gym. I know his dad will be listening.
I do a podcast with Sam Dalling, who we'll have on with us a bit later on. And we were chatting to Harry Everett, who was at, I think, Bridgewater watching a game, and Alfie just came over and joined in the chat. It was really lovely. He wasn't really called over, just thought he'd come and join in, and we had a good chat about what was going on at Somerset and his reaction to all the games happening. So yeah, really lad. Lovely.
Yeah, he's a top lad. Many chats on the sidelines with his dad Mark, brother Jamie as well, who's a tidy bowler as well, playing up the road at Bridgewater. Good lads, good competitors. So good to see them over the next couple of years. What a beautiful sight there is here at Taunton, the Trescothic stand and the famous church in the background. And now Charlie Cassell running in to start his third over, and he's just found a rhythm now. I think that adrenaline's just out of system a little bit. His follow through is a lot more balanced now, and he's just starting to execute that sort of top of off through the hoop on the beer mat kind of area.
Get that beer mat in. What would it be? Tenants maybe, or Buckfast.
You know, I think it. Well, when I mean, I'm sure this isn't. You know, this would have gone on for across many breweries and many different brands. But I remember John Smith's being like the John Smith Smooth being sort of the ale choice, or bitter, or whatever it might be. And then you had all the other brands and various other bits and bobs. I always remember they were quite generous with the beer towels. Shot played through the onside from George Bell. Charlie Cassell just straying onto the pads for the first time in a couple of overs. He really starting to find a rhythm now. He's just let it slip, that delivery there, just into middle and leg stump. The fourth, fifth stump line is where you need to operate here at Taunton in particular. When the ball's not swinging, you need to be really metronomic in your areas. He's just got sucked in towards leg stump.
Straight drive this time, not quite getting all of it, and in the end no run.
It's fair to say on analysis that the pitch is pretty true. It's going to be a pass score in the very high 200s, early 300s. I'd say 290, 300 is probably the score that you're going to want at a very sort of base level at this stage, unless someone really kicks on.
Much offer for the spinners, do you reckon? Anything going?
Well, it's had 2 20-over games on it after my conversation with Nicholas, and you always think there might be a little bit on offer. It's obviously been cut down, so it's been exposed to the sunshine over the last few days. You can see Charlie Cassell there just brushing the surface there. You can see how dry it is around the footholds. Just, I suppose, have to just wait and see whether there's that same sort of dryness underneath where the ball's going to land. It does look like it's a little bit on the dry side of things, so I've no doubt spin will play a part. Obviously, Sean Dixon's got Leachy, Goldsworthy,
Mead if he wants
to use. Yeah, Andy Mead.
Oh, a bit of a misfield, but luckily Josh Thomas gets away with it.
Yeah, that would have been one not to replay that one. That would have been a bit of a strange one.
We're not going to see it.
Let's have a little look.
Whoopsie. Luckily.
Good recovery there. Yeah. Tomo, well done.
A little bit casual in the original one.
That would have been cool, calm, and then instantly into Panicville.
Yeah.
But he did well.
Got to pick it up. Yeah. There we go. Beer and Cider Festival in full swing.
That looks like a cider. A lot of cider going down there.
Yeah, well.
Maybe an ale on the right-hand side there.
Hard to tell. Man there with a good old soup strainer, not unlike yourself these days, Pete. Got a bit more growth going on your upper lip. Full.
Yeah, going for the old Captain Mannering.
Not Merv Hughes, is it? Go on, give us. There we go. You see, he's still got the beard around it.
It only really works with the cowboy hat.
Oh yeah,
isn't it?
It's
amazing. I watched that Yellowstone series with Kevin Costner. The sort of he's a cowboy. I was like, that's the look for me.
That's you.
Mustache.
That is a bit of me. In there.
Straight on line.
Horse.
The horse is in the post.
Is it? I suspect there's probably a good few fields of horses around Western.
Might just have to go for a hobby horse. that would probably suit me.
Get you on a merry-go-round or something. They've got horses on there.
Bit of a, I suppose, honours even start here. I think Alfie Ogborn's spell so far is just probably putting the momentum in Somerset's favour. Obviously, you need a wicket, but the runs per over is certainly in Somerset's favour. 3.7.
It's a good start.
So Lancashire haven't necessarily got away. You've got to remember, I suppose, that there is that thing in sport, momentum. Somerset have got a couple of wins under their belt. Lancashire have played 3, lost 3. When you play for a big club like Lancashire, there will be grumblings that you haven't won a game yet. There's Alfie Ogborn charging in there. You can see on every foot contact there's a little bit of dust around, so I'm sure Jack Leach and Goldsworthy in particular will be very interested in that.
Yeah, rock bottom of the table, Lancashire. It's not been a good season so far. They are in the quarterfinals of the T20 Plus, which is good, but I suspect the hardened Lancashire fans will want to see plenty more from their side. Certainly won't want to see a relegation fight in the Championship. But they have lost, like a lot of teams have, they've lost a lot of players in the 100. Where are they? 7th at the moment, so they're safe from the drop as it is. 2 wins from their 9 games in the Championship.
I think it's an important competition in many ways in terms of, the things that a lot of the real core members are interested in, about the conveyor belt, about the talent production, and this really is the showcase of how your not your team are operating, but how your club are operating. I think there is something to take from this competition to put in a good show and show that your depth of your squad, your players, I suppose 14 to 24 are capable of getting into the first team within the next 2 or 3 years. So I think it's a really important competition for a lot of people. These lads are being thrust into some big occasions. They've got to show that they're deserving of their contracts that they've been awarded. So there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, and I think Somerset, when you look at the first season that they were doing it and compare it to how it's been going now, they've really worked hard on that. You can see that those players who were very inexperienced in the first season of the 100, where this tournament became the development competition that it is now, with Mead having a go at the stumps there, and I think he was right too. It's a bit slow there. George Bell getting in. Round of applause for Alfie Ogborn, another good over from him. But some of the way they've played now, and look at some of those players like Ogborn, Vaughan and Leonard who've come through. Aldridge in particular has been a real success story. Had a bit of a dip this season, but coming back in now. George Thomas getting into that first team of the T20s now with the injury to Will Smead. You know, there's a lot of positives that have come out of them getting game time in the One Day Cup over those seasons, which has been a positive. Now this is exciting. I saw them mention this on online recently. Joel Garner, Big Bird, coming back to Taunton on the 21st of August. Gutted I am away for that, but it'll be a great night.
Well, I've got the
in the air.
Nearly. George Cassell catching that leading edge there from George Bell, trying to turn quite a straight ball into the leg side. Nearly paid the price. Yeah, I have the honour of hosting that night with Joel Garner, so I will be packing the car up of at least 2 or 3 yellow pages for any photo opportunities, because last time I met him, and I'm sure it hasn't changed, he's an incredibly tall man.
Yeah, famously so. Big. Again, in the air a little bit here, George Bell. Just losing a bit of control. I'm surprised they haven't put on the poster Joel Garner and Pete Trigo. It seems a bit of a misjudged there.
Really?
It's a bit of a shame.
Should put in a complaint.
But yeah, that'll be absolutely great. What a performer for Somerset he was.
Yeah, I know. Speaking to Joel, he's when we have talked about cricket, I mean, it's the stories that he does share, and there really are the romantic stories of really why worldwide Somerset County Cricket Club became, dare I say it, like one of the most sort of followable, supported county clubs across the world. That era was really special. That late 70s, early 80s era. With the led by Rose, the great characters. And obviously the icons being Viv, Joel, and Beefy. But it was such an amazing place to watch cricket back in the day, and great to have him back. Really nice shot there, clip off of the legs from Harry Singh. Just looking to impose themselves a little bit, the Lancashire batters. A few more shots. They'll probably realise that sub 4 and over is not good enough, and decided just to put the pedal to the metal a little bit there, just capitalising on another stray ball into leg stump. Instant reaction from the captain. Leachy comes up into the circle at 45, and as Josh Thomas has disappeared out onto the boundary, paroling the Somerset stand side of the ground. And Yamid having a bowl in the ball towards mid-off. I'm not sure who that is at mid-off, but maybe just hint to the captain, get me on skip.
That one's in the air. Again, just dropping short. Cassell causing problems in his 4th over. And that'll be the end of that.
Just feel like something's going to give here, Charlie. Harry Singh's not really got off to a great start here. He's trying to create bad balls from nowhere. A couple of times that leading edge has been in play, one for each of the batters. But he'll start to look up at that board, and he'll be seeing a strike rate way below what he'd want here at Taunton. Maybe a suggestion there's a little bit of hold in the pitch, potentially a little bit of slowness, but certainly not 29 for 0 off 8 overs.
No, it does feel slow, doesn't it? 2 young players getting to know their game, but good bowling as well from the left armour. That makes things a little bit trickier, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he played a great shot, Harry Singh, for that boundary, but that's 4 of the 6 runs he scored off of 21 balls, so not much sort of touch play in between the big shot. Like shots like that, just let the ball come deep, run it off the face. You obviously look at one of the masters that did it here for years, Trez. You think about all the great shots that he could play, but I'd hate to think how many runs he scored just letting the ball run off the face down to 3rd man, just to keep the scoreboard ticking, rotating the strike, not allowing a load of pressure to build up on you. And that's what young batters generally do when they're not getting it quite right. It's very block In club cricket it's called block hack. It's either a massive shot or no shot, and I think the good players have that in-between tempo game.
Yeah, just keep it ticking over.
I mean, that's a prime example there. You know, back and across, technically a great defensive shot, but against a ball that's doing nothing. His 4th, 5th stump, if he just gets across and just uses a little bit of touch, a little bit of wrist to finesse that down to 3rd man, he can be up the other end and taking pressure off of himself.
If you're doing that 2 or 3 times an over, you add in 2 or 3 runs per over, the situation is very different indeed.
Well, it makes a huge difference to the total at the end of the day, but I think it's more the pressure you're applying onto yourself. Like,
it does both, doesn't it?
Like I said.
It's a shot. Good shot.
That'll certainly help. What a beautiful shot that is. Back down the ground. Another boundary from Harry Singh brings him on to double figures. With the 2 boundaries he has scored. Absolutely beautiful. It doesn't detract from the point though. I'm sure you do see it. That little bit of batting in a partnership, rotating the strike, a different player. You look at these 2 batters. You've got one that looks pretty tall. George Bell's quite a lot shorter, so the lengths are going to be different. You're challenging the bowlers in different ways. You know, a lot of dot balls here bowled so far.
That's smart cricket. There's a hack, and might just come off. No, good fielding on the boundary. Left the ball behind. Luckily he didn't post it over the boundary. You do see it sometimes, don't you, on those kind of fielding attempts.
Josh Thomas out there, a little bit off balance. He's managed to get away with it, and a good piece of fielding in the end.
Well, that's the important thing, was he took all the pace off the ball. That was, otherwise that's going for 4, even after he's touched it. Down he goes.
It's not going to get him into the final of Strictly Come Dancing, that footwork, is it though, Charlie?
Not at the moment, no, but then I'm not one to comment. We found out yesterday who the first celebrity contestant's going to be. I think it was an accident. Tom Dean, the swimmer, who's based at Team Bath, actually, in Somerset, who's already won a gold at Paris, in a post-match interview said something to do with the fact he's going to be on Strictly.
Oh dear.
I've got the feeling he caught the Strictly people off guard with it, because there's no mention of it on social media or anything, so I think he's let the cat out of the bag a bit early. They don't normally start doing it on the very early bits of August.
Some secrets are hard to keep, aren't they?
He's a big lad though, tall, built as you can imagine.
I have to admit, if I had the opportunity to go on one of those shows, I think I'd be struggling not to tell everyone.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a pretty cool experience, even though it's being dragged through the mire at the moment, the programme. I'm sure it will still go and get a massive following. Thanks to Trade Nation, one of our partners here, the famous Trade Nation stand as it is now. Is I suppose got a spattering of people.
Yeah.
Always a good,
great spot. Warm spot today with the sun on you. That'd be nice over there.
Just if you are in there, make sure you're not just tucking into the 100 beers and ciders that we've been having. Make sure you get plenty of water down you and keep the sunscreen or your hat and sunglasses on. It's a long day here.
I quite like that, Pete. Sort of a fatherly message there.
Parental
Looking after
Pete.
them, yeah, parental Pete message, yeah, very good, very sensible. Oh, it is a lovely day. I've done a couple of lovely bike rides over the last week in the sunshine. Just looking out over towards the Quantox. I was up there the other day. Very, very nice.
I think we need to make a date because it's been a while, but I charged my batteries from my gears on my road bike. I'm thinking about, getting a bit done. I think that's the one thing about sort of not playing full-time sport anymore.
You can
put a
start
few pounds on.
Right.
Need to get out there, get active. Can't think of a better way this time of the year than a few miles around the southwest.
I would say my bike rides have been largely based around stopping off pubs. So it depends. As long as you're good when you go to the pub, you can just get a pint of water or something. And I'll enjoy all the ciders and lovely food. Yeah, there's a pub trail going on run by Camera at the moment through Somerset, so I've been ticking them off. There's 50 pubs to visit. I've done 17 so far. Still got quite a few to go, but we'll get there. Someone's got to do it. It's a tough life. But
I'm assuming you have to stay under the. You could only have a shandy, presumably.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So you've got to drink responsibly. There isn't technically a limit like there is with driving on a bike. You just got to be sober enough to control it. So it's not quite as strict, but you don't want to take risks.
I'm just
obviously.
imagining the live feed's going to go crazy with all those bike haters out there. There are plenty
People don't
of them.
hate cyclists, do they?
Yeah, they do.
No, I don't believe it. Oh dear, trust me, I've been on the end of a few bits of
Anyway,
driving.
if you do see a bike with Charlie on it with his BBC antenna popping up at the back,
The live
make
stream.
sure
Do you
you
think I'm
give
live
him-
streaming it?
give him a toot.
A nice, friendly one, please. Right, let's get back to the cricket. I'll get myself in trouble. Just a bit straight from Cassell there. Push out to the leg side. It'll only be one run. Throw's not great.
Yeah, he's done well. He's sort of dragged it back a little bit into his 5th over now, gone for 25, which is kind of, I would say, a par spell. I think the difference at the moment is what Alfie's done at this end. He's been really, really dry across the few overs that he's bowled. Run rates under 4 and over, which is almost unheard of, really, in one-day cricket here at Taunton. So, a pretty good start for Somerset. You always think now that the batters have dug themselves a little bit of a hole in terms of risk, because they've pretty much chewed up the power play.
Well, they have now.
Now, if they take a risk and get out, I think that puts Lancashire way behind.
Yeah.
In terms of the game and where the perceived par would be. So.
No wickets in the power play, but I still reckon that's an excellent effort there from those two bowlers to keep Lancashire to just 37. I realise they're not sort of Lancashire's biggest hitters, but yeah, that's a pretty good effort there with run rates.
The old worm on the screen there is very, it's more of a slug at the moment. But I'm going to go off and take a break, and hopefully the slug might turn into a worm, and we might get a few dots, a few Somerset wickets in there in the meantime. I'm going to pass over to Harry Everett and maybe go and have a little look, a window shop in the Beer and Cider Festival.
Lovely stuff. He's amazingly, that's without having a single cider or beer, and he's managed to switch Harry Everett and Sam Dalling around. So and that's him sober. What's he going to be like when he comes back having a beer?
Do you know what? Even my dad has done that on occasions.
What, called you Harry?
I was up at Durham, so my dad's listened in on the stream and said, Sam didn't tell us he was coming home for this weekend. And Harry said downstairs he got stopped by someone. Said, "Oh, how was your trip to Durham?" It wasn't me. It was Sam. We get confused. So Triggs is off to do a bush tucker trial.
Yes, he is. G'day, mate.
He looks
well,
fantastic.
yeah, it is a bit more howdy partner than g'day, isn't it?
I tell you what else looks fantastic, Charlie. The sight of Jack Leach, ball in hand.
That's why you've just heard a round of applause around the ground.
Yes.
Leachy has the ball.
Marcus Gothic Pavilion end.
Straight away after the power play.
He bowled beautifully up at Durham on Wednesday, an absolute privilege. Phil Mustard, the Colonel, I love him. 42-year-old man who people only call the Colonel, even people who've never met him.
But you would when you says the perfect surname for it.
It's not even the Colonel, it's just Colonel.
Colonel, yeah.
Colonel.
Yeah, that was I listened into that. I was watching and I thought he was great. You were great as well, obviously.
Somebody fielding.
Slashed
Like
away.
Thomas at the backward point.
But yeah, it was a great watch, great listen, and Leach bowled superbly. I thought one of his best spells, certainly in white ball cricket. But
it was his best spell.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah, but generally, just overall, he bowled brilliantly. It was lovely to watch. It was just doing enough, and you've got to have the right pitch as well. This isn't, it's not all down to the bowler. You've got to have a pitch that's going to offer you a little bit. But he used that pitch absolutely perfectly, and he said in his post-match, didn't he, that he'd like to roll it up and take it with him, as they say sometimes. I'm not surprised, because him and that pitch together was beautiful.
Charlie Castle. I did ask him, I did say, how do you say your surname? He's a Castle man.
Castle.
Charlie Castle. Just nipped down over the border. He just met the lads about an hour before the game.
Well, I was going to say, it's quite convenient for him, that one, wasn't it, Durham? It's about as convenient as it gets for a Scottish person playing in English leagues.
Single to Dix, isn't it, mid-wicket? Well, it's all about, you know this, being a freelancer at the time where you're employed, but a lot of the time it's about being in the right place at the right time. Mm-hmm. It's about people often just like, well, who's nearest? Who can we get in? As much as you'd like it to be about quality.
Yeah, no, I know I'm quite... Well, he started off a little bit loose, but he tightened it up nicely towards the end there. Kept Lancashire to a pretty low score in the power play. The thing is, with this Lancashire side, you've got these two fairly inexperienced openers. Losing out Jennings is a big, big loss for Lancashire in this tournament. It's not a
London
surprise.
Spirit, is that?
Yes, I think you're right. It's hard because a lot of them all blend into one. I nearly called you Harry then after our joke. Sam.
Harry and I blend into one.
Yeah, you and Harry.
Ender Leach's first over, 39 for 1, 11 gone.
I think you're right. I did ask earlier on whether Andrew Flintoff might be here to watch his son. He certainly won't be because the Northern Superchargers are playing today. Let's see where James went. I'm pretty sure you're right.
I think it is London Spirit. So Leach is through his first over. Beer and Cider Fest, International Beer Day. Well timed. That. Down here it's sort of more International Cider Day, isn't it?
Oh, every day's International Cider Day down here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, London Spirit.
So
So we're going to see spin, and we know it's Ned Leonard. I thought watching him there, he was doing a little bit of spin. No, it's not. It's Ned Leonard who's been put over there. Thought maybe they'd go for spin for both ends. We saw plenty of that at Durham. It was a pitch that offered a lot of help to the spinners. In comes Ned Leonard then, as that is inside edge onto the pad.
These two have started well, haven't they, the Lancashire batters? Not played a lot of cricket. I mean, George Bell was a bit of a superstar. He played that game last year. Remember when Jimmy Anderson played down here? Jimmy Anderson dropped that catch down here, which got social media. But George Bell and James Rue were England under-19s together before that. I remember hearing George Bell interview and said that him and James Rue just looked at each other and said, imagine this, us two keeping in this game from where we were. And Harry Sig as well.
I'm going to remind myself of that dropped catch. Now, when you type in Jimmy Anderson dropped catch, it's going to be that one he dropped off his own bowling in that test, wasn't it? In his final test, he dropped one off his own bowling. Let's try putting in Somerset. That might do it.
Someone in the stream has gone, hi Harry. Thanks for hospitality last week. Fun day at the ground and a great win for Devon. The boys love their shirt. Michael, I will pass that on. I know Harry and I sound very alike.
No.
I'll make sure Harry gets that.
Here comes Leonard again. Too close to leg stump that one, and they'll come through for a run. Plenty to enjoy in this Somerset side, the way they set up here. A lot of skill and talent in there. Mead, Goldsworthy, Dixon, Aldridge, Leach, Rue. There's a lot of championship players in there. High quality cricketers. And then the youngsters coming through. And Castle as well. This is flushed away, nearly a spectacular catch. It's going to go all the way for 4 in the end. That can't have been too far away from being held on to. Great effort from Lewis Goldsworthy. Let's have another look.
It's flying, isn't it? It's moving. I mean, Goldsworthy is behind him when he's trying to take it. I think he'll be disappointed. Would have been a screamer, but he is brilliant in there at backward point. So a little lifeline for Harry Sig. Wasn't Ned Leonard's best ball.
No. But sometimes that's what gets you wickets, as we saw a little bit in that Durham game, actually. Who was it who bowled quite short? It was Goldsworthy.
Leach's catch.
Leach's,
might have been a Mead's wicket. Was it Scott Borthwick who pulled one straight to Leach, who took it just behind him at mid-wicket?
It was Mead. Wasn't a great ball, and they got a wicket.
So many. That's the way that it works, though, isn't it, Charlie?
Exactly.
It's the way of the world.
Enjoying the comments calling you Harry. That is funny. Harry will be loving it. I know Harry will be listening in on his earpiece, his Virtue Motors earpiece. He'll be somewhere in the ground. I'm sure we'll get several texts from him now.
I've sent him the comment. Always good to give him some positive feedback. He is brilliant.
He might be offended.
Well, I think we've just got used to people confusing the two of us. There's pros and cons, isn't it? If they're praising people, then I'm happy to
take the praise. Take the credit.
There's our match sponsors. Merco slots for this one, Somerset versus Lancashire.
We're going to see a bit more of Jack Leach now.
Yeah, Leachy from the Marcus Roscovic pavilion end. One slip in. What Jack Leach did so well on Wednesday was he just found that middle off-stump line to the right-hander. They couldn't play him, but they had to play him. That was the issue. He gave them very little that they could leave alone. And put it on that hand towel, whatever Triggs was talking about.
Bar towels he wanted to chat about.
Just a single out to the fielder out.
And that's kind of what is great about this format, is those 10 overs give you a really good spell, which for a spinner is important, I think. If you're long spell, but 10 overs out of your 50 as a batter, you can't just use them up. You can't not score off them. So it means that you're seeing great spin bowling, especially on a pitch like that we saw on Wednesday, and batters having to play. You can't just see him off. You can't, like you might do in a red ball game. I mean, you can choose to see them off, but if you've got spin from both ends, then you can't afford to with the number of overs you've got in the game.
And in T20, often the chances of you bowling 4 overs off the reel, and spin bowling as well, is so much about rhythm, getting into that spell. And Leach has got his first wicket up today. 6 up at Durham. He's into his spell here down at Taunton. Harry Singh going back to on Leach, just moving it back in to the right-hander. He was playing for a little bit of turn away from him. Leg stump has been dislodged. Well, the bail's been dislodged. Leg stump is a bit wonky. Somerset have their first wicket. Lancashire 46 for 1.
Yeah, well, what were we talking about there? A bit of pressure, a bit of rhythm from Leach. Let's take another look at what it did. Did it turn a bit? Really, just playing across the line, perhaps a tiny bit of movement, but in the end, Leachy, bang on target. Yeah, no, I can't see there's much movement there.
Just gone straight on almost. Yeah. He's trying to pull that into the leg side. Harry Singh wasn't quite short enough, maybe. Let's have another look. Yeah. A bit quicker. I wonder, I'd like to see the speed of that one.
Yeah, I think that was a bit quicker, and I also think it's a bit closer to him than he really judged it for. Expecting maybe a little bit of turn, perhaps. Well played.
Long and short of it.
He's missed it.
He's missed it, it's gone. Good start though. Harry Singh only a couple of games into his career, hopefully be a long career for him. 46 for 1, decent start from Lancashire, particularly in the wake of what they did up at Derbyshire, which would not have gone down well with supporters. And there was a very cheeky tweet by Derbyshire social media team saying enjoyed the T20, got home with a couple of balls to spare. There's the ball speeds on screen. So a bit quicker than his standard delivery there, but 54.7 miles an hour, so not as quick as the previous one. That's what Leach does so well, actually, just varies his pace. Did you hear Vic on TMS? Great to have Vic on TMS.
Wasn't that a treat? Yeah, absolutely lovely. Glorious. We are very lucky that he comes and works with us as well here at Somerset, largely for the Championship games.
No, he goes to work with TMS. This is his main.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's nice that he goes up to work with TMS. Yeah. Yeah, sort of a one-game loan. We're seeing a bit more of that at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah. Sherbashir-esque, off spinners do like a low.
Oh, I think he'd like that. I think he'd like that you'd just said he's a bit like Sherbashir.
Similar
Somerset
height.
Spinners, yeah. Sure, they're a similar height.
New batter is Josh Bohannon, a really classy player.
Yeah, looking forward to this.
It's wide, and actually, Bohannon had lunged forward.
Strange. I wonder. Bit of cricket all round, really. No,
just trying to turn it down the leg side.
I think it was ever a stumping chance, was it? No. No.
The only, well,
it's a nice goal.
The only thing that almost did Bohannon there, he didn't realise his foot was already on or behind the line, so when he lifted it up to move it further back, that's where he could have gone, but it would have been a very, very sharp bit of work.
Yeah. You almost one way you're sort of waiting, watching the foot, and then, oh, there it's up, quick, whip the bails off.
And he'd get sent along on.
Jack spoke about the drift after the Durham game because he had a breeze coming across him. Just looking at the flags, it will be a little bit sort of coming from just in front of him to the left, so something for him to work with there. He very much enjoys his drift and his turn. He really does play properly with that in mind when he's bowling. He's not just sort of throwing it down there. He's thinking about the conditions, about where it's landing, about what turn he'll get and the drift as well. So great over from Jack Leach. That was his second, wasn't it? Was that his third over now?
Just his second
over, yeah. Very good stuff, picking up a wicket in his second. And we'll see a bit more of Ned Leonard over the wicket, punching it out through point in the fields on the boundary.
Your point about spinners, and in 50 over cricket, you can get a couple of spinners on, and suddenly, because they get through their overs so quickly, and there's a batter, you look up and that's 20 overs gone, it does bring that little bit of panic.
Well, there was a comment in the YouTube, I'm sorry, I've forgotten who it was now, who said should have had Leachy on earlier. I don't think they should have had Leachy on earlier, personally. I think they've deliberately waited till the end of the power play. They've got through the power play. OK, they didn't take a wicket, but they've kept Lancashire to a very low score for 10 overs of power play conditions. And now you've still got 10 overs of Leach left, and he's picked up a wicket in his second one. Personally, I think they've done it pretty well there. I'd agree with Dixon and his choices.
Sean Dixon, by the way, I thought he skipped it excellently on Wednesday. I mean, it helps when Jack Leach is taking 6. But there was one moment, because, in fact, I think Durham, maybe they were 40 without loss after 8 overs. Yeah. Was it? So it's a similar start. And Josh Davey had gone for 3 boundaries and 4 leg byes in an over. And it would have been easy with 4 seamers to go, right, well, we're going to change that straight away.
Whip him out, yeah.
And Sean Dixon didn't, and he kept him on. And 2 overs later, it just gets Alex Leeds a little outside edge. He was probably the key wicket, actually. Yeah.
Thank you to FSM is the dog, who's grassed up. Who it was who said about that? It's not you're not grassing him up. It's a difference of opinion. I think you can see both ways. Certainly not wrong necessarily to have had Leach on earlier. I just think personally I quite like the way that Dixon's done it. So, but we know exactly where you stand now, FSM. Anyone doing anything wrong are going to get grassed up.
I wonder if Harry Everett's changed his stance on Jack Leach. He'd have rotated him out, wouldn't he?
Well, this is one of the chats we had on the pod. Was Harry, at the beginning of this tournament, we had a sort of a pre. I know he'll be listening now and he'll be shouting, furiously texting me now. But we can literally listen back to the podcast, see what he said. Cider Press podcast, by the way, if you want to have a listen. Mine and Sam's podcast. Harry regularly on there, and he's not playing cricket. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. He said we had a pre-One Day Cup tournament chat, didn't we? And we talked about Jack Leach, and he said, "Oh yeah, we've got a few spinners there. You've got Goldsworthy, you got the Mead if you need in there as well. Archie Vaughan, useful with the bat as well. Thinking about all rounders." Whereas I said, no, Leach is your first name on the team sheet. You want Leach in there because even if he's not, giving you the bat, he's giving you 10 overs of brilliant bowling, whether he takes wickets or not. And so anyway, obviously Leach has played brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly. And so every time Leach has done well, in particular after that Wednesday game where he took a 6 for, I've made sure I've reminded him that he had him down only for a few games out of the 8.
And we'll probably keep reminding him for a good number of years.
Yeah. Oh,
that's
absolutely.
the way it works, isn't it? Never gets old. Yeah. Slip comes out.
Yeah, no. For me, if he's available, he's in the team. That's my opinion on Jack Leach. If he's available, you get him in the team. For One Day Cup cricket and County Championship cricket for certain, but I think he's been really good in T20s this year. Another wide.
Well, there's a berth, isn't there, in T20, with Lula perhaps coming to the end of his career. The man at backward point, though, up at Lancashire. Ryan Campbell on the Durham stream, he was pointing out how good Lewis Goldsworthy's been. So there are admiring glances from other counties at Lewis Goldsworthy, and people were noticing how well he's done.
Well, Somerset, if they're sensible with that in mind about Roloff, we'll make sure they keep hold of him. We've said, haven't we, about how much we want him to continue playing at Somerset. He's done really well in that loan spell at Leicestershire, and that's what those loan spells are for, really, because he's been getting first-team cricket and he's getting himself in a rhythm. He's been playing very well. Played brilliantly against Durham. Bat in hand.
Yeah, big moment. He caught behind off a Noble on 7. That could have changed the game. End of the over then, 51 for 1. Lancashire. Any Lancashire fans out there? I'm sure there are a good number of you on the live stream. I'm not being facetious or anything, but your thoughts on your team? I mean, I know they haven't gone as well as you might have liked this summer. Been a change of regime, a bit of a settling in period, a bedding in period. Is that fair, or should you be performing a little bit better than you might have done? You've been playing at some lovely grounds, Sedbergh, Blackpool. Jack Leach, ball in hand.
I am a huge, huge fan of outgrounds. I know it's not always practical, but I love them.
Ooh, flicked down the ground for just a single. Josh Bohannon is key here, I think, for Lancashire, and his wicket is key for Somerset. He is very close to that test side as well, actually. He scored really heavily last summer in 4-day cricket. It was him or Harry Brook, wasn't it, a couple of years ago when Brook was the one who just nudged in front. Went quite well for Harry Brook, in fairness. But Bohannon isn't far behind.
Yeah, he's a very good player.
Just one out to Mr. Thomas. Josh, left-hander out there. Long way out. It's a big boundary by Cooper Associates County Ground standards. Both of them were pretty much bang on in the middle.
Yeah, it's pretty much in the middle, isn't it? Because we're pretty much straight in line, which this is a fairly central commentary box. So, although there's no super long boundaries ever really here at Taunton, there's no way you can tuck it in and run 4 like you can sometimes at the Oval or other big grounds.
Interesting here, Sean Dixon, Jack Leach and Casey Ulrich just having a chat. Bohannon, who prodded that ball down, it ended up going to long on along the ground, but it was in the air for a little bit, and Aldridge has just gone in a short catching mid-on. Ooh, and that maybe just put a little bit of doubt into Bohannon's mind against the outside edge, because that's his release shot, that mid-on.
Yeah.
Good from Jack Leach.
What's your best outground you've done games at?
I'm going to a new one next week, South Northampton Cricket Club. Durham are playing up there against Hampshire. Doing a bit of Durham live stream. I kind of oscillate. They're recording me Somerset Sam on Wednesday, so I then become Durham Dalling when I go out
Durham
there.
Dalling. Full. Nicely bowled.
I'm like Frankenstein's monster. I do like, I mean, I love Cheltenham. You've done a bit of work at Cheltenham.
You like Frankenstein's monster?
I'm Durham Dalling, Somerset Sam. Different conversation. Is that Frankenstein's monster one?
It's Jekyll and Hyde, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Or is there something I don't know about Frankenstein's monster? Who's also a big cricket fan.
Well, I don't know if Jekyll and Hyde's a big cricket fan either.
No, that's true.
And it's over. 54 for 1. South North. Next week.
So South Northamptonshire.
No, it's called South Northumberland. It's
oh
in
right,
Newcastle,
I was going to say South
Gosport.
Northamptonshire. I couldn't work out why they were playing.
Weird home game for Durham.
Right.
You never know these days. I love that one. What do I do? At least Middlesex has some pretty naff ones. Merchant Taylor's School. It's not great. It's like a fine school. There we go. Family day here on Sunday. Somerset versus Derbyshire. Derbyshire flying high in this competition. Free from free. Bring the kids down. School holidays. Well, it's a Sunday, so they wouldn't be at school. Might be at Sunday school, but after that, come down to the Cooper Associates campground.
Thank you, James, on the stream. I enjoyed going to Bath. Yeah, Bath is a nice ground. It's small, isn't it? But it's a lovely ground there. I've watched the second 11 play at Bath before. Because there's two. There's the Bath Cricket Club. They also used to play on what is now the rugby ground. Couldn't play there anymore. But in the very old days, they used to do that. Yeah. I did Cheltenham earlier this season. First time I'd been there, which is a lovely ground. Very friendly atmosphere is there. Yeah, it's really nice. There's Ned Leonard continuing his spell. Well, one of the obviously it's been in the news horrendously this week, but Southport was one of the ones I've done, and obviously that news. It was a 4-day game, and having spent a bit of time there, what a lovely place it is. So I must say I was absolutely horrified by what went on there this week. Yeah,
no words for it.
No. Well, it's not a big place really, Southport, so it must have really impacted the community. Anything like that wouldn't it? So that was very sad news. Big pull shot here. That'll go just one bounce for 4. Shot. That's an attacking move that we've seen there from George Bell.
Well, the thing is, there's pull shots and there's pull shots. And when you're basically playing it on the front foot, I mean, that was authoritative. He's stepping into that. He's not rocking back and playing it right above him. He's walking into that shot. That's a beauty from George Bell. There was a man out there, and it was in the air, but it was way to his left.
Again, aiming for that gaps in the leg side.
So I think Lancashire are in the middle of building this purpose-built facility for cricket. It's going to be the home of women's cricket and seconds and academy. That I think they're building from scratch 2 pitches. And it's part of
that sounds great.
Yeah, it looks pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I think Paul Allett did a video, hard hat on, in the middle of on Lancs TV.
Where's that? Is that in Manchester, or are they going elsewhere in Lancashire?
I'll find out.
Because Lancashire's a big old county, got lots of brilliant cricket playing communities there, I should think. Spent a bit of time there. Always love a trip to Lancashire.
Farrington it's going to be.
I don't know that. Having spent a few times in Lancashire.
Oh, look at that,
Not
the
Farrington.
artist's image of it. 2025 they're hoping. So yeah, 2 ovals. Fantastic stuff. The councillor involved. There's that Somerset bench. We were talking about Bath. Is that young Mr Hayward there? Bath's always strong as club cricket, isn't it? Always
South
strong.
of Preston. Between Preston and Chorley.
Push down the ground. My neck of the woods. See, the thing is, I live up there, but I don't really know. I know you have to go on about 3 motorways to get anywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It's amazing how many motorways there are up there when we're used to having just the one. Well, you've got M5, M4, and that's basically all you need and use around here.
Oh no! To get to Manchester, I have to go on 3 different motorways.
Well, you get up to Manchester and Leeds as well. Leeds is like the M61 around. It's like how many M's are there? You see the signs, it's like all the different M's. You're like, no, I can't handle it. I feel very, very southwestern when I go up there and think, oh, I'm not used to this.
It's a drive I have to do well. To go up to about 5:30 in the morning start for a Durham one-day game. I do about 5 different motorways. Then you get on the A1. The A1 is a good road because it goes from London.
That's a nice easy one, that.
Oh,
yeah.
That's glorious. It's a long road.
Yeah, but at least you're on one road.
Long and not so winding. Short cover now for Jack Leach.
Look at all of this. M66, M62, M56, M61, M58, M57.
I tell you what, without sat-nav, I would never. No. I'd just be driving around them constantly.
Give me a train any day. Any day.
Can't rely on them though, Charlie.
Well, that's another conversation. Probably not one to go into.
Jack Leach.
Because I will continue talking about that until Lancashire finish batting, probably. However, I do have some good things to say about the trains, and what I will say is that I left something on a train the other day. My little computery thing that clips onto my bike has got, speedo and all the miles I've done, etc. And lost property, got it back to me. So thank you, GWR, for or someone who handed it in, and then GWR for looking after it and reuniting it with me. So that was a very good thing.
Restored a bit of faith. George Bell moves on to 37 from 51 balls, 63 for one. Leach into his fourth over. James from Torquay said it links up quite nicely with something we were talking about earlier on. Joel Garner made his Somerset debut against the touring Australians in 1977 at the Wreck in Bath.
There we go.
Aldridge is in, and that short mid-on for Bannon. Leach fielding off his own bowling. Mayan is watching over in Pakistan. He wants to see a bit of Lewis Goldsworthy. It won't be long, I don't think, Mayan.
Simon says, last time we played in Bath was 2006, which to me is not the old days.
Simon says, I haven't played that for a while.
Yeah, Simon says. You've got to do it if he says it. Yes, no, I'm referring to there's two different places. There's Bath Cricket Club, which is the other side of the road from the old rugby ground. So, yeah, I realised they played at Bath Cricket fairly recently, as in 2006. That was when the last time Somerset used an outground, which is a bit of a shame, if you ask me. I understand why. However, there is something lovely about outground cricket, isn't there? Especially when Somerset used to have so many. Used to play in so many places. Harold Gimblett's debut. Frome, famously. Glastonbury, Wells, Street, Weston, Bath.
Jack Leach is through 4 overs of work. He's got 1 for 9. He's only gone for singles so far, Jack Leach. This has been superb. He's picked up right where he left off. What I found remarkable when I was crunching a few numbers to write the piece was that, so I had one today. So this is only his 28th white ball appearance in his career in both formats.
It's incredible, really.
When you think he's played 36 tests.
Yeah. Yes, I read your lovely piece about that. This is great, by the way. I think this is fantastic for the game. Well done, Somerset, doing this. You can come and watch the second innings for just 15 quid. Now, you could see some cracking cricket in 50 overs there for 15 quid. Plus, there's the Beer and Cider Festival, which you'd be more than welcome to join in with. So if you are in Taunton, but not at the moment, or at work or something, because we realise, not everyone's on summer holidays. How about that? What sort of time will that start? About 6-ish, I guess?
This is interesting. A bit of George Thomas into the attack. Yeah, what are we talking about? 3.5 do you get till 5:30, then
cut off as 5:30. So yeah, so 6-ish, assuming Lancashire go all the way and it gets close to 5:30. So yeah, if you're around at 6-ish. Yeah, sorry, let's get on back to the cricket, because that is a nice deal, but this is an interesting decision, as you say. Ned Leonard has been hoiked off from his spell. I didn't see George Thomas, did he? He bowled at Durham, did he bowl at Durham? No. This is all Rue's lost it, but it is a wide.
Got 6 wickets in his List A career, relatively few games. This is just his 13th match. So has bowled a little bit, hasn't bowled yet this season for the first team.
Oh, Keith, I watched Somerset in Torquay in the 70s. Now, I'd love a little trip to Torquay.
That's not Somerset, though,
is it? It's not in Somerset. But if Somerset do this thing where they're kind of the team for Devon and Cornwall as well, they've got some great grounds. Oh, that's a nice shot from Bohannon. It was there. Just pitched up a bit. Pushed at by Bohannon. That's all it needed. Just a bit of timing. Yeah, nice shot.
So I wonder what they're seeing here to go to George Thomas ahead of a second spinner. Ahead of Casey Aldridge. Didn't bowl at Durham on Wednesday, did he, Casey? I should know, I was there.
I was going to say, neither of us know. I don't think...
no, I don't think he did. He didn't bowl at Durham.
No, he didn't.
Because I was... Because
you were there.
They were quite surprised, but my co-commentators for that were quite surprised because they were watching this big lad over. Who's that big lad bowling sharp in the warm-ups? Maybe he's playing as a batter only. Bowled at Hampshire, bowled at Kent. Didn't bowl at Durham. Bowled here against Kent.
Looks big. Is it big enough for a 6? I think so. It was, for a while, from where we are, all we could see was the height on it. And the field was running after it. Wondered if it might hold up inside, but no, all the way. Good shot. And it's some more runs, and perhaps the attack just being taken now to Somerset, especially with this bowling change. It hasn't worked so far. Bohannon's on to 16 off 22.
It wasn't even off the meat of the bat, that. It was a toe end, which is why it went higher than it did.
That's why it didn't sound right, which is why I wondered whether it was one which was going up in the air. In the end, it was going directly away from us, which is quite hard to see the distance on it then. So George Thomas is taking a bit of tap here. And he's trying to open the face. It's a good effort, and actually the fielding from Alfie Ogborn isn't quite perfect, but he does well to recover. Somerset will feel like Bohannon is a big wicket here. Iyer as well. Coming in.
That's going to be
Iyer.
fun, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be really good. A few wickets away yet. We would fancy a bit of George Thomas, I would think. Look at this and think, yeah, I wouldn't mind facing that. No offence to George Thomas, but he's been giving a few runs away there. A few balls which were there to hit, but that is just his first over. Wonder whether we'll see a bit more. Perhaps it's for a change of end for Leonard. I'd be surprised if we'll see Leach again. Yeah.
Dixon just having a chat to George Thomas there then. Casey Aldridge and James Rue as well coming together. Jack Leach has ball in hand. I'd expect, unless something spectacular happens, that Jack Leach will bowl his 10 through. Still got 10 overs of Lewis Goldsworthy as a frontline spin option. I think I would call Lewis Goldsworthy a frontline spin option. Andy Amidi bowled a couple of overs up at Durham. See those bowling speeds of George Thomas just touching 70 miles an hour. They're very much in that medium pace category. There's Archie Vaughan on as a subfielder for Ned Leonard. So
that's not good news.
Just a single there from, but you never know, because a lot of quick bowlers do just go off as soon as they finish a spell anyway, often to change boots or take on some electrolytes or get a little massage. Maybe an ice bath. I've started doing that. I went on part of my honeymoon. I went to a spa. I went in this ice bath, and if I like something, I tend to then start doing a bit of research into it. So I bought an ice bath for my home.
You've bought an ice bath?
I have, yeah.
As in a full body?
Yeah. They're relatively cheap, actually. I didn't go for the full money. I teased my wife to say I'd spent a couple of grand on one. I had.
So I have never understood the appeal of this. So tell me,
not appealing.
Why would you do it then? What's the benefits? Someone I'm sure will tell me.
Well, it'd be good to get an S&C or something on it. But it's recovery. It's the recovery of your muscles. It's also good for your mental health. It wakes you up. I tell you that. It wakes you up in the morning. It's just got. I'm not going to go into the list of health benefits, but it's not fun.
So you're having one every day?
Yeah. So
where does the ice come from?
So it gets kept cool overnight. So it's constantly there. You have to top it up with a little bit of ice. By an ice bath, it's more the temperature rather than you just plunging in ice. People call it an ice bath.
So it hasn't actually got ice.
It's not like a bucket of ice. Yeah.
It's chilled water. Okay.
Down the ground. Ooh. Push to Leonard for no run. These boys will know the benefits of an ice bath. I'm sure they're doing it.
Yeah, yeah. And are you sort of doing elite level sport every day?
Yes, I can't play in the quarterfinal of the Blast because I didn't play in the group stages, unfortunately.
I didn't realise that was a rule. Is that a rule? Is it?
Yeah.
So, what about the semis and final?
Pushed away for a single. Good bit of running.
Because Ish Sodhi came in for Somerset last year.
He played a group stage game.
He did.
I don't know if they've changed the rule this year, but it was the Dwayne Bravo rule where Essex signed him just for finals day. So for overseas, I mean, if you're already contracted, so like Joss Butler doesn't have to play for Lancashire in the group stages to
because
play
he's
in
contracted.
The
yeah.
Bit of cloud cover here at Taunton. Maybe that's what they got Thomas on for a little bit of swing. But yes, if you have an overseas player, which is why, so Lancashire had George Dockerell for those last couple of games, because there's that gap, isn't there? Which is actually quite nice for once, rather than the 4-day turnaround you usually get for T20.
This, speaking personally, works much better, in my opinion. A, because it gives me time to go on holiday. B, I was on holiday last year, so I missed finals day. Well, I didn't miss it because I was keeping up with it when I was on holiday, but it meant I wasn't there, whereas this season, assuming Somerset get there. Oh, bowled in. Thomas, the change does work. Straight away in his second over, he picks up the wicket, goes straight through Bohannon, and we said about how big a wicket that might be for Somerset. And it's George Thomas, who Bohannon liked the look of in the previous over. He's missed one that time. Let's take a look at what's going on with that delivery.
Like it nipped back at him. Josh Bohannon was really surprised. Maybe it was a tad quicker. He's skiddy, isn't he, Josh Thomas?
See with Roo there, but
off stump has gone. Maybe just held its line. He played down the wrong line.
This view will give us a good idea of what the ball did. If it did come off Seaman, I don't know. I think he's just played the wrong line. I think he's missed it.
Yeah, he's definitely missed it.
Well, yes, but I think he has just missed a straight one.
Big wicket.
It certainly didn't do a lot, did it? If it did anything, it's just done enough. Thomas looks very happy with it. Into the air. It'll be George Balderson, I think, coming in now.
Yeah, I mean, Bohannon had 147 against Durham, I think it was, in that first game at Sedbergh, but a couple of low scores since. Balderson's another exciting talent. I watched him play Lancs against Northants, I think, last year. I was at Wattage Road. He got runs batting a bit further down the order, and there's a feeling he is a top order player, and that's what the beauty of this. It's an all-rounder, but the beauty of this competition is that people like him get a chance to actually bat in that top order. And I don't know about you, I think this tournament is as good as it's getting incrementally better every year. That first year you thought, okay, yeah, there's a lot of second team players and players you hadn't really heard of. But now you look at this side, you look at the Lancs side, there's international players, some teams have overseas players, and all those kids that made their debuts in 2021 have played 40 or 50 games. I mean, you look at Sussex now. I remember when they went out to Sedbergh and had 9 List A debuts, so now all those lads are first-team cricketers. So I think it's brilliant for the development of the game.
Yeah, I agree. In a way, hard to agree with the nature of how it's come about, but there have been absolute benefits, and I'm sure hard for Lancashire to say that at the moment when they've lost 3 from 3. But Somerset fans will look at the conveyor belt that we've talked about already today and say, yeah, do you know what? Some of these players have gained invaluable experience through this competition.
It's why they won the second 11 T20 competition. You look at that side. You look at people like Sean Dixon. Without him, Somerset aren't winning the T20 competition. You've got James Rue, who's been touted for England honours. Amid, who's scoring runs for fun. Goldsworthy, who's been one of the best players in the Blast.
Yeah.
Would have had Miguel Pretorius, but congratulations to him for a test call. That's been absolutely fantastic. He, by the way, that's why he played a couple of games at the back end of the Blast, because the one thing that gap does do is sometimes means you're a bit vulnerable to your overseas players going home, particularly early September. A lot of the Aussies are called back early September for their pre-season. Meredith is here, bowling rockets.
Oh, he's been very good. Yeah, he's been called into 100 times. I'm surprised he hasn't played. Well, he's been very good for Somerset.
He's back in Taunton, I think. I think he's been released now.
Yeah, well, that's good news.
They're hopeful. They're hopeful. I spoke to Paul Tweddle about it on Wednesday. They're hoping to get him. I think they're slightly in the hands of the cricketing authorities in Australia because of the injuries that he's had. They just want to manage it a little bit.
Yeah,
which is understandable.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah. Thomas in again to Balderson, who's on his toes defending this one. There is no runs. It's good stuff from Somerset. The run rate as well. What is it now? We're 20 overs in. So it's about 4 and over, 3.98 and over. Still very good stuff from Somerset.
Need to get a photo of Treeks as well.
Well,
Indiana Jones hat.
Well, he's got one ball left till he's technically back on commentary, but as is so often the case, he's with a vacancy.
You can't tie Pete Trigo to schedules, Charlie. You should know this by now.
That's true.
What I would love to see, I don't know if we've got someone in the design team. There he is.
He has turned up bang on time.
Let's get him in a photo. I would love to see an Indiana Jones poster for an event with Triggs on it, though, as that. Someone could put that into the Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark. There he is. We were just saying how you can't keep him to a schedule, and there he is, bang on time. We've been made to eat our words by Pete Trigo, who's smelling gorgeous, by the way. He's just lent his arm on me. I've got a little whiff. There's Aya, Indian IPL winner. Triggs is learning the hard way like I do. When you take the hat off, you have to sort your hair out, so I keep mine on. Jack Leach is still on. He's still only gone for singles. He's bowled brilliantly so far from this Marcus Trescothic pavilion end. 5 overs, 1 for 11.
So it felt like a bit of an admission that you were talking dirty about me there, Sam.
Well, no, we were just saying. Charlie had said you were a ball away, and we had no sign of you, and then you just appeared.
I'm time fluid.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. I like that.
And if you tell me I'm not, I'm going to complain. Leachy, what a man, eh?
Assessment of this, Triggs.
Well, I just think he's just using the little dark arts of spin, little bits of flight, little undercutting the seam slightly. There's just a little bit of hold there, a tiny little bit of straightening, and I was side on when he got the wicket. It looked like, obviously, the young man, Harry Singh, wasn't it? Went back to a ball that just slid on with the arm. Left armers love you cutting them. That's what they want. They want you to offer the pad or the stumps to them. And I think it was a bit of a feature of his spell when he got the sixer, wasn't it? Players going back to quite full deliveries. I think you've either got to go right back and be very good at playing the ball off the pitch, or you've got to use your feet and get forward to the pitch a little bit. And a lot of batters getting stuck. What Pete Robinson, my old coach, would describe as half cock, neither forward nor back, in that halfway house position.
Got about a left-hander now, though. George Balderson, relatively new to the crease, yet to get off the mark from 5 balls. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Hamid to come up at mid-off, but there is a long on. Alfie Ogborn is down there. Sean Dixon, I think, it's just bringing deep mid-wicket in. It's a long boundary by Taunton standards. Probably twice as wide as it is long, actually.
I've been asked by one of our listeners, a friend of mine, Justin Burke, if the family day when we're playing Derbyshire are there over 40 activities, or are they activities for over 40s? He's just asking for me to confirm.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive, are they, Triggs?
So if you are 40, you can come and enjoy yourself.
You can do all 40. That's a good challenge, isn't it, for your 40th birthday as well? 80 for 2 after 21. Justin Burke, club cricketer, played at
arms and legs, frog in a blender, hits the top of off, shapes it away, absolutely cleans up. What a man. Hope that answers the question.
Better watch out. If Harry Everett, who's in the back of the box, sees that buffet going on down at the terrace, he'll be straight down there. There's a little bit of lovely food down there, H.
Oh, you could just imagine him like suspended above that like a vulture, wouldn't he? He's like one of them seagulls in Western-super-Mare trying to get your Winston's fish and chips. Harry Everett. If there's a drop of a calorie lurking, he's on it.
Don't need to imagine it. It's real. What do we think of this? It surprised me a bit. Thomas coming on here, but he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, I think it looked like the Lancashire batters were looking to get after him, which creates some opportunities. And I think the first over he took a bit of damage, but showed a bit of character, kept hitting a good area, and it looked like the ball he got Bohannon was a nice delivery. Pitched on middle stump, just nipped away a little bit. Maybe Bohannon played the original line or slightly inside the line. He took out his off stump, so good piece of bowling there. But you'd have to say that the scoreboard is sort of telling me that there's a little bit of something going on in the wicket that we might not be able to see from here. My experience of playing at this ground tells me that isn't the case, but Lancashire has some good players that aren't really looking that fluid. So is there a little bit of stop in the wicket? Is there a little bit of hold? Because that's a really low run rate, taking into account we've already played nearly 22 overs. I suppose it's one of those age-old anecdotes, or not anecdotes, one of those cliches in cricket. You can only really tell a good score when both sides are batted, but I do feel like Lancashire are a little bit undercooked at the moment. They've defended nicely. They've played. I feel like they've just got stuck in not really having a plan of how they're going to go about things. Are they going to attack? Are they going to accumulate? And I just don't know. I think there's been just an awful high volume of dot balls.
They've not been able to get Leach away at all. Barely been able to score him. But the thing about the pitch being maybe a little bit tacky, the fact they've gone to Thomas rather than Aldridge out there. Ned Leonard is off the field at the moment, that's why Archie Vaughan's on.
Yeah, the slightly slower pace seam bowler that might bowl the occasional cutter, but I mean, even, we know how good a bowler Leachy is, but is there any real reason why they can't at least rotate the strike and pick up 4 runs and over? I'm not seeing anything happening on the pitch that would determine like the spinner's going to completely dominate. So I would just say the Lancashire batters aren't really executing any kind of a plan at the moment, and that's you see that a lot in younger, less experienced players. They kind of they play the ball a little bit too much. I think in one-day cricket, good one-day players are always a little bit more proactive with their footwork, their areas they're trying to score. Have a look at Josh Thomas, good athlete George Thomas, confident enough to go over and round the wicket, which is a good sign.
It's a good comeback from him actually, because it's slightly expensive first over he bowled. 3 overs through his work, 1 for 16, big wicket as well, that of Josh Bohannon. Now you better not be looking at the comments right now, because there's a very nice one of you from that fella says, oh, Trago's a handsome devil, isn't he?
Who said that?
That fella. He also agrees his Lancs are very slow scoring this year. Even when Keaton Jennings got 100 against Kent, scoring very slowly.
I mean, the question I'd ask, the important question is, was it the hat? Because I feel like it's a superpower for me at the moment, the cowboy hat. But so my perception of playing a lot of cricket against Lancashire is, and this is probably more based on 4-day cricket. They're a grinded down team. They're a real sort of attritional team. And maybe when it flips over to 1-day cricket, they can't quite break their stride as much as the more expressive counties out there. That's
they do well in T20 though. They do a lot of finals days without winning it, don't they? Quarterfinals, semi-finals. But is that minimum for a club with their resources?
Well, you think? I'm not saying they're by no. Yeah, this is. You've got to remember that the Metro Bank Cup isn't necessarily a level playing field, because some teams will lose 1 player, some teams will lose 15 players, so you have to take that into consideration. But I think a lot of the players will be brought up with the fundamentals, especially from a batting point of view, is to bat periods of time and grind the opposition down and feed off of bad balls. Look after the good ball, feed off of bad balls. But Taunton, I think, is one place where you've got to almost turn good balls into bad balls by being a bit more dynamic with your feet. Shots like that, I think that's a great example there. Balderson's slightly more experienced, but you see how he's used his feet and got out to the pitch of the ball there.
Jack Leach into his 7th over. He's been brilliant. Goldsworthy, left arm spinner, yet to bowl. See, this has been a little bit better. They've taken a run to Goldsworthy's left hand. That was risky, but more positive from Bell and Balderson, having got stuck against Leach. Well, 6.4 overs now, just gone for 15 runs. All 15 of those off just singles. They are going to have to rotate the strike. If he can't get boundaries, he still at least want to take 3 or 4 overs. 3 or 4 and over off him. Can't let him bowl 10 overs for 20, 25. Oh, a bowl from Jack Leach. Balderson just jumping back, jabbing his bat down. Bit of cloud cover here at Cooper Associates County. It was glorious when I turned up. Went for a little journey down the M5 this morning. Always nice to come back to the West Country. Good use of the feet there from Balderson, but just a single again down the ground. Drop the Gloucester Services tree, because I love a bit of Gloucester Services. Oh, they do good croissants there.
Well, you've obviously got the budget for it. They do the world's nicest but most expensive sausage rolls, don't they? Yes. They do like the sausage and chorizo, They do biltong in the shop. They also charge you about £4.50 for a coffee.
I'd say
but it is a
£4.50
nice
for a
coffee.
coffee.
It's a lovely coffee.
£4.50 a coffee though.
Probably the most middle-class service station in the country. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. There's the one up in the Lake District. It's the sister station, but that's looking a bit T-Bay, is it? That's a bit shabby now. Yeah, I think Gloucester Services is the most middle-class service station in the country. And that's very, very right. But for the price of a coffee, you could have free single tickets on the local buses. So there you go. If you want free bus journeys, forget about it. Make your own coffee, put it in a flask, get on the local buses.
Yeah, you could either get to work all week for the same price as a sausage roll at Gloucester Service
I don't think you get a sausage roll for £4.50.
The kids always called that the Teletubby services, and they used to. Well, you know, kids like they used to be savage if we ever stopped at Gloucester. There's no golden arch. Kids want the golden arches and service station.
Yeah, it's one for mum and dad, that one. And dogs. There's a lot of dogs at Gloucester Services, actually. Oh, that's gone up in the air. Mistimed. Just trying to get hold of George Thomas. Ball's well safe. Picks up a couple, but that's what they probably want, Somerset, is for these two to just try and hit George Thomas. And if he's bowling a few off-cutters, ball sticking in the wicket, just loop one up. It's quite smart to keep long on, mid on, mid off up as well, just to invite them to hit that shot.
Well, I think what Somerset have done really well is they've earned the right to ask questions of the Lancashire batters. You know, I mean, I know it's slightly different because of who might be playing, who might be available, etc., etc. But we used to have quite an inner confidence playing here at Taunton, where often you would be batting second and you would see an opposition player, get into the 90s, and you'd look up at the scoreboard and you've got an opposition player in the 90s, and I suppose at other places like, opposition player gets a 90, 100, we're really under the pump. But you'd see that into the 90s they then start getting quite nervous, and the next 10 runs would take 20 balls. All of a sudden they'd celebrate 100 off of 120 balls. And I remember so many times me and Hildy looking at each other thinking, he's just lost him the game there. So the opposition player can get 100 and it looked like a losing 100 before you've even faced a ball. That's the confidence maybe we had as a team, but that's the confidence we had in the pitch more than anything. There aren't any demons out there. If you get yourself in, even when there is a little bit of hold on the pitch, it's not like it's a minefield ever here at Taunton. They're always very, very true.
Outside edge there from Balderson. Brilliant bit of work from Alfie Olcorn, a couple of balls earlier, by the way, to keep it to a single. Came round the ball, chucked it in, left-handed. That's what Goldsworthy did so well up at Durham, actually. If you look at the scorecard, you think 93 off 130 odd balls in a one-day game, and it's the opposite point, really. And you look at that and think, well, that's a little bit slow. But actually, he got the measure of the pitch really early, and it'd be so easy to just try and be fresh at every ball, think, I've got to go at 6 and over here because it's a one-day game. But actually, he was smart enough to realise that probably 240 was a par score, so that sort of strike rate was acceptable.
Yeah, it is different. I'm not saying it's a completely different algorithm you work to, but Taunton, it's not the far. Am I right in saying it's the highest scoring T20 ground in world cricket? You don't get that label without being pretty assured that day in day out you're going to be playing on a pretty flat pitch. I wouldn't say it's not a tiny ground, it's a medium-sized ground, but the pockets are very fast, the outfield's quick. There's a square that spans pretty much the width of the ground, so anything sideways just absolutely flies. So all of those things add up to the fact that you need 300 really to be confident that your bowlers are in the game.
There's those second innings tickets, just 15 quid. If you finish work on a Friday evening and you think, I didn't realise the cricket is on, well, you can come down, pay on the gates, 15 quid to get in and watch Somerset chase. We hope will be a competitive score, a score that Somerset can chase. Jack Leach, though, is very much doing a job, and a fine one too, at restricting Lancashire's scoring. Only 1 for 2, almost halfway through the innings.
I suppose one thing you could do in terms of what Leachy's done here, he's going to just over 2 runs and over. is go back through his whole spell. Has he bowled a ball that is in any way describable as unplayable? I think you'd find it really hard to find that delivery. Yes, he's used a bit of a change of pace, but has a ball turned more than a bat's width? I'm not convinced. Not saying that he hasn't bowled brilliantly, but I think there's a real lack of endeavour by Lancashire batters at the moment. I think the George Thomas 6 back over the head was the first time any of the bowlers stepped out. That's one of the first sort of modern day shots you've seen, that reverse sweep there.
They're letting Jack Leach bowl at them. It's only these last 2 overs where they've tried to at least take singles off him without playing a big shot. They're just sitting there. It's almost like they want to see these 10 overs Leach off.
The unmeasurable thing in cricket is how your body language has an effect on the execution of the bowler at the other end, or batter at the other end if you're a bowler. So you throw into the argument, if the batters were consistently running down the wicket, or if one of them would have taken the calculated risk on a wicket that's not turning to run down and try and hit Jack Leach back over the stand, all of a sudden you're applying pressure to Jack Leach. At the moment, he's probably got the sense that they're not going to come down to him, so he's very comfortable in delivering his skill. They're not really putting any pressure on him, if that makes sense. It's just sliding down the leg side there, a full delivery. But again, Bell's positioned himself on the crease there with his footwork, where he can only really hit the ball for one. And that's, I think, there's the double edge of the sword is that they're allowing Jack Leach to be very settled in the crease.
8 overs for Jack Leach now. He's gone for just 20 runs.
He's bowling 4-day cricket, bowling, isn't he? And I think it's more the fact that the Lancashire batters have allowed him to just go into that metronomic sort of mode where he can just land it somewhere around the stumps and put a bit of spin on it. But he's not really been pressurised.
Drinks here, then halfway through the Lancashire innings. It's been solid. It's not been spectacular though. 95 for 2, creeping up towards that 99 all out against Derbyshire. They've not had a brilliant start to this competition. Confidence is low, and you can almost tell that in the way they're batting. They're a little tentative. They're almost batting to survive rather than to be proactive. Harry Singh, he went for 14. Jack Leach picked up his wicket, tried to go on the back foot and pull him into the leg side, skidded one through, took his leg stump. And Josh Bohannon as well, the skipper of Lancashire. George Thomas, who we were a little bit surprised was turned to by Sean Dixon as the third change bowler. Still no Casey Aldridge, still no Lewis Goldsworthy with ball in hand. George Thomas nipped one back, and Bohannon played down the wrong line and he was bowled. So those are the 2 batters out. George Bell, the opener, young England under-19 star, very promising cricketer. He's got 47 but from 67 balls, and like you were saying, Triggs, probably if you and Hildy were out there at the moment having your Lucas Aid or whatever power aid you have, you'd be thinking, well, he's not really putting us under any pressure. We'd be quite happy. If he wants to double up and score 94 not out after 50 overs, we'd be delighted.
Yeah, I think there's a case for the conversation to be, you know, I suppose you always want the sledgehammer and the coping saw. You want batters who bat in slightly different ways. And yes, we've got a left-hand, right-hand combination, but they're batting in a very similar tempo, if that makes sense. You don't have to think too much as a bowler when you're bowling at either Balderson or Bell at the moment. You know they're not going to be playing any really expansive shots, so you can just focus in on hitting your beer mat, as me and Charlie talked about earlier. You know, and that's, as a professional, quite an easy skill to deliver. Where it becomes challenging is when the opponent down the other end is making it difficult for you, and I just think that's what the Lancashire batters haven't done yet. They haven't really tried to puff their chest out and show them that they're going to try and dominate.
And it sounds weird to say, but I think Somerset would be quite happy not to take a wicket for the next 10-15 overs. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but if you look at what they've got to come, Rocky Flintoff, young lad, and we've seen him in the twos, we don't know what he'd be like, but you've got Aya, who's just won the IPL. Chris Green, who's been playing in the 100, has played international cricket for Australia as a T20 big hitter. So actually, the fewer overs of them, the better. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like Lancashire are doing, as I described, that take the game deep thing. You know, leaving someone of Aya's quality to drop down a couple of spots in the order. You're probably at this stage, if things keep meandering along, the Lancs
coaches are probably going to be asking the back-end batters to go at 12, 15 and over to get them up to a par score. So, yeah, it might happen. It might happen, and they might have an absolute flyer at the end, and they might get up to a competitive score. But you're putting those guys under a whole lot of pressure to be able to go from 4 and over to 10 and over. That's a serious leap of faith. But we've seen an instant change of tempo there from Balderson as he hangs back and pulls what he says a pretty average ball there from George Thomas. Short, sliding into maybe middle and leg, a bit of a free hit there. Probably not the way that Somerset would have wanted to start that session, but maybe just a sign that captain coach has sent out a drink with a little bit of a post-it note on it. Get on with it, lads.
They need a bit of that infamous pirate mentality. There'd be no just nudging it around for ones on board the good ship Trigo. Closing in on 100. Just trying to get Aya's T20 numbers. They're never present in the IPL. For KKR last season. Pushed to mid-on, good Yorker. 52 off 26 balls, 51 off 28 balls, 70 off 52. He had a good season, 50 off 30 balls. Career T20 strike rate of 140. India international. Brilliant to have a couple of Indian internationals over play. Ajinkya Rahani's up at Leicestershire. 50 Shaw at Northants as well. I love the fact that BCCI will release them for this competition, but they can't play any T20 in the world at all, can they, Triggs? You were telling us earlier.
Yeah, it was one of the more surprising phone calls I had with while playing club cricket. Karen Nair, who played for my club team, Burbage and Eastern Royal in the Wiltshire Prem 2, as it was that year. We asked him if he could play in the midweek. Now listen to this carefully, Sam. The Wiltshire Wallop. The BCCI, the powers of cricket, said that he was not allowed to play in the Wiltshire Wallop because it would, you know, I suppose there's some small print where Indian players are not allowed to play any T20 cricket across the globe, or it compromises their BCCI domestic contract and the chance of them playing in the IPL. The Wiltshire Wallop, ladies and gentlemen.
A fine tournament in its own right, but yes, sometimes logic needs to come into it. 100 up for Lancashire.
Oh, it was a glamour tie. Yeah, Burbage versus Swindon.
Ooh, big one as well.
It was a glamour tie. I think if Karen would have got in, he could have popped a 6 onto maybe the 18-yard box at the ground. The football ground.
Yes, I've watched football. I've watched cricket next to the football ground when I've been there a couple of times before. A bit like Burnley and Lancashire right next to it. Did you win though? Did you win that competition?
I have no idea, but if you want to predict a win, the Trade Nation win predictor is the way forward. And it's got what? It's got a level peg in it. 49, 51 to Lancs. 51 in favour of Lancs, going at under 4 and over at Taunton. Yeah, we need to get hold of that gremlin underneath the stand. We need to shake him by the feet.
Is it not just doing data? Surely, if it's crunching numbers, if the
that's
that's
some 1940s data they're using under there. We need to update the old Apple Mac or whatever he's using.
If they had 102 for 2 at the halfway stage in a T20, they'd be behind, way behind par.
We need to have a word with TN. They need a new gremlin. Stats gremlin needs changing.
I find that odd.
Harry Everett, has he applied for the job?
Finally we see a bit of intent against Jack Leach, and it's a lovely shot from George Balderson, who just used his feet. And Yamid's up at mid-off, and he lofted him just nicely over the ropes. That's what they need to do, Lancashire.
But I think, to be honest, Sam, like that, for anyone who watches any amount of one-day cricket, that's a real low-risk option he's taken there. But it's Leach, he's into his 9th over. Another great shot there. Just, if you can turn on that level of intent now, why couldn't it have been when Jack Leach was in his 3rd over? His 9th over. It seems crazy they've left so much on the table at the moment. But like we say, can only tell when two sides are batted, but do feel like Lancs have dug themselves into a little bit of a trench here. Maybe the trade nation whiz knows better than we do.
First boundary off Jack Leach is into over number 9 of a one-day game. I've seen 11 boundaries so far in the innings for Lancashire in the best part of 27 overs. Who knows? We could have scrambled egg all over our faces when they finish up 350 for 4 after 50 overs. We can only say what we see and what it feels like. You got eggs on the lunch order? You're an omelette man usually, aren't you, when you're up here?
No, mate. Chelsea, the chef, she's left. No one looks after me anymore. I get the same old scram that everyone else gets.
Coming to a realisation, is it? The further you get away, just as the staff. I mean, you still got your broom cupboard.
Just the forgotten man. But you know, I like a little wander around the ground. There's loads of food stalls. That's one of the great things with the 50 over competition and the T20. Lots of local food vans. You know, pitch a spot in the car park, and you can have a little look around and get yourself a nice little bit of scram.
Spin at both ends, I reckon, for a couple overs at least. Who's Goldsworthy into the attack? Jack Leach has got 1 over left. Yeah, I will do that, I think, during the interval. Pop around. Always some good options. I always remember the fish and chip shop under the Botham stand as a kid. That was the place we go, the snaking queue. Probably
you need a good feed up.
Probably about 3 times the price.
You need a good feed up, Sam. Is the new wife looking after you?
Oh yeah, well she's 8 months pregnant, so I'm looking after her, which is the way it should be. Ooh, bit of intent against Goldsworthy. First ball, bang. That was hit hard. Yeah, we're looking after each other at the moment. Bless her. He's down on the Thatchers terrace. I'm not sure if he's listening in or not.
Well, the newly crowned Mrs. Darling, she was blossoming in her, 7th month of pregnancy?
Yeah, we had a bit of cricket on the beach during our middle of our wedding day. Chilled out, North Wales landed, no. Quite near Ross-on-Sea, where Glamorgan used to play.
Looked like a remarkable day, how you managed to get wed and have throwdowns on the beach all in the same day. Because is Becky a massive sort of cricket fan? Or
she's got into it. She likes it now.
This
She's a big football fan.
This was purely a you fantasy thing, wasn't it?
She was very much up for it. She loves her cricket now.
Well, spending many hours sat next to you, she really has to.
She listens in. She was listening in to the whole Durham game. She said to me a bit earlier, "Oh, Triggs is a nice man, isn't he?" You were saying you were giving her a few stories about your kids, how they've all grown up.
Yeah.
So you want a bit of baby D action?
I do, actually.
Bring her in for a few cuddles.
I've booked in a couple of cuddles.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Somerset's trip to Lancashire actually falls around birth time, so if you bring a couple of Muslims up, you can have a few hours.
Bring what?
The little cloths.
Oh, right.
No, muslin.
I wonder what the...
50 for George Bell off 72 balls. Muslin cloths. Well played, George Bell. He needs to double up here. You need a hearing test, Peter. Here you go. I know it's been a long time since you've had young babies. 28 overs. Jack Leach has 1 left. I will carry on. Jack Leach, 1 over left of his 10 over spells. $115 for 2. 28 gone. Bit of intent shown by Lancashire in the last over of 2. Yorker. Back with us? Almost.
Back in the room.
Laughter is the best form of medicine, Triggs.
Thank you.
That and an ice bath.
Thank you for that, Sam. I will bring my blankets with me and swaddle like this. I've never swaddled before. Look forward to eating junior Dalling very soon.
Should get two here. Do get two. Gonna have to scramble. It's a long, long way.
Oh dear. You're the gift that just never stops giving.
All I am doing.
You know what the best kind of being funny is the funny that you don't know when you're funny, and the accidental funny. You've just slipped into that category, but excellent.
I'm here to please. That has made my journey worthwhile.
So, everyone on the live stream, where are we thinking? We've got Trade Nation at pretty much a 50-50. Where are we seeing this? I'm sure we've got a few Lancastrians tuning in. There's a man who was married into a Lancastrian family. Makes me like a 90-10 in the Somerset camp in some way, shape or form. I love a row. But how are we feeling about the game? Three losses for Lanc so far. Probably not the start that you'd wanted, but a real good squad. I mean, the depth of the team on paper looks absolutely fantastic. But how do we feel about these first 29 overs? Please drop your comments in and distract me from the brain fade that I'm in at the moment.
Thank you very much to Verti Motors, who are sponsoring Somerset in this competition. One more over, and then Charlie Taylor is going to come back in. Jack Leach.
Here we go, we've got the Somerset Illuminati on the balcony. Coxey and Trez won that trophy back in the early 2000s, the first C&G final, first Somerset silverware for a long time. Marcus Trescothick recently announced as England ODI interim head coach, so congratulations to Marcus. I'm sure he'll do a grand job of that. Leachy doing a bit of chasing down to the third man boundary. Goldsworthy's started this spell nicely, but again, that sort of level of intensity from the Lancashire batters seems to have been lifted with real ease, which leads me to question why it wasn't done a lot earlier.
Yes, it's strange, isn't it? Bell needs to double up and then some here, really, doesn't he, for this to be a decent innings?
Yeah, I think so. He's set his stall out to bat for a long time, that's for sure. And that's going to be a massive wicket. Goldsworthy taking a smart return catch. Balderson, who looked like he was going to be the aggressor in the partnership, has made a little bit of a mistake there. And is that, as Sam said, the wicket that Somerset didn't want to get? Yet to be seen.
He started to just show a bit of intent, hadn't he? It was hit hard at Goldsworthy. You'd expect him to take that, but yeah, you just wonder what is to come next.
27 runs off 38 balls.
Who we got coming into bat? I think that looks like Iyer. Venkatesh Iyer striding out. Not a bad place to be as a cricketer. An IPL winner. Feedback from the Lancs media team is he is a striker of the ball. We've been watching him, I'm assuming, in practice, and he hits the ball a country mile. I suppose if you were going to have an India-style batting wicket anywhere in the world, this would be as close as you'd find, I think, here at Taunton. Maybe a little bit of hold, not the quickest pitch going, but very true.
That's the most recent innings in the IPL, both half centuries. Strike rate about 200 and 182. Scores quickly on the biggest of stages, really, as well. Still no Rocky Flintoff. Still got Chris Green to come as well, so some big hitters. Boundary, and I can't quite see around the corner. He is. It's a misfield by Thomas. Short leg. Oh yeah, off the mark with 4 straight away. Perfect start for him. Double up and then add some 300 they're going to want, really. It's possible. Raya with Chris Green. And the 30 favourite. Brought a wicket from Goldsworthy. I'm going to disappear. Charlie Taylor is going to come back in.
Cheers, Sam. 30 overs gone. Lancashire 125 for 3. Sam, thank you for that little session. I haven't laughed that hard for quite a while. Casey Aldridge into the attack from the Marcus Roscothic stand end. Be nice to see a bit of pace, a bit of fire. A lot of cross-seam balls. He'll certainly test the middle of the pitch out. Just change the momentum of the game up a bit. No doubt about that.
Yeah, I've heard you hooting with laughter like that before, Peter. It's very enjoyable.
Some things just catch you at the wrong moment, don't they?
It tickled you. Simple mishearing. 125 for 3 is the score then. 30 overs in. Sort of time you double a score to take a look at where they might end up. Sort of rough idea of where they could be. So 250-ish maybe. I think Somerset would take that. 250.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think I suppose there's that. Yeah, the double up thing that people say. Yeah, that would ring true. But I just feel like maybe Lancashire just, you know, laying a platform and they're going to look to go pretty big towards the end. But I think they've just put themselves under a bit of pressure to raise what is a pretty low run rate. They're going to have to do an awful lot to get that up to where they want it. On the half volley, I think, there from Goldsworthy. Great effort there from the point fielder.
Flew off something, didn't it?
I mean, there's been a number of times, I have to say, that the leading edges come into play, and that does suggest that the bat is closed in the face a little bit early, which can sometimes mean that the ball's holding in the pitch slightly. So it could be a case that this isn't a classic Taunton pitch, but then I find it hard to make an excuse for 4 and over here at Taunton, if I'm perfectly honest.
Look at this again.
We'll see.
Oh, it is just off the leading edge, the back of the leading edge, if you like, just in front. And the umpire was having a good look, had a good view.
Simon Widdup there, ex-Yorkshire player, having a real good little rubberneck there, wasn't he? Getting close to the action. Real good piece of umpiring there.
Appreciate that. As Aldridge is in, he looks good. Aldridge hit the ball hard and he gets the wicket. Well, there we go. How about that? He looks good enough to take the wicket. And Aya goes, and he's only scored 4 runs. And Lancashire in a bit of trouble here. 126 for 4, and their overseas superstar walks off.
Well, back-to-back 50s in IPL semi-final and final in the Metro Bank, 15 and 4. So it is clear evidence that the Metro Bank 50 over is a higher standard than the IPL.
Well, I think
I'm taking from that, but a great piece of bowling there. Lazy shot early on in your innings.
Great take, brilliant take from, I think it's the skipper, isn't it? Dixon there, doing the hard work at shortish extra cover. Yeah, it's not a great shot. I think he knows it. He's not looked comfortable there against Aldridge at all. Are you watching? Aldridge is causing this many problems. Catch, very good catch. It made it look quite easy, really. I don't think it was. Good work. One of those instinctive ones. I had one the other day. I was playing at the Valley of the Rocks, which is a beautiful ground on Exmoor, and it was a skyer. And I'm not very good at those. I'm not very good at anything in cricket, really. But it went really high, and I knew it was me. And it's when you've got the time to think about yourself dropping it. How am I going to drop this? What several ways could I do to drop it? Maybe I could miss it completely. Maybe it bounces off my thumb. You know, you just got to block all that out. In the end, I took it. And my teammates came over and said,
"Style out,
no,
Selly."
No. I was just all focused on just taking the catch. And my teammates came over and said, "It's amazing, you never even looked like you were going to drop it," which is a big surprise to them. That was the first time, I think.
See, outward and inward, isn't it? It often looks a lot different than it feels, that's for sure.
Aldridge in, and this is Flintoff. Look at that, a Lancashire team. We've got Flintoff up on the board. That takes us back a bit.
It certainly is a familiar sight. I always used to enjoy Charles Willoughby. If I was ever fielding the next boundary fielder, say I was deep square, pup was like square leg, or sorry, fine leg, the catch would go up, probably sort of like a little bit closer to me. He would just shout while it was going up, "It's not mine!" And you're like, "Oh, no."
So he's not saying yours or anything like that, he's just saying, "No, I'm not doing it."
He would just shout, "It's not mine."
Good round of applause for Casey Aldridge. First over, and he's got himself a wicket. First over in One Day Cup this year, I think.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling there from Casey, and a pretty high-end scalp. It's a beautiful piece of timing, this for sure.
His figures are pleasing. 1 for 1 from 1. Here we go. Let's watch that wicket, shall we, of Iyer, the left-hander. Yeah, not quite sure what he's trying to do there.
Sort of check drive. Yeah. It's just a bit of a strange shot. I mean, a lot of the real top Indian players do have techniques that are a little bit different to what we're used to seeing here in this part of the world. But yeah, you want to see a few and just get yourself going. But yeah, he's gone for the big check drive through the covers, and he's back to the pavilion. He's put a lot of pressure on a young man starting his career. Flintoff, he's had some brilliant performances in the second 11. In his first team starts, he hasn't quite got going yet, but I mean, some of the footage, you could put a England strip from 2005 on his back and you wouldn't think anything different. He certainly does have the mannerisms of
It's funny, isn't it?
His father, that's for sure. Looked a fine player from what I've seen so far.
You think the amount of cricketers we watch, that there'd be people who look similar. But it is funny how instantly, obviously it's in our back of our minds anyway, we're already comparing, but when you see it, it really does. Some of these shots I've seen on social
schooled at Millfield,
media.
am I right in saying that?
Quite,
schooled at Millfield.
Quite
He's
likely. A lot of them are. Let's have a look.
Being sponsored and looked after by Millichamp and all the back companies.
Well, I
so
did just spot that. Yeah, there's a link here.
A Southwest influence in
they're based here at the ground.
I saw Freddie a few years back when he was playing in the King's Festival. That would have been Lancashire under 15s, I'd have thought, the King's Festival. I know that he came down to watch that. But
he's only 16 now. 16?
I think maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I saw him at King's School while Rocky was playing there.
It's a Manchester Grammar School by the look of it. Could well be that he was here on a sort of event like that. But interesting with the bat having been made here. Clearly a link, as you say, to Taunton. Maybe he's only bought it today.
Well, I think if Rob from Millichamp and all was smart, he wouldn't be buying it. There you go, Rocky. You can have that one, young man. Yep. You're going to be photoed more than any cricketer in the world for the next few weeks. And he's off the mark. His 7th ball, so that's always a good nerve settler.
Yeah, I suspect there'll be a fair bit of support here in Somerset for someone like that, someone whose dad's done so much for their country. That over he bowled to Ricky Ponting. I could watch that over. I could watch it probably every day of my life and still enjoy it just as much as the first time I saw it.
Else that series, that's for sure. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance supporting us, putting on the show that hopefully you're enjoying at home. Always welcome to put some comments in the comment page on the side. We'll time to time have a little look at that. Anything that catches our eye, hey Charlie?
Absolutely, thank you for all your messages. Aldridge in, he's bowling well, he's bowling a heavy ball. Oh, it's direct hit, I don't think. It took just a second to aim there in Meaden. I think it gave time for young Mr. Flintoff to come through. Well, is he even a Mr.? He might even be a Master Flintoff at 16. When do you become a Mr.? 18? 16? Anyway, it was Flintoff coming through.
Master.
be master, wasn't it? I think till you're 18. Mr. Flintoff Esquire, or something along those lines. Anyway, Rocky it was coming through.
What a name, eh? That's a cool name, isn't it?
This is in the air and will be taken this time. It's Umid, who hit the stumps directly in the previous one. That wasn't a wicket. And he takes a good catch to dismiss Bell, who's played well for his 56. It's a bit slow off 80 balls, though. 81 in the end. And that's another one down, and Lancashire need a partnership. What did you make of that, Peters? Balls in the air. It was an easy one, really. For
He's a young fella. I mean, he's got 56. He's done okay, but you bat in that style, you've really got to take the game deep. Now all of a sudden, Lancs are in a whole heap of trouble. You know, they're way behind the rate they're going to need to be competitive, you'd think. I mean, there's no guarantees in this game, but from what we've seen, they're way behind the rate, and all of a sudden those cluster of wickets have really put them under the pump now. So you're going to now be asking the second half of your order to score at double the rate that you've scored to get yourself competitive, and I feel like none of the Lancashire batters have really got it right today. That's my perception. I could be wrong. We have to see. But right now, it's not looking good for Lancashire.
Chris Green is the new batter, replacing Bell. Nice guy, Chris Green. Worked with him a couple of times in commentary boxes. See how he gets on. I think Aldridge has bowled very nicely. What's he bowled? He's only bowled 8 balls. He's got 2 wickets in that time, just the 2 runs. Nice to see him back with ball in hand. Somerset were very pleased the way he's gone. Now Chris Green can bat pretty well. He's really, he's a bowler primarily, I reckon, but certainly no mug with the bat.
No, good player, Chris Green. They've got depth. It just doesn't. I just don't think it's the way that you'd intentionally try and put an innings together. No. I think you have that power. You know, being a top 3, top 4 batter, there's a responsibility to put your team on the front foot, especially in the power play. And both batters at the top, Harry Singh and Bell, they just netted. That's how I would describe their batting in the first 10 overs. They netted. Way behind the run rate. You've lost the advantage of having nobody out. They didn't really play any big shots. Leach came on. They did nothing to Leach until the 9th over, when they eventually used their feet and Balderson hit him for that 6. It's just, I don't know, it just feels like it just smells of players that aren't really confident in their game plans. But that is some kind of shot there from Chris Green. Beautiful shot, straight drive, on drive down the ground. A little bit over pitch from Casey Aldridge. He's being punished. He's going to have to overcorrect pretty quickly. Yeah, do you agree, Charlie?
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think it shows a bit of inexperience. They're talking about lack of confidence. I think that probably comes from a bit of inexperience. 2 young players at the top of the order. George Bell, who's 21. As well bowled that, I like it.
It's strange in this this era we're in now. Normally when you look at players across, from what I've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, you usually associate inexperience by going too hard, playing too many shots. It's interesting that the Lancs lineup have gone the other way. They've shown their inexperience in their lack of endeavour, which is quite unusual in the game where we are right now.
So what's that down to, coaching a little bit?
Well, it's hard to say, because I'm sure all those guys have all the expressive shots and that ball striking ability. They just haven't showcased it. Whether that is tactically a way that they want to set up about, as I said a while ago, my interpretation of playing against Lancs is they will grind you into the ground. But that's probably more based on my experiences in 4-day cricket. They do take the game deep. They like to bat in their first innings, for instance. They'll bat for 200 overs to get 400, as opposed to how other teams go about their business. So maybe that has bled into their 1-day cricket. I don't know. Not in their dressing room, but it did seem a little bit conscious the way that they were playing. Even, I think a couple of comments that have been made on the stream. Keaton Jennings got a big 100 the other day, but it was a tempo that's not really taking the game away from the opposition. Okay. So maybe there is something in there.
Interesting points. Yeah, agree with you. Certainly Lancashire fans Well, this will be a familiar sort of setup the way this is going at the moment. But cricket's never over till it's over. Goldsworthy. Useful to have two players of the quality of Leach and then Goldsworthy. That's 20 overs if you want the full lot of good quality left arm spin.
I think what you need is the option to take the ball away from the bat. So you've got Umid, if those left-handers in, you could have the potential of Umid spinning away. But obviously the ideal scenario is you've got right-handers in and you've got two left-arm spinners at your disposal and a 6'5" bowler bowling 85 miles an hour and can test out the middle of the wicket. So yeah, lots of challenges for the lower order at Lancs, and like I said, it probably again reinforces the fact that the top order just haven't got it right really. Top of the order, the ball sliding on, it's the best time to bat, they just haven't made the most of it. But Rocky Flintoff playing a very fine reverse sweep. The sweep man's back 10-15 yards in front and he's got a cross to off stump and he's got that behind square on the leg side, so nice bit of batting there from young Master Flintoff.
Yeah, first boundary for him in this game. He's been very impressed with him so far. Looks a calm head, which his dad usually wasn't he? Fairly calm. We're watching, he was laid back and sometimes you wondered what was going on in there.
Well, I think players like his dad, they were moments players, weren't they? They'd get sort of like sport. They'd get sportingly sort of aroused by the big moments, key times where they give me the ball, I want to bowl, give me the bat, I'm going to smash the ball out in the park. They were just brilliant at sensing there was a moment in time and they would just walk through that door. Well, if young Rocky could do it half the amount of times that his dad did, he'd have a very, very good career. He certainly looks like he's got all the attributes.
Considering he's 16, he looks pretty well built already to start with. Just needs a bit of work on that front, I guess. What did you say earlier on? More meat on a chicken's lip.
Who was I describing?
Ogborn, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think
they're just young, aren't they? It takes time.
You remember the two Overton boys?
Like yeah, exactly the same.
6'6", not much meat on their bones. Couple of winters of S&C and bowling. All of a sudden, a big, strong, powerful men. That's it's a natural thing.
How do I sign up for some S&C?
All young cricketers go through.
I could do a bit of that. This is pushed straight towards the field cover. That's
You need to get off your road bike.
Yes.
You need to lift some tin. You got to eat some red meat. Get plenty of meat and eggs in you. Yeah, that's all I got for you.
There we go.
Is that a thing that you could do?
Work out and eat more. Yeah, that sounds great.
When you're doing your breakfast show, have a dumbbell.
Yeah,
just
it's a 4-hour breakfast show, so I could do that for 4 hours.
Imagine how many bicep curls you could do in 4 hours, man.
Yes, at least 6 or 7. It'd be incredible.
What sort of number would you have to start at, like kilo-wise? What, 2, 3, 4, 5? When you do go to the gym, which end? Do you got like the meathead end?
No.
And then you got the Zumba end.
No, it's in. So it's 12s each one.
12s, okay.
But I'm getting to the point where I could do with a 13. 14's too much, but there is no 30. It goes up in 2s. So I've got to keep working.
You need to go to one of those 12.5 gyms, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I need a 12.5/13 gym if I can do. Aldridge is in again. That's a good bit of fielding there. In fact, a throw again. Good fielding. Who's that? Dixon again. Captain doing well. Leads from the front, Dixon. And I think he'd admit that he's probably not perfect captaincy. Still getting used to that. You can see actually this Urelay speed gun there showing us that he's in the 80s here, Aldridge. I thought it looked quick. It's good.
Yeah, I think when he's loose and really on song, I think he does hit up towards the mid-80s. That is some kind of shot there from Chris Green. 2 beautiful straight drives he's played so far. Again, kind of makes me think that the top order, if your number 7 can play shots of that quality, they missed a trick there, because very hard to play a shot of that quality off of a back of a length ball without the surface being pretty true.
Yeah. Oh, hold the pose, Chris. Shot. Here comes Aldridge again.
Yeah, just needs to make sure he tests out both lengths. He's got the men back. I'd probably like to see the deep square a little bit finer. Couple up in the old snot box area, as we mentioned last time we were on air together.
Let's get it in the snot box. Called it. Oh, the floodlights are coming. Or the sun just turned up. Yeah, I like what Aldridge is doing there. He's hitting the pitch hard, bowls a heavy ball. I think it's fair to say. I'd describe Aldridge as bowling a heavy ball. But Chris Green, being brought up on the Australian bouncy flat decks against fast bowlers, he'd be quite comfortable, I guess, against a bit of fast bowling. Maybe not comfortable, but certainly confident against it. He would have faced a lot of it, I'm sure, as a young man.
Yeah, I always remember it was a real good, honest conversation I had with Justin Langer, who would have been known to be very good at the short cut, pull, very combative, certainly never shied away from a challenge. And he always said to me that anyone who tells you they love being bowled bounces to is a liar.
Yeah.
It's just, do you know what I mean? You get it in that area. You know, I think one of the things that I always try and alert players to when I coach is, like, when something is thrown at your face, you have a flinch mechanism. It's impossible. It's almost, but you have to train it out.
And it's just a leading edge, and it just floats to Goldsworthy, who takes the easiest catch he'll have in his career. And that's the end of Flintoff, 8 from 16. It hasn't been the fireworks we wanted to see from the young Flintoff, but he is still very young, just 16 years old. And Somerset get another one, 147 for 6. Lancashire on the ropes a bit here.
Yeah, good piece of bowling there from Goldie. Just maybe straightened off the pitch again. Just that lack of a real resilient game plan against different types of bowling. Really there, you should just be hitting that with some sort of purpose, back down mid-on, getting the single. The way that he's just turned the face, you're always going to bring the outside edge, leading edge into play if you play across the line like that. That really should be, he should be trying to beat, is that Dixon there at the short wicket? Trying to beat the stumps and Dixon there with that sort of line delivery.
Yeah, and it's the second one he's caught and bowled off his own bowling. And the leading edge you've talked about quite a lot, so shot selection against this sort of bowling, Pete, there seems to be some issues there. It's small writing, isn't it, on the back of the Lancashire shirts? That is Jack Blatherwick coming in.
Well, there's a nice bowler that can bat. I had some time with him up at Nottinghamshire. Moved to Lanes a couple of years ago. He's done pretty well. Played a number of championship games. I know he can bat, but he's obviously batting at 8 for some kind of a reason. But yeah, he's hasn't been laid the greatest platform by the batters come before, so relatively pressure off scenario as much as you can have in this level of cricket. Yeah, I think that sort of, I would say that that's a bit of a nothing dismissal, turning the face, trying to work it into square leg. He was a big powerful lad with a big stride. I think if you watched him play in 5 years time, he'd be hitting that on the front foot powerfully. And I think that's what I've seen a lot of the Lancashire players trying to nerdle the ball. They nerdled a lot today, and I don't think there's any real need for it here at Taunton.
Be more decisive, a bit more aggressive.
Stand up, hit the ball with with strong shapes, get yourself in that way. But it's all been a little bit defensive. A lot of the batters have played from the crease line. They've got stuck in no man's land. They haven't gone forward. They haven't gone back. They've just been caught on the crease a lot.
Good ball from Goldsworthy. A little spell this so far. 2 for 20 from 5. Very good work.
Yeah, great piece of bowling there from Goldie, picking up from where he left off in the last home game. Got 4 for, didn't he, in the last game? Very rare in modern one-day cricket.
Yeah, Lancashire. I'm thinking to the way that who do we see here that you're talking about with that great aggression? I think Kola Cadmore obviously is a good example of someone who will just go for power from the off. I think Tom Abel's actually a really good example of this. Every time he plays it looking for gaps, he's playing with authority. He's pushing it hard into those gaps, isn't he? He's not just nudging and nudging. Occasionally he does, but he's not he's never a nothing shot. There's always great motivation behind each shot, a really big push.
Yeah, you've always got to remember in the context of the Metro Bank, that is what 10 years experience gives you. There's a little bit of extra oomph in that. That pre-strike moment, just before the bat meets the ball, there's that little bit of a pickup of speed in the hands. So you're getting through the impact area, and instead of dribbling the ball out, you're actually hitting it with authority, as you said there. You're more likely to find the gaps and keep rotating the strike. I don't know what the count is, but do seem to feel like I've watched an awful lot of dot balls. And it is quite unusual, let's be honest, here at Taunton to see a massive volume of dot balls.
Another one at 82 miles an hour there from Casey Aldridge. This is fierce stuff. Very good work from Aldridge. Been impressed with him today with the ball in hand. Always good in the field. Very important player really in Somerset's future, I reckon. Casey Aldridge, short ball, back of a length and pushed out by Green. Just the one run. There you go, a few kids enjoying what they've got today. Beer and Cider Festival wasted on them a little bit, but hopefully they'll be back for the family day on Sunday.
Yeah, they're waiting for those 40 activities, not over 40 activities, as we clarified.
Well, over 40s can still do colouring in or cricket-based fun, catching, hitting, can't they? Actually, some of the stuff that you do as a kid and you come back to as an adult is great fun. You sort of think, oh, that's for kids. Oh, this is in the air. Could be a really bad way to give away his wickets. If he'd left it, it would have been a definite wide. Horrible ball from Casey Aldridge. In the end, just the one run from it. Full toss down the leg side. And in the end, he's sort of chasing it a little bit there, Blatherwick's got him off the mark, but you don't want to get out like that. Again, then Aldridge to Green, full again, trying to get them to drive. That's what they want. Judging by how he's pitching it up.
Yeah, he's been strong down the ground so far. I'd like to see a real consistent amount of balls, just top of the stumps and above. Let's see if he wants to play the more horizontal shots. Keep the ball away from him as much as you can. He looks very strong down the ground. Again, another tall man with a good reach.
Aldridge in to Green, and that is shorter and pulled, and that will go one bounce. Big gap over there. 4 runs. And 150 comes up for Lancashire.
Well, after that shot, his margin for error has all of a sudden got a little bit smaller. I was asking Casey to bowl a little bit shorter. That's maybe a fraction too short. I was thinking more top of the stumps, but Chris Green has absolutely nailed that for mid-wicket.
The way he's played, he feels a little bit. He should have been in earlier, Chris Green. Good stuff from the Aussie in South Africa. There we go. There's the Worcestershire game. Got a Bob Marley tribute after that one. Look through his back catalogue, it's absolutely amazing. Such a great artist, Bob Marley. Into music, do come along for that one. 11 o'clock start. Most of the games are an 11 o'clock start. A bit different today under the floodlights, which are now on. And they will stay on, I should think, all the way through now. Goldsworthy. It's Blatherwick on strike. Can't find a run there. Blatherwick at the moment struggling to find runs. Still got, how many overs have we got left? Still got 13 overs, less 1 ball to go. There he goes. This is his attempt to get them. And there's 4 of them actually. Well played. Deciding to go hard at this one rather than looking for gaps. Yeah, it's there to be hit. Pitched up a bit. So having mentioned him just now, it's a bit of a Tom Cody capital shot in a way. Except for he's wearing matching shoes.
Yeah, it's taken him 6 balls before he uses his feet, runs down the wicket. And then that shot there, I think that for me looks like how you'd want to be playing spin. Yes, he's a number 8, but even then he's come down the wicket, he's bopped it back over his head, picked up a boundary. The men are back, and now all of a sudden he's got those 2 milking areas, and he's played a real assertive shot down the ground. That's what we haven't seen enough, and another example there from Green. Haven't seen enough of that. There's been no bat speed through the impact zone from the Lancashire batters. There's been a lot of dead bat.
Bat speed through the impact zone. I like this. We're getting into coaching.
Sounds very coachy, doesn't it?
It sounds good. Bat speed through the impact zone. That's what I'll be thinking of next time I play. As it comes off the pad. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's sort of the dead bat, either defensive shots or angled shots rather than just pushing it through. I think the smart cricket, as you say, it's about picking up the boundary, forcing the players back, and then using that space to pick up your ones. That's what you need, really. A boundary and a few ones in an over in a one-day cricket will do you well for most of it before you start accelerating towards the end.
Yeah, I would say that last ball there wouldn't have been massively dissimilar to the Flintoff dismissal. Similar line, middle and leg stump, the number 8 Blatherwick. A bit more experienced, a little bit older. He's played that with a nice full face at the bat, assertive, beat the man in the stumps, picked up a 1. Simple.
Yeah, good over that. Was it 7 from it? There you are. Simple as that, really. Nothing super clever there, really. Just bopped it for 4 and then a few ones. Here we are. After 38 overs, Lancashire are 160 for 6. You can see the bowling and top batting figures there. Here's the run rate. It's been very constant. Very constant. Just haven't been able to get really good pace on the each over. Nicely played. In the end, good pace taken off it by Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, out there.
Yeah, fair bit to do in the remaining 12 overs here for Lancashire. They probably want at least 100 more from here. 260 would get them into a position where they feel they've at least got something to bowl at. I do feel like that's a little bit subpar. What a beautiful shot that is. Chris Green, and a rather ungainly effort there from Andy Amid. Looked like he was trying to catch a mouse.
Oh, speaking of which, not mice, I caught 3 wild animals yesterday. A family of toads right at the bottom of the garden.
Photographic evidence?
Yeah, do you want to see a video? I took a little video when I scooped them up in a plant pot because they were in an area which was an area just outside the garden where there's a lot of cats from the neighbouring houses who I thought might take a fancy to them. I think they'd come out in search of water because it's been so dry recently. So I scooped them up and put them somewhere wet in our garden.
Oh.
See them there?
And you sure they're a family?
Well, they were all together, and there's 2 big ones and a smaller one. So for me, that's mummy, daddy, and kid. There, you know, when you see wild animals, you always sort of put family, that kind of thing going on. You know, see the baby ones. Yeah, very sweet. So now they're in our garden, safe from all the neighbourhood cats. In the air, I think that's got a bit of a top edge yet. Fielder comes underneath. It's Jack Leach who will take this catch. He's a good fielder. And that is another wicket. Blatherwick goes. 7 down now, Lancashire. Somerset well on top. Good take in the end by Leach. You can see what Blatherwick's trying to do, up the rate. But he hasn't executed that one well. Good bowling again from Aldridge. Let's have a look at the ball here. Just at that length, isn't it? Good length. Causing some issues. Big old swing of the bat. And a fairly easy take.
Yeah, very difficult shot to execute against a tall bowler. Hitting a tall bowler back over your head, over his head is pretty high tariff. I said Blathers is a number 8 for a reason. He's a good ball striker. But that was just a slog. Let's call a spade a spade. That was just an absolute hack, straight up in the air, and Leachy makes no mistake there. Yeah, the innings hasn't really got off the ground at any stage, I'd say. No. For Lancashire at the moment, some almost like consciously negative batting at the start, and it hasn't ever really picked up. I do feel like it was one of those let's lay a platform, go big, because we know it's Taunton and you can score at 10 over at the end. But what that does is that really does mean that one of your middle order batters has got to play an absolute gem, and that little cluster of 3 wickets has really compromised the plans of what Lancashire, I think, have tried to execute today, and it's just gone a little bit awry.
Yeah, certainly, as you said, it certainly isn't the plan, is it? Something's gone wrong for Lancashire. They're going to have to get to 50 overs now with 3 wickets and 11.2 overs to go. You don't want to leave out, a big 5 or 6 overs out there. But Aldridge will be thinking, oh, this one's in the air, and that'll be 2 in 2. And Aldridge is going to be on a hat-trick. Umid takes another catch. He's had a few today. And another one goes. Aspinwall goes for a first ball duck, golden duck. Off he trots. And that is another wicket down, and that 50 over mark looking a long way off for Lancashire the way things are going now. Just chipped it up. Easy catch. Right, will we see some slips come into you? Oh, it's just a chip, isn't it? No, as you said, bat speed through the impact zone there, Pete. Not much of it.
I mean,
chip.
Just, I suppose it maybe suggests that, again, I keep saying it, the ball's holding, but then Chris Green has played 2 unbelievable straight drives.
Great.
I've played here enough to know that there aren't any demons out here, and the Lancs batters are finding ways to get out here.
Well, we are going to see a List A debutant, Mitchell Stanley, his first List A game. He's got a bit of a job on here. 62 for 8 with 11.2 overs to go. We've got a hat-trick ball.
Stanley.
Who were they?
We have a debut. Is it
List A debut?
Oh,
List A debut for Mitchell Stanley.
He looks a big fella, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a big fella. Well, he's going to be interesting with ball in hand, I suspect. Well, let's see what you can do with a bat when you've got levers like that. Right, so Casey Aldridge is instructing the field to move around. Umid, are we going to see a slip? I just wondered whether, bringing in the field a bit close. Umid, go on. Slip it, surely. Yes. Yeah, Umid gets the duties. Bringing in the field, properly changing it around. Yep, a lot tighter. Will we see a hat-trick today? In comes Casey Aldridge. And no, it's well defended, just outside off stump.
Well bowled and well played.
2 wickets in the over, 2 runs as well. Excellent over, excellent figures for Aldridge, who's now bowled half of his overs. You can see the pace there just hovering around 80 miles an hour. That last one was 84, bit of an effort ball. His figures, I think, 4 for 23. They've just gone off my screen there. Yeah, 4 for 23 from 5. Brilliant work from Casey Aldridge, who, as I said, hasn't bowled yet in this competition before today. I think I'm right in saying that.
Doing all right, 4 for happy days. Good over that from Casey Aldridge. Gifted a couple of wickets.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think, you know, the games that I have commentated here at Taunton, I think that had been the trend. There's been some sloppy batting on the whole. Yes, Somerset have bowled well, but have they bowled magic balls? If you really broke down the 8 wickets that have fallen today, is there a ball that's like, wow, how do you play that?
We saw a couple that, no, because even then, the ones that Leach bowled weren't exactly sort of killer balls. They were bad batting. It's not been great, and they're missing a lot of players. As we said, Jennings is a huge part of this team. Bohannon got out fairly cheaply. He's, you know, one of your experienced heads who you expect to be out there for a long time. And then your overseas star, Aya, not a good shot. Not a good shot. It's been disappointing. It's a shame because Lancashire is such an important and brilliant team generally. They've got, over the years, been one of the great sides, but not looking like that at the moment. This one goes all the way through. Stanley's got a bit of an inside edge. Somehow avoids the stumps.
I mean, I suppose in some ways this is where, you know, the Metro Bank is quite fascinating, with a lot of, in inverted commas, first team players not available. As you're probably, you know, as an individual out there, you're getting a barometer of where you need to get your game quickly to start knocking on the door when the first team are back. And I suppose as a viewer, you're seeing that little difference in class, I suppose, from the players. And in fairness, in a lot of cases, it's about experience, time, game time, coaching. You know, a lot of these lads have only been in a professional environment for, you know, a nanosecond, really, in the grand scheme of things.
It's a real leveller, isn't it? You see Surrey losing all their games as well, and you think, yeah, this is definitely not the teams we're used to.
Well, and you see, you know, Leicester won the competition last team, the team that had the least players, you know, taken away from the 100. I mean, is there a correlation there? It'd be silly to suggest that there's not, you know, that isn't a factor. Some teams are heavily hampered during this 100 ball period.
And on paper, Somerset should be. On paper, they've lost, is it 11? 12 if you include Meredith. Obviously he's coming back now, but you know that's your whole first team there gone. And yet here they are looking at.
Again, this is the club tournament, isn't it? This is how is the staff, the coaching, the pathway, how is it producing? And you have to say at this stage, Somerset are certainly in the top half of the competition. I'd say. I'm going to take a little break. Sam's going to join us.
Is it Sam? Is it Harry?
I just look at you now, thinking like that is the bloke that's made me laugh the hardest in 2024. Thank you, Squire.
I have to rewind to find out why Pete was laughing so much. I'm not going to go through it again. I think comes Aldridge. Well, yeah, keep him on. Why wouldn't you? Fended off, fended away.
Hearing test intrigues, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
I missed the eye wicket. You've had a good spell there, Charlie, by the way. You and Casey Aldridge.
Well, Aldridge, let's give the credit to Aldridge, shall we? But yeah, plenty of wickets falling there.
We wondered why they'd held him back so late.
Well, they were waiting for me to come on.
Sean Dixon, what a captain!
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think it's been very well captained today. And I think Pete's right in that it's been largely Lancashire's own doing in a way. Some pretty poor decisions with the bat, but you know, Somerset have made them make those decisions. I guess you could sort of argue that's what Dixon might say.
Yeah. Do you think it's just that lack of confidence of theirs? Do you think they look like a side?
I think they're an inexperienced side. Yeah. I think when
are they?
In a way, I think your opening two, Bell and Singh, are very young. I know Bell's been around the England under-19s and those sorts of squads, but they're not, you know, your county pros. That's got to be close. No. It looked good first up.
Again,
what was that? What was that missing?
Inside edge.
Let's have a look. A bit. Go back a little bit. What have we got? Oh, it might be going down leg.
Back foot.
Yeah, no, it's a good decision. It's a good decision. It was close, but it's a good decision. Going down leg side, I reckon. Always looks bad, doesn't it? Yorkers striking the pad. You've always got to think what's happening there. Stanley still looking for his first run in List A cricket. It might be his first run in sort of first team professional cricket, I would imagine.
No,
he played much in the T20.
He was at the Manchester Originals, wasn't he? For a bit.
Was he?
I think he and is it Balderson was with Manchester Originals? They seem to be the only side that have released anyone.
Yeah, he's played 14 T20s. There you go. Manchester Originals in 2022. So was he at the Originals this year? Was he? This is down the leg side.
I'm going to fact check that.
I mean, make sure you weren't talking rubbish there. That's what
I said. It is. I prefer the way I put it.
Yes. Yeah.
But he was at Worcestershire, wasn't he? They signed him. Another one of those young bowlers, I think, has had injury problems.
23-year-old. Yet to get off the mark here today. Oh, now this will be either off the mark or out. It's in the air. I think he's going to land safe. Two field. Oh, what a catch! Oh, Jack Leach! What have you done there? Matthew Jack Leach, you cannot do that. What a take. Over his shoulder. Two fielders coming together. That's a stunner. That is an absolute stunner.
He can do that. He just has done that. He chased it. I mean, Leach has become a wonderful fielder, and it's the way he's obviously communicating with Alfie Ogborn there all the way, because that's one of those that can look quite nasty. Look at the surprise on Alfie Ogborn's face. The hands go to the head. He obviously said to him, leave that, get out of my way, I am going to get there. I tell you what, he's been 100-metre sprinter these days. He made a lot of ground. I'm sure Mitch Stanley would have thought, I'm coming back for two there. So that's what Lancashire would have been thinking. Unfortunately, he's wandering off. Can't keep Jack Leach up. He had, what, 3 catches, as well as his wickets up at Durham. He had, was it 3 catches he had, or 2?
2, I think. Let's look that up. Let's fact check, shall we?
There was a Skyer, one of the early ones, off Alfie Ogborn. It was the opener, wasn't it? The name escapes me. And he also got Borthwick and Shawman wickets.
Yeah,
too.
Borthwick and McKinney.
It can't be many more because he took 6 wickets himself. So he was
it.
involved in 8 of the wickets.
Well, that's pretty good going.
What's he had? 2 catches here?
2 catches here because there's a Skyer and then that one. So I think that's
1.5 though, isn't it?
I mean, that's a seriously good catch. That's up there with some of the best I've seen here. The ground he made up, running over his shoulder with another fielder there, Ogborn. How many has he taken today? Yeah, that's the 2nd catch today as well.
He must have spent his time home watching those videos of 2020 when you were out there doing that catch in practice.
Absolutely.
And he's just learned from that. Let's see it again. because he's just saying to Ogborn pulls up.
Yeah, no, it's great, isn't it? You can see him pull up.
Because those can be really nasty. The hand on it, you couldn't believe it.
I was like, me, what have you done there?
But in all that, what we've missed is Casey Aldridge has 5 for, but Jack Leach...
well, brilliant from Casey Aldridge, who can still get a 6 for and actually finish with better figures than Jack Leach did 2 days ago, which was 6 for 26, I think. Well, at the moment, Aldridge is 5 for 25. He's got 1 ball left in this over. So if this is a wicket, then that will be at 6 for 25. It's not going to be a wicket, and there is going to be the 26th run off his bowling. No, they've decided they're going to
Chris Green's
farm the strike a bit. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. So actually, it is still technically on, I guess. But yeah, what a moment that was. That's fantastic cricket. That'll be one of the moments I think back for a long time of this season. I think the Jack Leach catch of all the players as well. Brilliant to see him. He's loving his cricket. He's loving playing this competition, I think.
I love this from Calpat in the comments. I think Jack has a great career ahead of him if he keeps improving like this. Best figures for Casey Aldridge. He had 550 before, so unless something ridiculous happens in his last 4 overs, it could be a career best for him as well. He gets that final wicket. Remember, Lanc just 1 wicket left. Somerset winning the toss and bowling. They do like chasing in white ball cricket. They believe they can chase anything. Here's that catch again. I will never tire watching this catch. Up they go. Jack Leach beats a young outfielder.
It's holding on to it
as well.
When he hits the ground hard, that is so difficult to make sure you're still clutching that ball. So you've got to get it hard in one hand, really, because you need your other hand out there to stop your fall. And he does brilliantly. All of that, brilliant.
Goldsworthy to Green. He's just going to cramp him. Just buzz them in. Keep him cramped for room. Don't let him hit the rest. Because he's going to have to look to hit big here, Chris Green. They
don't trust Charlie Barnard much, clearly, because they're desperate for runs, but they don't want him on strike.
Yeah, you've got to back Green, I think.
Well, they're taking it now.
168.
And
9.
got to say, 2 teams, 1 Charlie in each. Very pleased with that.
Oh, yeah.
You don't often get that.
No, that's true.
Not that many Charlie.
Is that what you were delighted? Did you have a hand in the signing of young
Yeah,
Charlie
I did
Castle?
say any chance we could get Charlie in.
When was the last Charlie that played for Somerset then? Good question. Has been one in
Josh
your lifetime?
Charles Butler was the Charles. James Charles Hildreth. Pretty sure he was JC Hildreth, wasn't it? Was that Charles?
It's definitely C. Doesn't count as a Charlie though. I can't think. Charlie.
James Charles Hildreth. Yes. Joseph Charles Butler, definitely. But not a Charlie, really. Anyone can help us out with that?
Nice shot that from Barnard. I was going to pick up just 1 though. Not really pushing for 2.
I can't think of one.
Charlie. Triggs might know.
It's Charles Willoughby. It's not Charlie.
This guy's probably as close as I can get.
Was his name's Charles rather than Charles?
Yeah, he's a H in it, isn't there? Charles.
Huh?
C-H. Charles Willoughby. So does Charlie, actually, so ignore me that. But it was factually correct, though.
Otherwise, it'd be a Carly. Well, that's very different.
Yeah,
that H is very important in there. Yeah, no, his name was Charles, not Charlie. Charles Miles Willoughby, he was. So who else have we got? Charlies who played for Somerset. I mean, my days aren't technically out of the question yet. It's unlikely, I think.
When will you rule yourself out, then?
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Anderson hasn't ruled himself out of county cricket yet, has he? He's 42.
Hasn't ruled himself out of county cricket yet?
No, he hasn't retired from county cricket, has he?
Let's see that catch again.
Go on then, if we have to.
How many times do you reckon we'll watch this catch today?
Well, this will be in the highlights of the season. At the end of the season, we'll be playing. Well, it's the seagull at the end really makes it for me. The seagull is amazed, just like Alfie Ogborn.
Harry Everett will spend nights on end watching this overnight when he's rewinding the highlights. What a wonderful catch that is.
Superb. I've got a friend who would say, he might be watching actually, Ben. He would say Susan-perb. That's what he likes to say when something's really good.
Charlie Carter.
Uses the full name. Charlie Carter.
Oh,
yes.
Charlie.
When did he stop playing for Somerset?
1969.
It's been a while then. If that was the last one. Offended there.
I like the end of his Wikipedia entry.
Oh yeah.
Actually, Somerset generally preferred the more reliable batting of Roy Virgin, who could keep wicket adequately. I think Roy Virgin's nephew was in the live chat a little bit earlier.
Good to have you with us.
At the end of the season, Carter went into business and did not play first-class cricket again. Just an abrupt end.
Oh, Charlie, I'm sorry. Well, we've got a Charlie now for the first time maybe since 1969, since they put a man on the moon. Shorter ball, pulled, hard. That's big. Well held on the Somerset bench as well.
Is that young Hayward? That's a good catch. Very casual. He's well struck that from his green. That looked really easy.
Yeah, of course, yes, this is. Sporting a few injuries on his arm by the looks of it from maybe his game against Hampshire. Big thumbs up from Hayward. No, he's not Charlie. Everyone's called Charlie now as Ogborn does the fielding off that one.
Going back to Carter, so I don't know why we've gone down this road, but Carter was singled out for praise in Wisdom. He was, it said, extremely enthusiastic. And that is not the praise you want. That's like getting the coaches award at the end of the season.
I think that's generally what I get told.
Do you?
There's a lot of enthusiasm, not a lot of talent or skill.
Yeah, well.
Short. Ball again. It's time to the fielder.
Runs in the name then, does it?
Yeah, possibly. He also made his list day debut on my birthday, but he wasn't alive.
Same date, you mean? Right.
Yeah.
So that was.
There's a lot of connections
that
here.
Would have been something new.
Played for. Was he from Somerset? Where was he born?
No, Surrey lad, Richmond-on-Thames.
Ah.
Classy. Educated at Radley College.
I'd love to go through the list of where you draw the line at class. Is it just because it's Surrey, or is it because it's Richmond? Ball. It's quite a good ball.
Just gets away with it.
Umpire says it's okay.
Richmond's classy though.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Richmond is nice. Yeah.
We don't need to go through every area of Surrey to. We can. You and I off air later.
Yeah, we'll go through what is classy
like.
and what's not in Surrey.
Okay. Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm glad we found the most recent Charlie. It was 1969.
Well, I'm not saying it was the most recent. He just
right. I'm going to look at anyone who's got an idea. Pop it in the YouTube chat, please. Any other Charlies since 1969? Ooh. This is towards the leg area.
There was a lad, I think he might have played for Taunton Dean, called Charlie Sharland. Almost a no ball that. Didn't quite come out right.
You just dipped below hip height, I think, by the time it got to him.
Charlie Sharland, I don't know if he ever played a first team game. Charles Langebell, was he a Charles as well?
I have to look that up.
You have to. Mandatory.
Yeah.
End of the over, 178 for 9. You're just joining us. If you're nearby, you can get in during the interval for 15 quid. Watch Somerset attempt to chase whatever it is Lancashire posts. 178 so far. Just got 1 wicket left. Plenty of time. 7 overs. They just never really got going, Lancs.
No.
What did Trees call it? A bit of a glorified net. The way they. Is that what he said?
A lot of people agreed with that. Yeah,
I saw that on the comments.
I think it's a fair comment. It didn't. They never really looked like taking off, did they? I guess that was it. No problem.
Cut. Just for a single, though. To give Green the strike. A couple of fielders in there, Amid and Dixon in the covers. Brian Charles Rose, Gordon Avery has pointed out, that's a big omission from us.
Brian Charles Rose, yes.
James down in Torquay, Charlie Shrek. Didn't play for Somerset. But
well, yeah, no, and that is specifically what we're asking for here. So, not just people called Charlie. This is. although the surname Shrek is fantastic.
Good bowler, Charlie Shrek.
Yeah. Oh, I like watching Charlie Shrek, but
just a single.
Yeah.
He was in the days these days. Somerset are brilliant down in Devon and Cornwall. They pick up all those local players. There was a time 15 years ago where they just missed them, and people like Chris Reed, Charlie Shrek. For 8, Charlie Shrek.
So where's Shrek from? Other than the swamp. Not that Shrek.
Somewhere in Cornwall. Truro.
Cornish lad. There we go. Bit like the man who's bowling now.
Pull through for a single. Chris Green.
Whoa, hello.
James Roof flicked the ball at him, and Chris Green went to catch it.
Now.
Apologies all round. I think that was.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to. Not going to go for obstructing the field or whatever it is that they.
Given he was level with the stumps,
yeah, I think you're fine. I don't think that was a chance. Oh, I can see why Ruth threw it. Obviously, can completely understand that.
But love Ruth's get up. He's
gone all black, hasn't he?
It's classy, that, isn't it?
Black gloves, black boots.
Drop and right.
Just needs a black helmet, really, but I doubt they're making specific helmets for the One Day Cup. But yeah, he knows what he's doing. 181. This is not going to be enough the way Somerset have been playing in this competition, which is pretty well so far. Didn't quite get enough against Hampshire, but other than that game, they've been good.
I'd put Charlie Shrek's name in, and the first thing that came up was how Charlie Shrek swapped professional cricket for a career in cyber security.
Is that that's what he's doing now, is it?
44 gone, 182 for 9. Another tangent.
Cyber security.
Let's leave.
Or cider security, because he is from the West Country.
Charles Carter, we've got Charles Carter, 68, 69.
Yeah, so that's the most recent one, but we don't know if was he a Charlie. I think Charlie Carter sounds really good. I think he should
be a good stage name.
Yes, this is important now because they're 1 wicket away from ending this innings. So if you fancy coming to Taunton to watch the second innings, just £15 to watch what could be a really exciting chase.
Could be a winning chase.
Assuming Lancashire take a few wickets. But I also think it'd be great to watch Somerset win a game if that's where it's going. Who knows? Cricket's got a funny way of playing out. How many overs have we got left? 6 overs to go. Oh, a bit of a chat going on here.
I think the crowd noise is
Don't think that's anything to do with... Yeah, it was suddenly booze going off.
I think the crowd noise is to do with what's going on out the back there, the 100 beer and cider available. It just so happened that Alfie Ogborn's coming back in.
Yes. So beginning to think, Sam, beginning to think there was an ulterior motive for you bringing your fairly heavily pregnant wife to a beer and cider festival. Are the car keys in her pockets by any chance?
They are. At her insistence, the car is parked over behind the Trade Nation stand. I don't really drink these days, Charlie. I'm a whiskey man.
She is in the room. You can tell the truth later.
We have a whiskey festival. I'm there.
Whiskey festival. There we go, boys. It's Somerset commercial desk. Let's get that going.
Well, I tell you what. Any more Scottish internationals into the side, and it would be appropriate. Well, imagine that, a whiskey and haggis festival.
We've got Josh Davey.
Exactly, we've got 3 of them.
Charlie Castle.
Andy Mead, of
Shane
course. Berger, formerly coach of Scotland.
Yes.
Probably need a quick pivot of direction now, boys, for the rest of the one-day cup.
Let's get that going.
That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Special edition kit in tartan. Auction that off for charity.
The tartan kit.
Oh, beautiful.
For a Somerset Scotland link-up.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
It would be unexpected for the rest of the counties. They think, what's going on there? But we'd know. All for a whiskey festival that Sam Dowling has pushed them to do.
Have you ever been up to the Grange to watch cricket?
No, I've never been to Scotland.
You've never been to Scotland?
For my shame, I've never been to Scotland.
How can you call yourself a Somerset supporter?
I mean, that's true. Luckily, Scotland players come to me.
Nice.
So that makes things easier. Oh, there we go. It's a beach ball.
In Scottish colours, appropriately.
Yes. St Andrew would be very pleased. One of Somerset's most famous sons is actually Scottish.
Intrigued?
No.
Think about pushing.
Tommy Banner, accordion player for the Wurzels.
Yes.
Is got very heavily Scottish,
yeah, you're right.
Glaswegian, I want to say. Accent.
My favourite
lovely man, by the way.
My favourite evenings in London are the Wurzels. Every Christmas they did basically an expats gig. So with anyone from Somerset who lived in London, they would do a gig in it. Usually actually quite near where I live, which was probably by accident rather than design.
Are there? This is what I've always wanted to know about London. If I ever do end up moving there, which is not on the cards, so don't panic. But if it ever turned out that I did,
just telling your better half there. Just
I'm telling everyone else. You know, it's the idea. It's a bit like rooks in or ravens in the Tower of London.
I see.
I reckon. Anyway, I've always wondered: is there a Somerset pub, or is there a place that's Somerset people from Somerset who are living in London can go and enjoy, proper cider, perhaps get Somerset cricket on the telly when they're on, Not particularly well played there by Barnard. He's looking every bit of number 11 there.
You do get that for football.
You do. Pubs for the teams.
So Newcastle go and watch them in the same place.
Amazingly, there's a Bristol Rovers pub, which I've never been to, but I know it's existing.
But it could probably... that's more Gloucestershire, though, I guess. But
that's the problem, yeah.
There's that worm. You can just see that clutter of wickets. They were not scoring particularly quickly, but they had wickets in hand. Casey Aldridge came on, took 5 for the big wickets, the big names. Came and went very, very quickly, and Lancashire just never really got going. A couple of overs where they have scored heavily, but Jack Leach was superb. He just prevented them from scoring. And there's that scorecard. It's not a particularly pretty sight. Even George Bell, who's 56, came off 81 balls. Somerset wouldn't have minded. They'd have been happy if he kept going, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but it hasn't made a big difference him getting out.
There's that Jack Leach now, isn't it? 1 for 30 off 10.
3 and over.
And even that was
Hogborn going 2.33 and over. Brilliant. And that's in power play. And that, for me, is the problem for Lancashire. They just did not start off destructive enough. That's going to be a wide. Pushing it too far. There is Ned Leonard.
Okay, so we need to basically make a place where, other than the annual Wurzels gig, there needs to be a safe
Somerset
haven.
pub.
Yes.
Yeah, or somewhere for expat Somerset people who are in London to go and feel at home. Driven there by Green. He's trying to push hard, but it's a single.
Floodlights are on, Charlie.
Yes, been on for a little while. Something going on with the beach ball. Oh, it's been brought back to, I think it had gone on. Oh, there's two.
There's a couple.
There's 2 beach balls. He's bringing beach balls. But the stewards are delighted when they get blown up. So great.
This is our time to shine.
Yeah, get their stamping boots out.
There's one of our Scotland internationals, Andy Mead.
Oh, he is. Leonard in.
He's got the most beautiful voice, hasn't he, Andy Mead? Lovely Scottish accent.
Yeah. Well, I actually loved your chat.
He was on the podcast this week, wasn't he?
On the podcast.
He's a nice man. He speaks.
Did it from the dressing room, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It's weird. There was a little pair of yellow boots above him on the clip, and initially when Zeb, who's our social media man, sent it to me, flicked into the leg side just a single. I thought, like, has he put an emoji? Like, is it a smiley face? What's he done there? But no, it's just this pair of yellow boots that are overhanging. Yeah, he was in the dressing room. They were about to head up to Durham. 7 hours on the coach. They got, tell you what, the early finish helped them because they were coming back that night, and they did not hang around. I mean,
so how early was it? It was quite early, wasn't it? It was a good
about 5, I think. I was telling to
compared to maybe what 7, perhaps. Yeah,
6,
2 hours extra is very, very handy on that journey. I think he's trying to bowl his bottom cutters here, just rolling his hand down a bit, and that's probably why it's coming out a little bit wide. I think
he's potentially. Yeah, I've not watched that much of Chris Green, not in any sort of detail. It suggests that he's quite strong bunting it onto that leg side, because he's trying to hide this quite wide of off stump. I think that noise tells me a ball has just been confiscated.
Yep. Well, that's the stewards trying to look after people here. It's fired back at the bowler. Green doing his best, but he's not got a lot to play with here. He can't make any mistakes because that'll be it. 36 from 38 he is. If you're looking for today's score. No.
I don't know, just peering. I won't say what at.
Better not to. Interesting.
Have you seen Amanda J. Wellington's catch?
No, I haven't seen
Amanda J. Wellington's catch. Oh,
yes. Oh, I embarrassed myself in front of Amanda J. Wellington.
Oh, yes. yes. Ooh. So that's that off-cutter from Ned Leonard. Well bowled, Ned Leonard.
Pace is that. I'd like to see it. Yeah, 65.3 that, so really taking pace off.
Decent over that, just 3 off it, including the wide. What he's doing there, you look at those paces there, he's just saying to Chris Green, well, if you want to try and score some runs quickly, you're going to have to put all the pace and the momentum into the ball yourself.
Which is a perfectly good way of bowling in this position, I think, because you're forcing pressure onto Chris Green, who is off strike now.
Gloucestershire up at York, 251 for 9 they start a bit earlier. This is the day-night game. There's that couple of weeks' time. You're not here for it, Charlie,
No, I know, because they only announced it this week and I saw the date and I was a bit gutted, to be honest.
I remember
I'd love to go to that.
I think I dug into my old photo album. I've got a proper old developed photo of me and Joel Gardner when he was down here. He's a huge man.
Yes. Well, his boot is still in the museum and it is really worth seeing if you've never been in there. Doing this sort of fine leg.
The museum's worth popping into anyway.
Love the museum.
I don't know if it's open today in the interval, but if it isn't, then it's worth having a look and finding out when it's open, and if you're around, make sure you pop in. They've done some sterling work, particularly in the last couple of years. Mike is a regular on the live stream, and the moderators up for it. They've done a load of stuff online as well now. I think they've got a lot of the material online.
Yeah, they worked hard digitising.
Is that it? Is it digitising, not digitalising?
I don't think they go for the all.
It's a genuine question.
I think it's digitising, yeah. Let's look it up. Imagine worlds before being able just to look stuff up.
Oh, imagine trying to drive around Manchester without sat nav.
Yeah, imagine trying to drive around Manchester.
Yeah, digitisation.
Digitisation, yeah. The ball is back, I assume. Yeah, there it is. Someone's brought a whole party pack of beach balls with them. Using his feet, that's a good shot. It's going to be 4 more, and they cross the 190 mark, which is more than they looked like they were heading to for a while. Will they get to 200?
What do you think gives them a chance? Does this
Well,
give them a
I mean,
chance?
it's something to bowl at, isn't it? 193. If you can take a few early wickets, put a load of pressure on, bowl really well, you're going to have to bowl very well. But 200 gives you something, doesn't it? I don't think on paper it's anywhere near enough. I think you want 265, 270 plus really on this pitch, according to Pete's report. But then Pete's report isn't always right, is it?
It is always
it's always belting. It always says belting, and it usually is. To be fair to Pete, it usually is.
Yeah, so they played 3 games. Will Williams isn't playing in this one. Charlie Barnard's picked up a couple of weeks. They've not got many wickets between them. The bowling figures are not pretty.
Yeah, I think that's the issue really, is the pressure they're putting on themselves to make sure they have an excellent day in the field and with the ball. Here comes Ogborn, left armour, full and straight, and just push down the ground for 1. Ogborn will be bowling at Barnard now. 2 Barnards around in county cricket, Ed and Charlie.
Museum is open during the
Good
break.
news.
If anyone's got the Vertimotors earpieces on, or if anyone is coming in during the innings break for the small sum of £15 to watch the Somerset chase, if you're here in time, pop into the museum. And if you don't do it today, do it another day.
Yeah, well worth it. Full, aiming for those stumps.
Ogborn's been really impressive recently. It's great to see him getting a chance because he's been on the staff for a couple of years and we've seen little bits of him. We saw a little bit of him on the podcast, didn't we, when Harry Everett was at Bridgewater Cricket Club and he just called him over.
Yeah, I loved it. He just sort of chatted to us as if he sort of popped on to see his mates on a Zoom, isn't he, on the Zoom call. But yeah.
And they've given him a couple of extra years on his contract, so they obviously rate him. Left arm at that point of difference, getting a chance. Because often these players, if it was a full first team competition, you know what I mean by that. I'm not trying to denigrate this competition, but you know, you might play. Thanks very much to Vertimotors, our proud partners, sponsoring Somerset County Cricket Club this season. He might bowl 4 or 5 overs, but in the middle somewhere, not get a chance up top, not get a chance in the death. But here, there's the responsibility. Okay, what can you do? Same for Ned Leonard. Green isn't going to take a single. He's happy to stand there.
Pretty ugly stroke, that.
That's the hoik. That's why Leonard is bowling that line outside of off stump. Well outside of off stump. Chris Green is going to look to hit leg side by the looks of it.
No, they've got their fielders out on the boundary, waiting for that slip up. He doesn't quite nail it. See what he does here. Bowling a bit short, perhaps. Yeah. This is in the air. Is it going to go all the way? No. Just dropping in front. And again, they turn down the single. It gets to a point where it gets a bit silly, this.
But Charlie Barnard didn't get the memo either, because he basically ran to Chris Green, at which point Chris Green said, I'm not going anywhere, pal.
I mean, I do understand it, but...
This partnership, by the way, is worth 29 now.
Yeah, it's useful. Green is doing very well, 43 from 45. With that in mind, you say you do get it now. That's in the air. Has it gone all the way? I think so. Oh, look out in the crowd. That's gone the entire way. That's a good shot from Chris Green, and that's why you do it. I've just said they look silly, but actually it's a great shot for 6. And takes them above 200 as well. 202 for 9.
Decent list. 35 off 40 balls now, this partnership. They can just add another, I say they, it's going to be largely Chris Green, 15, 20. What it would do is give a little bit of momentum to Lancashire, and Somerset will trudge off thinking, we've let them get away from us a little bit. They're not inescapably away, but just enough that someone in that Somerset dressing room will have to G them back up.
They will feel like they shouldn't have let Lancashire get this high, I think. So I agree with you. Would have been not ideal for them.
Pays off again.
Oh, he's
Green
hammered that.
goes again. It's gone over. And he brings up his half century. 55 for Chris Green. Back-to-back sixes, 47 balls, 3 sixes, 4 fours. Maybe he's just given Lancashire a chance in this game. We talked about him being one of their dangerous players. You need your overseas stars to step up, and Chris Green is doing that.
Excellent work. Really, really excellent work from Chris Green, who, well, he's looked... The problem is, with this innings, is that he's proving to Somerset there's not a lot wrong with the pitch. Not a lot wrong with it. But yes, it's bringing them up to a place where they can feel a lot more confident with the score they've got. Still not.
I think it's only eking towards respectable, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This isn't a... Well, it shouldn't be competitive. If it is, then Somerset haven't played as well as they can do.
Come back from Ned Leonard. Green happy to take the single from this ball. 1 ball left in the 48th. Leonard into his 5th over, but a 3 over spell up top to disappear off a bit. George Thomas bowled 5 overs, 1 for 27. Somerset's 5th change bowler, Casey Aldridge, is the man with 5 for 33. It's not bad from your 5th change.
Unfair, isn't it?
Yeah.
5th change.
Well, I'm just looking
It's
at
what it is. It is, but it's funny that he's come on at that point. But I guess you wait your matchups, you wait for who's doing what the bowler brings. Oh, see, now look, Barnard's not getting a run for that.
Chris Green keeps a strike. End the over, 2:09 for 9.
And it could well be that we see Somerset struggle on what is a 2-pace pitch. Chris Green certainly not making it look 2-paced.
How do you think they approach it? One of those tricky scores.
Yeah, it's getting into that. Whereas when it was 170, you think, well, you can go fairly hard. But 210 at the moment with 2 overs to go, could get to 230 maybe. Yeah, a bit of a tricky one there. I think that they go hard to start with. I think you make the most of the power play. And then sort of bed in a bit. Good talent in there.
Harry Everett, have you seen his photo? He's on the Legends wall. That's brilliant stuff. Harry Everett, Somerset County Cricket Club commentator. Someone claims not to have sorted it himself. I love that. That is excellent.
What, someone's donated that for him, you reckon? Don't buy that for a second. Whoa, that's big. That is big. Chris Green moves into the 60s, onto the roof of the Ondaatje there. In the slot. Thank you very much.
That is why Ned Leonard was hiding the work sort of stuff. Stick it in there for Chris Green. That's big. That's as big a momentum.
Great innings. Great innings from Green here.
He's been all over the place, hasn't he? He's been playing in the 100. He's been working on the 100 on TV. Was he on TV yesterday?
Yes, yeah, he was doing the TV coverage yesterday. He's good, actually. I've worked with him in the commentary box. Really nice guy.
Very tall man, isn't he?
Yeah. Well,
even for you, but even by your standards, he's up your height.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you're tall as well. He's. I don't think he's taller than us, is he?
Is he not?
How tall is he?
He bats better than we do.
Speak for yourself, mate.
You're going to try and Wikipedia his height as if that's going to be accurate.
Chris, yeah, I know, you always end up with wildly different ones. Oh, that's full toss. How are we looking height-wise there? No, it's okay.
Well, the umpire at square leg did literally just shrug at the umpire, the standing umpire, as if, well, I don't really know. Chris Green's
not happy with that.
The thing was, I don't think it went above him at weight. Let's have another look. I just missed that replay. Oh, that's got away with one.
Yeah, I think that's a no ball, I think, for me.
Could just about say it's at waist height.
And look, Chris Green's asking oh, he's not happy at all there. Throws his bat on the ground a little bit. Careful, Chris.
I don't know, did he just drop his bat? Even shrugging.
I think there was a bit of a movement there. You're much nicer man than me, Sam.
It's me, cat.
I doubt it. 6'4", it does say it. There we are. Do we trust it?
Yeah, I think he's about that 50 partnership between these two for the last wicket. Just annoying Somerset here. This is good from the Lancashire last wicket pairing. Good from Chris Green. Good from Barnard as well, who stuck out there with him.
9 balls left in this innings. Green sets himself again. Brilliant innings so far, 64 from 51. Great ball. Great ball. Really digging out. They're not worried about the fielding because they know Green's not going to run.
That's maybe the way to go, the Yorker. That was an excellent Yorker.
Yeah, if you get it right, it's hard, isn't it?
Particularly if they're not going to take the single. So there's a dot.
Yeah.
Gets 240 here.
Yeah. He hit quite a few boundaries. It's down the ground, and there is a fielder there. He does well. Casey Aldridge.
Just the one. Look down to see who it was. Oh, that's fine. It's Casey Aldridge.
Aldridge, you're all right. Who would you be worried about then?
That's a good point these days. No one out there.
Pretty good.
Aldridge is exceptional.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, absolutely. George Thomas had a couple of slips in one T20 game, didn't he? I remember Craig Overton coming over and giving him a bit of a pat on the back. But I think that was
nerves.
Yeah, I should think so. I think they're all good fielders really these days. It's part of the game, isn't it?
But Aldridge's stand out.
It's when I remember when Somerset had Chris Gale, who would just be basically at slip for every game when normally you wouldn't have a slip in. And there was a cheer once. Osborne's in again. Good Yorker. There was a cheer because he wasn't at slip and the ball went to him and he picked it up. He got a cheer for picking the ball up essentially because he did a bit of fielding.
Last over of the innings then. 49 overs, 218 for 9. This last wicket partnership for Lancashire just giving them a little bit of a sniff in this game. They were 9 down for 167 when Mitchell Stanley fell. Look at Chris Green, 65 not out of 53 balls. Charlie Barnard, 6 off 18. So we'll have an interval shortly. If you're not scuttling down to the gates to pay your £15 to come in, then hang around because there is an Andy Caddick podcast during the interval. Richard Walsh, I think, will be the man posing the questions. Andy Caddick posed a lot of questions of batters over his career. How I did there.
I like that.
He'll be
wasn't he
scripted? It wasn't
not reading a script. This is what's going on in Sam's mind. It's a little window into his mind there.
Casey Aldridge has ball in hand. Ned Leonard isn't going to finish this off. 7 overs, 5:33. Casey Aldridge.
Can he get a 6 like Jack Leach did in the previous game?
That's 5th change bowler in this game. Remarkable. And Sean Dixon has captained this superbly. He'll be a bit frustrated with the way it's got away from him. But Chris Green's batted well.
Well, what it will mean is that they're going with their tails up a bit here, Lancashire.
Oh, it's sliced. Fielder is out there. Andy Amid steadies himself, takes the catch. Casey Aldridge has 6 for 33. Career best figures for him. Something about Somerset and 6 fors in this competition. Lancashire 218 all out. 6 for Aldridge, couple for Goldsworthy, 1 for George Thomas, 1 for Jack Leach. A very tidy spell for him. Chris Green falls top scores with 65. George Bell made 56. What do you reckon, Charlie?
3 catches for Umid. Yeah, I think Somerset will be very pleased if you'd offer them. Green having a little chat with the umpires here about that. I think about that no ball decision.
Got to be careful.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. He's already, in my opinion, chucked his back down. 218. If you'd offered Somerset that at the start, they'd have taken it and said, "Yeah, we'll happily chase 219, please, thank you." Offer them that at 167 for 9. They'd have said, "No, we'll get them out cheaper than that." Hopefully, what it means is that Somerset will feel like they're confident enough to do it. However, Lancashire will say, "Do you know what? We've given ourselves a bit of hope here. Let's go and defend that." So could be a really interesting chase, which you can come and watch for 15 quid if you want.
Anything under 200, even if you use a couple of early wickets, you're thinking, all right, because you have to. There's already that barrier. But yeah, it will just have a little bit of doubt as Casey Aldridge rightly holds that white cricket ball up, taking the plaudits of his people associates, Fancy Brown. Career best for him. He bowled superbly, came on late, picked up the key wicket by just kept taking wickets and stopped Chris Green potentially adding 10-15 more runs in that last over. Going to be fascinating, Charlie, methinks. It's going to be fascinating. Right.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. I love a bit of 50 over cricket. The lights will start to take hold as well, as will the cider and the beer in many fans. We'll get a live stream camera up on how many Sam can down, which is what he's going to be doing during the interval. And we're going to take a moment to hear what Andy Caddick has been saying as part of our podcast here at Somerset County Cricket Club. He's been speaking to Richard Walsh.
Welcome to another player podcast from Somerset County Cricket Club. And today we're lucky enough to be joined by probably the best bowler that Somerset and England have ever had, Mr. Andrew Caddick. Welcome, Caddy. Lovely to see you here.
Thank you, Richard.
It's funny, really, that you're a New Zealander, but you ended up making your name playing for Somerset. How does that all come about, then?
A very long time ago.
Absolutely.
Right, so 87. Or was it 87 or 88? I can't remember, it was a long time ago. I decided that I wanted to go and visit the UK, as most Kiwis do. They'll pack their bags and go off hitchhiking around the world, but I didn't hitchhike. I went straight to my uncle and aunt's house in Belsize Park, London. And I decided at the time I was going to play a little bit of cricket. I've just spent 6 months in the UK to play a bit of cricket. I'd originally was in contact with a club, I think it was Harrow on the Hill Club, and when I turned up there, it wasn't exactly a club that it was basically a shed in the middle of the field. So, and at the time my aunt, who's my dad's older sister, said, look, they knew Bronsgrove, and they knew the people at Bronsgrove, they knew the people at Hampstead. So I decided to go down to Hampstead to have a trial. Took 6 wickets and got 80 odd runs in the second team game for them, and they said, oh, we'd like you to play the first team, and the rest is history as far as London's concerned. And subsequently for the next 3 years I came back and forth. Went home, worked for my dad in the plastering business, earned enough money to come back, and I did that for 3 years, and moved around London area. So the first year I was in Belsize Park, the second year I was in Hackney, and the third year I was over at, where was it? It was just north of the M25, I can't remember now. So I got to know London, northern London, quite well. Playing domestic cricket, or should I say club cricket for Hampstead, there was a gentleman there who was the chairman at the time, president, a gentleman called Roger Oakley, who was very, very good friends with a certain coach at the time down here at Somerset, Jack Birkinshaw. And that was the connection with Somerset. But I had played a little bit of Middlesex YCs into 89, and then I played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex. But it wasn't until Jack got involved, or should I say Roger contacted Jack, and I got a trial down here, that the connection with Somerset was born.
You had a pretty successful kick-off, didn't you, in the second game, one of your first games?
Not my first game. I had a terrible first game.
Second game was successful.
We had I played my first game here. Funny enough, it was my debut for Somerset. It was also a gentleman called Roland Lefebvre's debut for Somerset.
Right.
Played a second team game down here against I think it was an Australian university side, a one-day game, and past members will remember the wickets at Taunton back in the late 80s, 90s. It was a road. Did nothing. There was a gentleman called down here called Adrian Jones who was a terror of the ball. It was quick. He was a fast baseman, but this ground here, this wicket here back in the late 80s, it nullified any pace. At the same time, Jimmy Cook was here. He was scoring 2,000 runs before the end of May. I think he got subsequently those 2 seasons, he got over 5,000 first-class runs. And that is testament to what this wicket was like. It was a flat road. There was no grass on it. It was just rolled concrete. So I came down here, got absolutely smashed by an Australian university side. I thought that was my trial gone, my opportunity gone. But the following day, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11 at the Oval, and I took 8 for 36 or something in the first innings. Subsequently, when we batted, I broke my thumb, and then I took another wicket in the second innings, but I just couldn't bowl. And at the same time that evening, the chief exec then, Peter Anderson, came up to London, had a chat with me and said, right, Caddy, how are we going to get you qualified? That's where the qualifications period started with Somerset.
So that's really how it all started?
That's how it started. I had to do a 5-year qualification period, and subsequently it was 92 was the year that I was able to play first-class cricket. and up to then I was 2 years in the second team. So I think I still to this day am very annoyed with Rob Turner, who was the second team wicket-keeper then, because I had 96 wickets in the second team that summer, and he dropped 3 catches at Kent, at Canterbury, which we could have got. Anyway, that's a long time ago. But yeah, so for the next 2 seasons while qualifying, I played second team cricket, but also played for a club, Cleveland, up near Bristol, who played for them on a Saturday. So a lot of cricket going on, up to the point of actually getting my first class cap.
And you were here. Was it at that stage you were doing jobs around the ground?
I was doing in the winters. I decided after 3 years going back and forth from to New Zealand, I decided that I was going to stay a couple of winters in the UK, and subsequently got a job maintaining the ground, painting the ground. The old presidential suite up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion all those years ago, I redecorated the pavilions. It was just an odd jobs job. I remember Peter Anderson, the chief exec, at the same time took me down to his place in Seaton and got me painting his soffits, which it's a 3-story house. Yeah. I remember doing this, and he'd be hanging out the window making sure I was okay when there was sleet and snow being blown off the top of the roof. So it was an eye-opener, but at the end of the day, that's what you did back then. You just mucked in and got on with your job. So if I was to say that my first second class season, I was paid £1,200 for the summer. That was a summer contract then for the 2 subsequent seasons. That's a long day. It's a long time ago compared to what they get paid now. But that's what you did. You made good. You played hard, and you went off and did a part-time job just to keep that money coming in.
Indeed, but really, you came to people's attention, didn't you, in '93? I mean, people knew of you, but that particular game down here in '93, May '93, against Lancashire, was when people sat up and started to recognise what Andy Caddick was all about. Yeah,
it was a fortunate game actually, because it was a very wet wicket, and there was a very good groundsman back then called Phil Frost who took over the reins in 91, 92, should I say 92, 93, and he produced hard green wickets. And it was testament to what he was preparing, the fact that he could water the wicket the morning of a match, and the wicket would stay green for the rest of the year, for the rest of the game. So these wickets were green and hard. They didn't do sideways lateral movement. They just kissed, and you could always see how good the wicket was, because 2 things would happen. One is you would never get bowling marks, follow-through marks at the crease. It would be rock hard. You'd never be repairing the creases for bowlers. And secondly, the wicket would continue to be green on the 3rd, 4th day. It tended to be a bit juicy on the first day. It got quicker on the second day, and then it started to flatten out for batting. So if you made inroads on the first day on green seaming wickets, what should I say? It didn't seem a lot. Swinging wickets, because we had a gentleman called Graham Rose back then, who was a phenomenal swing bowler of the ball, and we had a very good partnership in the fact that I swung the ball. We were very good at preparing the ball and getting it to swing, and the wickets were green. So there was good conducive carry here. The slips loved fielding in this wicket because they were just good height catches. It was never to your feet too low. It was always good carry. Yeah. But those wickets back then were green hard seamers, and they stayed hard. And it was good because it was a good atmosphere for cricket, because you had batters who would have to play well, and you had bowlers who had to bowl well. I always value a wicket, or should I say rate a wicket in this day and age, and even back then, as a wicket. A good wicket's a wicket where a batter, once you've released the ball, is committed to a shot. And those were the wickets we had back in the early 90s. We had wickets where when you bowled the ball, the batter couldn't change his mind halfway through a shot, whether he was going to come forward or back. Right. He was committed to a shot. Yeah. And that's what I rated as good quality wickets around the country. And Taunton was one, Surrey was another, Lancashire was another. Trent Bridge was a bit like that as well, but the 3 main wickets that were good, pacey wickets were Taunton, Lancashire and Surrey.
Right. So, in 1993, when Lancashire came down here to play, Talk us through that game.
It was a low-scoring game.
It was.
We had Mush was our overseas in the team.
And he was playing his first game.
He was playing his first game. Lancashire, they were, Test cricketers all the way through. You had some serial Watkins, you had Atherton, you had Fairbrother. You had some serious players in that team. I think Awazim Akram was even in the side.
Yes,
so you had some really good, strong overseas players and good quality cricket. But it was a low-scoring match. And it wasn't... I did a little bit in the first innings, but it seemed a lot. And unfortunately to me, when it seems for me, that tends to play and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But we were fortunate that we were dead and buried, but there's a last heroic swing of the bat from Andre van Troost, which got us from, I think, about a 50 to 60 run lead to about a 100 run lead. I think it was a 95 run lead. So that sort of turned the tables. And the spell of bowling in the second innings from me was, the rest is history. But I'm still annoyed with Mush because he got that one wicket. And it was just, everything just clicked. From ball one, everything just clicked.
I sat and watched the whole of that game, sat down in the old Stragglers bar. I remember sitting in the seats there watching out, thinking they were chasing whatever, less than 100.
Yeah, I think it was about 95.
Yeah,
or
something like that,
something
88,
like that.
95. Yeah, but to see you guys roll them over, and in fact they looked like they were going to get them, didn't they? Because Watkinson had
there was a little bit of resurgence towards the end, but then we managed to put a little bit of pressure on them and knock them over. But no, it was a great game, and for me it was just the stepping stone I needed to go to the next level.
I was going to say, because that's when you got recognition and got called up for the Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a baptism of fire against the Aussies,
Yes,
and you're sitting there thinking, well, of all the teams you come up against, but and the worst case scenario I could ever have was my first Test at Old Trafford. It was like this. It was rain 2 weeks prior to the Test. I remember they used to have the old, I think it was the old tarpaulin blow-up cover, and that had been on the wicket for about 3, 4, 5 days. And the unfortunate thing with that cover was the condensation would be inside and it would drop into the wicket, so it was never kept dry compared to the wickets the covers they use today. And I can also remember that our training was done in an indoor school where they play indoor cricket, which was the competition back then. It was a big competition, big in Australia, big in New Zealand, and it was also back then big in the UK. And we were training indoor. Not an indoor wicket, not in the indoor centres we have now, but an indoor cricket wicket for indoor cricket. So, not the greatest preparation, wet wicket, and I didn't do too well for that whole series, but it sort of showed how difficult and how big a step it was up from first class to Test cricket.
But you continued to play, obviously, England cricket and Somerset cricket, and you had an amazing season in '98, didn't you, when you got 100 wickets? You're the last Somerset player to take 100 wickets in a season, 100 first class. I mean, that's a major achievement, Caddy.
Yeah, it was difficult back then because when you're playing Test cricket and domestic cricket, first class cricket, you were torn between Test match, off to a first class game, Test match, first class game, Test match, and that was before the contracts came available. And you were actually employed by your county, and you were on loan, as they say, to the TCCB, as it was back then. And the TCCB remunerated Somerset for you being away. So the 90s, it was basically up to we had contracts. It was basically you were controlled by your county.
Yeah.
So if I had a Test match at Old Trafford, for argument's sake, and then unfortunately I had a domestic game away, I could go 6-8 weeks and not be home. The only time I'd go home was maybe on a Monday night to wash my whites, to throw them in a bag again, to jump in a car, to travel somewhere on a Wednesday or Tuesday to meet up for a Thursday Test match.
Yeah.
So for me, if I had a home match, that was a bonus for Somerset. If I didn't, I was on the road. So back then, it was very much the county was in control, and you were released to the TCCB, as I say, England back then. And it wasn't until the contracts came in place when the ECB took over as your employer and you were on loan to your club. So that's where the crossover was.
Which is very different the way it is now.
It's very different the way it is now. Yeah, back then, there's one thing I'll always say, and I'll say this to any England cricketer. well done, crack on, brilliant what you're doing. As long as they have respect for my generation, which was the Duncan Fletcher, the Nasser Hussain, the Atherton, when we went through the contracts, because I remember we were on strike. We were going on strike. There was a test match against Pakistan, and we were on strike in our hotel in Old Trafford and Manchester. And we weren't paying that test until we'd pushed, because back then a gentleman called Richard Bevan was the PCA rep, and he was modernising the game as far as the contracts are concerned between the ECB and the players. So we were on strike a number of times, trying to get these contracts through. So as long as the players of today have the respect for what they've got now from the players who went through that period, that crossover period from when we became the TCCB to the ECB, crack on. I don't have any problem. But I think the generation now don't understand what we went through to where they are today. I think they need to just look back and see how cricket has developed in the UK.
But nobody's taken 100 wickets since, Caddy. Tell us about that 98 season. Come on, you've got to remember that.
It was a strange season because I can remember we were playing Worcester. The penultimate game when the Test team was announced was here at Worcester. And Graham Hick had been scoring a lot of runs for Worcester. I've been taking wickets. I had about 88 wickets in that summer already. And the Test was announced. And it was announced we were playing here the Sunday. And we were playing here against Worcester, and the Test match team was announced, and my name was not on that list. I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming because I thought to myself, you're taking 80-odd wickets in a summer. What more do you have to do? But that's life. Even when I retired, I remember David Lloyd on his little speech about thanking me and how he admired me as a player, and even he said at the time we should have picked him more. But that's hindsight. That's great. I had a great career as far as England's concerned. 10 years and 62 tests. I can't begrudge that. I'd love to have played more, but that's just the way it runs out. But
234 wickets.
Yeah, but that's nothing these days, though, is it? The players of today are looked after a lot better. They're treated a lot better, and so they should be. Being a fast bowler is hard work. It's a hard game, and if you can get 10 years out of your body, you're doing very well.
That 100 wickets, then, Caddy. You weren't picked, so how did you come to get 100 wickets then?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I cannot remember who it was against and who it was. I know I had 105 for the summer, and what really annoyed me was that Courtney Walsh beat me by 1 at 106. I cannot remember that 100th wicket. You probably know the 100th wicket.
I can't remember either. I couldn't look it up, but
no.
It was just the fact that you took 100 wickets, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is, but you go back yesteryear to the 50s, 60s. They would take 300 wickets in a summer. Because they were playing so much cricket. I think there was something like 30-odd matches in the summers. It's just non-stop. So, but in the modern game, 17 games and 100 wickets. Yeah. But the annoying thing was that Courtney beat me by 1.
Which was your favourite end down here when you were bowling?
I always like running in from the
river end
because it's a bit like Lords, it's a bit like Headingley. I like to run up a slight hill. Because you can attack the crease more. Occasionally I'd bowl from this end, but that would only be if the wind was the right way around. But predominantly the wind was from the southwest here, which is coming from the Clocks Tower. Should I say the church tower here? So I'd always bowl up the hill with the winds, with the shape.
What was your favourite delivery? What do you think was your most productive delivery?
Oh, I said everyone. My career changed when a certain ex-Devon lad, a gentleman called Mark Lathwell, taught me how to bowl an off-cutter.
Right.
So my whole career changed from learning that skill. And that allowed me to start being more productive and thinking of how to work players out. To me, that period, probably the late 90s through to 2003, 4, 5, was the most productive period because I'd learnt the skill set. And I've always said you never stop learning, even to the day I stopped bowling. You never stop learning. You never stop learning about your body. You never stop learning about your action. You never stop learning about your skills. You never stop learning about the next generation of cricketers coming through, because the generation will always change, as you see now with 2020 cricket. The shot selection is completely different to what we were playing. But for me, there's nothing better than seeing a wicket being cartwheeled out the ground, is there? And in fact, I've got a picture, a great picture. If you remember, we used to play the Sunday League matches here with the restricted run-ups, and we were playing Hampshire here, and in the side there was, like I said, David Gower, there's Robin Smith, Paul. I think it was Paul. No, I can't remember who the other one was.
Paul Terry.
Paul Terry, that's the one. And again, they had Macca bowling here as well, Malcolm Marshall. It was a Sunday League match, restricted run-ups. I took 4 for 16. I've got this picture, and it's on my wall at home. It's a cracking picture, and it's of Robin Smith's off stump, out the ground, cartwheeling with the ball in the bail, and then playing the shot. And I got him to sign it, and he said, "Too good for me, China. Pity about the no ball." So, but that's probably one of the any bowler will want to see the off stump or a set of stumps being splayed out the ground, because that's you beating the player hands up and also getting the maximum dramatic dismissal you can have, which is your bails and your wickets being torn out the ground.
Fantastic. You won several awards with the county, didn't you? I mean, you're here for a long time, but probably I think you're involved with 3 award-winning sides, 3 cup-winning sides. 2001 must be sort of somewhere in the memory. When we sort of broke the duck from 83, when we went to Lords and we played against Leicestershire in the final. I mean, we'd been there before in 99, hadn't we, and didn't get over the line.
We had, but the difference we had Jamie Cox.
Yeah.
And this club, and I don't care what anybody says, this club and a lot of clubs in the country, they respond to good overseas players. I don't know whether it's the mentality, which is just a get on with it mentality, no excuse mentality. I tend to have that mentality myself. It's just like, get on with it, stop whinging about it, get on with the job. And I think that's what overseas captains have brought. So we had Jamie, we had Biff, Graham Smith, we had Ponting, we've had Justin Langer. Now, the club has always responded to these sorts of players. In their own right, these players are phenomenal players. Jamie Cox was probably an underrated player at his time. But what he did was he brought the team together and started that process of starting to win, of that mentality. We also had a very good coach at that time, with Dermot Reeve. Now, Dermot was out there as far as what he was trying to teach the players and the mentality of the players, but it was brilliant stuff. And you could ask any player of the time who their best coach was, and they would say Dermot Reeve, without a doubt. Because he just thought outside the box. Who would have thought that in a game that he would think when the ball bounced on him, he'd throw his bat to the ground and punch it away with his hands because you could not be out. There's no way of, the law states your hands must be on the bat for the glove to be to be deemed as out. So these are the things that were going through his head. So it was quite strange putting onto players, but as far as the time was concerned, then 2001 through to 2005, you would say that it was the overseas captains that had the most influence on this team.
And he took us. 99 was his first season. That was your first benefit. 99,
it was, yeah.
It was, yes. Remember that. And obviously,
you've got one of my ties, I'm sure.
I have, yes, indeed. You know how it is. Here's one today, Caddy. You know that one. But yeah, he took us there in 99, and we didn't quite make it. But 2001, we did, didn't we?
We did. We did make it, and it was. That was a strange game because there was one period in that game with Bosworth who, everybody felt for him. Even the batters felt for him. I think Peter Bowler was batting at the time, and he just lost it. As a bowler, it's probably the worst scenario you can ever have, especially in a high spotlighted game. So everybody felt sorry for him. In fact, I think that finished his career basically. which was really unfortunate because he was a good bowler. He was a good day in, day out county bowler. But no, that was the unfortunate downside of the game, but the highlight was us coming away with the trophy.
Fantastic. Then the T20 came on board, didn't it? I mean, you were here when that came on the blocks. I mean, what was the reaction? What was your thought about T20 cricket when it first arrived?
Like everybody, I thought at the time. I thought, what the heck's this? What game is this? Why are we playing this game? But I think as time went on, people started realising it was good, entertaining stuff. And for a bowler, 4 overs. What more can you say? 4 overs in a day, you take that all day long. And now the format it is now worldwide, well, it's just a phenomenon. The best thing I think for the game is it's the kids. It's bringing the kids. It's bringing highlighting the cricket to the youngsters. But I think there was a survey done years ago that it was like the attention span for a human is around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've managed to pack that sort of time in. So for 45 minutes to an hour, people are hooked in the game. It's fast impact, high impact. But as far as players are concerned, it was a strange one to start with, but then we had one of the biggest records down here, didn't we, with Justin Langer and Cameron White. 250 on the board.
Against Gloucestershire.
And it just goes to show that it's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. But again, it was an overseas captain who led us to the success at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was, Graham Smith. It was a phenomenal game. It was a phenomenal day. We did well to get through in the semi-final. And then the final was just let loose, and that's what happened.
Lancashire, what a side they had!
Yeah, they had a very good side.
Yeah.
The fact that they had a very good side, and I remember my first over. The fact that Richard Johnson had dropped Mel Loy after hooking me on the boundary.
Yes.
I think it was second ball. And then, fortunately for me, fourth ball, he did the same thing. And this time, Richard caught it. He hung on to it. And then I got a few overs later, I managed to get Andrew Flintoff out. So, but the finals day, you just don't know on finals day. We've seen some phenomenal finals days. You just don't know. It's just, Somerset last year had a phenomenal semi-final, and unfortunately didn't make it into the final, through in the final. But finals day, it's a toss of the coin. Simple as that these days.
Yeah. And then Charles Willoughby turned up here, didn't he, and joined us, and you and he bowled us really to success in 2007, back to the First Division.
Charles, I will put my hand on heart and say he's probably one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and probably the best partner I've played with as far as opening bowler is concerned, behind Darren Gough and Test level. So he had all the attributes. And the two of us, we were a little bit ruthless at times, and worked really well as a partnership. And that's what you need in cricket. You need a bowler and your bowlers working with each other. Whether you're a spinner, whether you're a seamer, whether you're a medium pacer, it doesn't matter what discipline you are. As far as bowling is concerned, you need to work in partnerships.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. We're about to start the second 50 overs of the day. The umpires are on their way out in the middle. Umpires are on their way out in the middle, followed by the Lancashire team. George Thomas, Andy Ameed, the opening batters. They're just striding past the huddle right now.
Somerset opening batters, sponsored by SJM Properties, number 1, Andy Ameed.
How do they approach this, Triggs? If you're a Somerset batter, having got above 200, did that change things compared to 170?
I'd like to think that they would have a relatively set-in-stone way of going about their business. One of the things that you can fall into chasing small total is bat as if you're chasing small total. Instead of batting to the conditions, it was quite clear from my perspective that it was a very good pitch. The way that Chris Green struck the ball and a number of his drives early on really do suggest this is maybe not the 9-10 out of 10 Taunton pitch, but it's certainly a 7-8. There were no demons in the pitch. There wasn't excessive spin. There weren't balls nipping off of the seam. So I think if the guys go out there as if they're trying to set a 300, this will be the proverbial walk in the park. And I don't really imagine they're going to go about their business any different. I don't think George Thomas has got that gear in him where he's not going to be ultra aggressive.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him a little bit more. Going to be Mitchell Stanley with the new ball from the microscopic pavilion end. Be interesting to see his pace. Got the speed gun here down at Taunton now.
Urelay sponsored speed gun, so we'll get a few MPHs up there, no doubt about that. But you know, Amid's going to play his natural role. He likes to get himself in. That first particular ball was at 87 miles an hour, so we might see the 90-mile-an-hour barrier broke here. I think it's only probably Riley Meredith that's gone over 90 miles an hour so far. So he's definitely got a bit of pace. This will be a bit of an eye-opener for George Thomas, but that's really nicely played through the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. We saw a lot of leading edge shots.
Yeah.
I just got the sense that the Lancashire batters were trying to nerdle and nudge the ball around instead of just playing strong cricket shots, which always serve you well here at Taunton. Yet to be seen, the classic scenario, as we've spoken about when I was with you, with Charlie, whoever. You know, you only know a good score when two sides are batting, but my gut feeling is this really should be a relatively comfortable chase for Somerset, but you've still got to get those runs. George Thomas standing tall and punching through the offside. I mean, but in fairness, I think the only demons that could be in this pitch are that of hold. And that normally comes in after 15, 20 overs when the Kookaburra ball, the lacquer comes off, the ball gets quite abrasive and digs into the surface. This is the best time to bat now. Lacquer on, ball skidding, negating any demons that might be in the surface. This is the time to really put a big dent in this chase. This first 10 overs, love to see a target at 60, 70.
Well, it's what Durham didn't do on chasing 240, which was probably about par for that pitch. They only had 40-odd runs after the first 8, 9, 10 overs, and having seen how good their spinners were, knowing that Jack Leach is an international quality spinner, they didn't score quickly enough up top when you had the power play fielders in, a bit of pace on the ball, and Mitchell Stanley certainly looks to have a little bit of pace. There's a reason he's been in and around squads at different tournaments. He's currently in the Manchester original squad, but has been released.
Plenty of pace and carry there, catching the edge of Amid, and that races down to third man. 4 runs off the first 5 balls. Just thought the game plan just looked a little bit stagnant, and I mean, I'd normally be the first player that would criticise players getting out in reckless ways, but this is the first time I've commentated on a game for a couple of years where I've seen batters go literally like into Tavares mode. Some of those listening will know what I'm talking about.
Well, you said, didn't you, that, you know, George Bell, you talked about how in some one-day games here, you and Hildy would watch someone get 100 and look at each other and go, that's a losing 100. And while he made 50-odd, the strike rate just wasn't there for this form of the game. 6 without lost in the first over. That second ball almost touching that 90-mile-an-hour barrier, 89.8.
I think the way that I would see it, Sam, is like, from a principle point of view, is like, if you imagine, if you par the game at 260, 270, and I think that's way under, but let's be conservative, 260. Okay, if you bat for a long period of time under that rate, you're doing one or two things. You're either telling your team on the balcony you're seeing it through, or you're putting your teammates under a huge amount of pressure. And that's what I think Bell's innings did. Because he didn't see it through, he put everyone under the pump. Let's be honest. Great knock from Chris Green. Made it look like a different sport out there. He's the only reason Lancashire have anything like a defendable total. Blatherwick from the River End. Natural away swing bowler, hits the deck pretty hard.
Was he on loan at Notts when you were up there?
No, he was contracted at Notts, and I think that his last year was my last year there, and he moved down to to Lancashire. Always played a fair bit of second 11 cricket, Metrobank cricket with him. Has got the ability to bowl an absolute beauty, but it's sometimes the periphery balls that are maybe stopping him getting to that next level. But you know, we're 3-4 years on now, so I'm sure he's tightened up his areas. But then he's going to climb into anything like that back of a length, and you can just see that there's a little bit of intent here. Yes, again, we've got chalk and cheese a little bit. George Thomas very new in his career, Andy and me quite an established one-day cricketer now, so interesting to see that even from the first 8 balls, it's quite obvious that the Somerset batters have an intent to their game.
Just set up to be hit that, didn't it? Stuck in the pitch, and he was able to wait and roll his wrists, pull on the front foot. Never a good sign as a quick bowler. And he's been in wonderful form. I know he didn't score any up at Durham. That innings at Durham may well have nudged his average for the last couple of seasons in this comp just below 100. Is he? So where's he from? Because Jack Blatherwick sounds like a very Lancastrian name, doesn't it? I'd have assumed he was born and bred.
Well, from my understanding, he's like a Nottingham lad. I assume, you know, massive Notts Forest fan. There's good mates with, I think, the captain centre-back that plays for Forest. Wirral, maybe?
Joe Worrell.
Worrell,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, they seem to be good buddies when I was up there.
Oh, edge and gone.
Big edge and out, and you mean big wicket there. Blatherwick gets the breakthrough, and yes, there is intent, but the execution's not there, and Hamid's good run has a little bit of a stall in it. It's not as easy as he's been making it look. He's gone for 5, Somerset 10 for 1 wicket.
Just trying to stamp a bit of authority on the game early, Andy Hamid. Gives himself a little bit of room, charges at Blatherwick, who really enjoyed that one. Didn't quite have the width for the cut shot. Somerset lose an early wicket. Lancashire buoyed by that Chris Green innings at the back end. A little bit of momentum with them. Easy catch for George Bell behind the stump. Somerset 1 down. There's Blatherwick from side on. See Hamid just taking a couple of steps. George Bell leapt in the air. Going to see Lewis Goldsworthy, 93 up at Durham. Match-winning 93. He's got lots of admirers. A few of them are up in this commentary box. Love watching a little bit of Lewis Goldsworthy. He's been up to Leicestershire, had a really successful, arguably one of the best players in the North Group, certainly in the Blast. Every time I looked, he was either scoring runs or taking wickets. One hopes that he will come back, sign a new contract. Well, he has come back, sign a new contract and be part of the Somerset side for many years moving forward. But that is for another day. 10 for 1. If you're just joining us, welcome back, or welcome to the live stream here. I'm running alongside Peter Trago. Charlie Taylor is alongside us. Did you ever play with Charlie? So you missed this, but we were having a conversation. Charlies that have played for Somerset. Did you ever play with one? Trago trivia, but I flipped it around. 2 slips, wait.
Does Charles count? No.
Oh, he went there. He went.
No, it doesn't. Off the top of my head, I would say no.
Just a single. See that run rate required, just 4.32. Did you ever wander around the Beer and Cider Festival just to see what was going on? Have you? The good atmosphere, it sounds like, outside.
Yeah, it's yeah, for all the fans you see inside the ground, there's probably at least 10-20% of those lurking around the stalls, having a few tasters. There's a lot of bar staff and I suppose representatives of each brewery giving out little free shots. I suppose if you were economically minded, you could probably do a good job on yourself and not spend a penny.
Just do a couple of laps. You might need to spend a penny at the end of it, though.
Yeah, the little thimbles of freebie beers and ciders and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you very much, as ever, to our friends at WPA Health Insurance sponsoring the live stream this summer. They're the reason why we're able to bring this to you now. Whether us being here is a good or bad thing is very subjective. Saw those beach balls as well flying around. Ever get distracted in T20 games as a player with stuff going on in the crowd? Some lively action? You boys always looking at it, commenting on it?
I guess sometimes, but you know, I think generally cricket crowds are pretty well behaved. I mean, it was always quite a spectacle when you played at the big grounds and a well executed Mexican wave kicked off, or You know, I know finals days they have the three pigs and the fox chasing them, or the wolf chasing them, and all those kind of things. The pig and the butchers that chase them, all those funny things like that. Yeah, plenty of entertainment going on. A lot of banter, to be fair. If you're a boundary rider, it's good to have a little catch up with the crowd.
Catch up. Nice to see you. Saw you last year there, same position.
It did feel like a catch up a lot of times. You know, you field in similar positions. I used to field a lot down in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and have a good old chat in between balls with the supporters down there.
Finding your home ground. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have spotted on the screen a few moments ago Riley Meredith is back in Taunton, being released by the Trent Rockets. Weirdly, he was replacement for Joe Root, which was there's a sharp bounce. It's going to be a wide for Stanley. I never quite...
Quick ball that. Be interested to see the Eurolay MPH on that. That was a fast bouncer. Well played by Goldsworthy, but slightly misdirected.
There's a danger. He just bounces one over young George Bell's head down back there. 87.5, that one.
Yeah, that's slippery enough, and Goldsworthy's not exactly the tallest, so don't have to be dug that short to get up around that Somerset bad. Beautiful shot from Goldsworthy, back foot punch, showing that he's not fazed by that short ball. He should pick up 3, and he will do. Very nice bit of batting there. Yeah, real good story of the loan system. You know, you hear lots of stories where it doesn't go quite so well from either the club or the player's perspective, but it felt like the Goldsworthy Green moves to Leicestershire maybe ended up on a good note for both. They were happy to have them and welcome them back whenever they're available, which is a great thing because it's put Goldsworthy in great space and great form as a cricketer himself.
Yeah, it's a bit further ahead, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's pretty close, if not in the 11 for the Blast quarter-final. But still got a month to go until that. Spaced out here at the Cooper Associates County Round Somerset, 15 for 1. Target is 219. So you'd think on most days would be a relatively comfortable chase. Lancashire setting a below par score. Would have been even worse, but for Chris Green, back end, scoring some quick runs, showing that there are runs to be had on this pitch. So it would have given Somerset some encouragement in that sense. It's the second for the over. That's sharp though.
Big fan of that. Good aggressive fast bowling by Stanley.
There's a bit of marchant to him in that relatively short, well, it's not a short run up, but in terms of the number of paces, because he's a big man, only ends up being about 7 or 8 strides. He starts on that 30-yard.
Well, he's a big unit, that's for sure, and he's bowled an absolute rip snorter of a bumper there to George Thomas, nearly 90 miles an hour. So plenty of pace on the show.
So is it noticeable? Did you see? I tell you what, did you see that video of Graham Clark facing Jofra Archer, had his helmet cam on? How much of a difference does it make as a batter? 81, 82 is probably most. Well, what are most of your county bowlers hovering around very early 80s, late 70s?
Yeah, I think it's just there seems to be like a real reaction time, exponential sort of challenge almost. Like most bowlers are in between sort of 78 and 85, and that always feels comfortable. And what makes bowlers feel quicker is the length they bowl. They hit the splice of the bat, so you feel those vibrations through your hands, and always feels a little bit more uncomfortable. But a lot of bowlers, they will have a stock delivery that will be the ball they'll bowl more often than not. But then some bowlers would have a bouncer that was like a good yard quicker. Always felt a lot quicker, and that was always a bit of a challenge. But then you get the express pace bowlers like your Joffres, your Tamal Mills, your going back a little bit further, your Dirk Nanez, Sean Tate, Brett Lee, those guys that you've faced in the past, and you just I think it just brings in a feeling of I can't get this wrong. In terms of picking up the length, you've got to be really on your game. to survive those sort of deliveries. Blatherwick certainly operating in that mid 80 mile an hour mark and looked pretty comfortable to Goldsworthy there. He's just picked up a beautiful boundary and gonna maybe pick up another one. No, just going to be a 3. So real nice piece of batting there from Goldsworthy, who's very comfortable 7 runs off those 2 deliveries.
Put yourself in that category of a bowler with a quicker bumper.
Well, yeah, there's slow to a bit quicker than slow, I suppose. But yeah, I think you know, fortunately playing in an era with a lot of real big name fast bowlers, you know, it's just a little bit more uncomfortable. You just, you know, the old spider senses go in, you know, 10 to the dozen, and you also know that, you know, you catch one on the backside, misses the thigh pad slightly, or you get one in the stomach, the rib area, and you just feel like you're a little bit more threatened, I think, physically. When you get that 85 and above, you're into like real stuff.
There's a reason why they're so few and far between and need to be looked after as well. And
that, with respect, is like when you play or you see pros, your 80 mile an hour pros in club cricket, they look too fast for what's in front of them. When you had it, if you had express pace at that level, you'd be, you know, if Mark Wood rocked up and bowled for a club team, I think that would be uncomfortable. You'd have to have the St John's on the side of the pitch. You really would.
He played a couple of games for Ashington. I remember when he came back from injury last year. I think Collingwood was in the opposition. They had a few people down, but yeah, he did look a little bit sharp. They were about 2 seconds too late on the ball, a couple of the batters. That spell he bowled up at Edgbaston the other day. Whew.
Yeah, it's always a bit of an eye-opener. I always love that, and I think this is what the Metro Bank has bought, you know, young players like George Thomas facing 90 mile an hour bowling. You probably would have seen a great deal of that, and you know, that is that next level. Goldsworthy has a big swish of that one, gets the top edge, a little bit of luck, but again batting with a little bit of endeavour, getting the rewards. Luck does, they say, favour the brave. Yeah,
it wasn't a bad ball that either at all. It was a well-directed bouncer, just cramping him for width. So Goldsworthy's trying to pull it into the leg side. The bowler just start cursing at that point. 12 off the over so far.
Yeah, I always remember a spell of fast bowling when Somerset qualified for the Champions League, and I was batting at the top of the innings against Royal Challengers Bangalore, and what a beautiful shot that is by Goldsworthy, using the depth of his crease, cutting through the offside. You'd almost say a forced bad ball. It goes back to what I was talking with Charlie about earlier, is the way that your body language, your mannerisms can put pressure on the bowler. You get more bad balls when you're being brave, and I think that's a real good indication of that at the moment. Plenty of runs off of that over. 3 fours, a 3 and a 1.
Yeah, a pull shot, a flick of the hips, slightly lucky top edge, and that one just guided, didn't it? It was all timing that. Beautiful. You were saying, Triggs?
Yeah, it was so back to facing fast bowlers. I mean, like I said, you know, again, you operate as a professional in that 85 mile an hour range quite often, and it feels quite comfortable. And
ooh, that's a nice shot,
it's just like a highlights package out here at Taunton. I can't tell my stories. It's all happening out there. Who cares what happened in 15 years ago? These boys are doing a grand job. Stanley, no matter how fast you are, you bowl a half volley to George Thomas, you're going to go to the boundary.
He's a good touch too, George Thomas. Made 48 up at Durham. Again, that big partnership. These two put on runs together. Had a big partnership, Goldsworthy and George Thomas. I think it was worth 119. You'll get your story eventually, Triggs. We'll do it in 6 or 7 parts. Oh, and again.
No, we won't. Cancel the story. George Thomas is on a heater. They can keep going. Mind you, they don't do it for too long. It'd be game set and conquers, wouldn't it? What a great opening knock. But again, that intent, that bit of bat speed through the impact zone instead of the dead bat shots that we saw so much of early in the game. There aren't any demons in this pitch. I do think that it just looks like Lancashire have set to play the 50 over game instead of playing the modern game, which is to dominate from ball 1.
They're being dominated at the moment by these two. Come on, we'll get there. We'll get there. What was happening in the Champions League?
So, obviously we had a young freak in our midst, Joss Butler, and I remember back at the top of the order, and I can remember, again, being a reason, I'd have a good, someone bowled shot, I'd have a good flap at it. And Nanez was like, they used to call him Jaguar, and he had this long run-up, and he was quite, he had his arms and legs everywhere. It was quite an intimidating run-up, as much as anyone I can ever remember facing, and there was a lot of chat about the speeds that he could bowl, and rightly so, and he bowled this ball, and I can remember, like, he dug it in short. It was a massive crowd, again, he playing Royal Challenge Bangalore, so 40,000 people in the stadium, and my peckles are up, and I saw this ball in short. I've gone to pull it, and I've got about halfway through my shot, and it's just nailed me in the collarbone, this ball, and I'm like, you obviously get that surge of pain, and then the oohs and the ahs from the crowd, and I looked up on the screen, and it was 161.4 kilometres an hour, which is 99 miles an hour, and this thing was just too fast for me. I thought it was there, and it just hit me before it even got the bat halfway through the shot. And later on in that innings, Joss came out, and we all know how good Joss became. He was very young at that age, and I can remember the 17th over, Nanez bowled a maiden at him, and we were both stood in the middle, just like eyes on stalks, like bro, this is fast. It was literally like that. He goes on to all the things that he achieved, and a wonderful player, a fast bowling spin, everything, and it was just like, that was a fast ball. It was scary. I woke up the next day, black and blue all over my chest and down my arm. But yeah, I mean, you can't help but enjoy that. I mean, that's why you play the game in so many ways. So I can, I'm jealous of these guys. The George Thomases, facing someone bowling 90 mile an hour. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but when you go back and you're with your mates, oh man, that's chest out stuff. So fair play, brilliant.
It's like your great mate James Hildreth, wasn't it? His second first-class game when he picked up that 100 where Shoaib Akhtar was steaming in against Durham. First game of the season. It was clean, Collingwood and Akhtar. Now, for me, Paul Collingwood was zipping it past, and I'll be going, well, this is too quick for me.
Yeah, I mean, he played like, Jamie Cox actually was captain at the time, and I think he described James Hildreth after the innings of, who is this bloke? Is he God's dad? Yeah, he was super talented player, James Hildreth. Just no fluke that he scored the runs that he scored.
Had Nanez played for Somerset at that point? Had you been teammates, or did he come after?
No, this was before he signed for us. I mean, he bowled some quick spell, man. But I think there are, from my point of view, you've got Shoaib, Brett Lee, Sean Tate, Nanez, and then I suppose there's a few that have crept up there for a period, but those guys were fast for quite a long time in terms of what it takes out of your body.
Yeah. Staines a remarkable one.
But I think you can come down a little bit of speed with someone like Staines, but then he's like the skill level, the length, the swing that he used to get just took him to a whole different level. But yeah, as soon as you're in 90 miles an hour, anything that moves off of the straight becomes such a challenge. And then you've got the physical threat, because you pretty much know against a 90 mile an hour bowler, if you make a mistake, you're in A&E. You're going to break a bone. You're not going to get away with it with a bruise against 90 mile an hour. And that's another thing, sort of a level that you've got to get over, the fact that you've got to be so precise. Some people rise to those challenges, some people don't. And this is why the Metro Bank's great, because we're seeing, a young cricketer being bowled quick bounces, the lad's doing just fine. I mean, almost right on cue. Not quite 90 miles an hour, but he's played that with some authority. So real good signs here for this pair in particular.
Yeah, treating it almost like a T20 power play, this 44 for 1, run rate up at 8.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I think you did ask me the question when we started. I'd be looking at 60, 70 minimum in a power play here at Taunton. Kill the game. Yes, you've lost a wicket of a very good player in Andy Hamid. but take the game away from the opposition. That's what Lancashire never did. They were always, you know, that the cricket cliche is add 2 wickets onto the scoreboard. If you add 2 wickets on the scoreboard when you're miles ahead of either the run rate or par, you can suck that up.
Yeah.
But if you're under par and you lose 2 wickets, you're kind of in the mire, aren't you? And it takes an extraordinary effort from someone to get you back to par. And Lancashire just never have managed to do that today. But again, there's still 174 runs to get. It's not over. These 2 are doing a pretty good job so far.
Haverwick has that one Somerset wicket to fall. No slips anymore though. Almost a second. Little under edge from Goldsworthy. Could have gone anywhere. Going to come back for 2. He's quick, Goldsworthy. I think the most pleasing thing about the Durham win and the batting performance is Somerset haven't won many games in this competition in the last couple of years. And when they have, it's tended to be either because James Roux scored big runs or Andy Mead scored big runs, and neither of them got any up at Durham. And I think for the rest of the side to realise they can put in a batting performance without those 2, I think that was really encouraging. The standard of this competition is going up every year. The lads that have played no games in 2021 straight to the fielder at short fine leg, even if they're not playing any other first team cricket, might have played 30-40 games in this competition over a few years. So a bit of experience. Just you look at all the teams as internationals. Lancashire have got 2 overseas guys in their team, and Josh Bohannon close to the test side. Mitchell Stanley contracted with the hundreds. They've clearly released him. Sonny Baker not been released yet. A few grey clouds overhead.
Yeah, I think that's going back, 3.5 hours or so ago. The really impressive opening spell from Alfie Ogborn. He's probably not quite got the pace of these 2, but he honed in on that 4th fist stump, top of the off, through the hoop. The Andy Caddick hoop that I told you about earlier. He was landing it on that beer mat time and time again, and he put the Lancashire batters under pressure to score, because he wasn't giving them any freebies. And yes, these 2 are quite exciting bowlers, but how many 4 balls have they been offered? How many scoring opportunities have been offered? I mean, one thing is, when you do bang the ball in, you open up a lot of scoring areas for the batter. If they do get, the classic example is a Goldsworthy top edge 4. If you're going to bowl short to someone who's going to take you on, 1 or 2 things are going to happen. You'll get out, or you're going to get a lot of runs very quickly. It's very rarely dot balls, and what Lancashire probably need at the moment, which is a bit of control over the innings.
George Balderson into the attack, trying to bring them that control. Another one, not with express pace. Good to have a few thousand in on the live stream. Do get in touch, keep an eye on the comments. So, any questions for Triggs? Any chance of rain? What were you looking at? Is there a storm over France somewhere at the moment, Triggs?
The what?
Is there any chance of rain? People are asking.
I don't know.
Storm over France?
Well, I mean, I always like the look up forecast, to be honest. Have a look at what's in front of you, and what a shot that is from George Thomas. Beautiful on drive down the ground. Balderson certainly in the sort of county pace sort of spectrum, as we spoke about earlier. He's your 80-mile-an-hour bowler. He's over pitched, and George Thomas has not missed out on that. Great tempo to his innings, good intent. You can tell the Lancashire bowlers are under pressure. There's a lot of communication between the players. There's a little bit of panic in there. They know that 10 overs of this is game over. Another loose delivery. Beautifully played by George Thomas, just opening the blade. Pretty sure we did speak about that earlier, didn't we? Those back and across dead bat shots.
Yeah.
First innings. And the way that George Thomas has got inside the line and opened his blade there, getting it down to 3rd man. Not only got the big shot, he's got the tick over shot as well. So these 2 really ham and egging at the moment.
Doing what?
Ham and egging. It's like dovetailing.
Right.
Is it?
Okay, yeah.
Do you think it's a golf phrase? Think ham and egg. Things that go together.
I get I can see it. I'm feeling it. I've never heard it before.
Jesus, lads, come on. Do I have to explain all my weird sayings to you all? How many on the live stream have heard of ham and egging before? I reckon...
Not a question we expected to be asking today.
I reckon it might be a golfy thing, so apologies, but these two are ham and egging.
We'll find out. I'm going to keep an eye. Ham and egging.
They're fish and chipping.
I quite like it. I prefer ham and egg, I think, to fish and chip.
Me too. And that's probably why it's a phrase.
No one's jumped in to agree with you. And usually they do. You've a lot of fans in that comments box for some reason.
Well, cricket fans, not golf fans, I suppose.
End of the over. 52 for 1. 7 gone.
Great tempo from the Somerset pair at the moment. Speeds in that sort of upper 70 mile an hour region. Second innings tickets are available, just 15 quid, but getting quick. Somerset are motoring at the moment.
Gordon Ilroy said, Trago, ham and egging is fine, but Jarl is not. Not your finest hour.
But you haven't seen me at.
Not heard of it. This is the most disagreement you've ever had on the live stream, I think. WSM's, nah, Mark Darby's never heard of it.
It's a golf phrase.
You and Butch Harmon.
Me and Butch go back a long way.
Ooh, appeal for caught behind. Half-hearted. Charlie Taylor has confirmed it's a golf term.
There we go. Perfect.
Well,
that'll do for me.
That's not what you said it meant, though, is it? That isn't what.
All it needs to do is mean something other than food, and it does. So that's fine.
No, it does. So the listeners wouldn't have heard. Charlie Taylor said it means to plug away at something.
Well, these two are plugging away at the total. Perfect.
Interesting. Right. So, ham and egging intrigues his world. It means to dovetail nicely.
Just doing a good job together.
Here, it means to ham and egg. To ham and egg it is to plug away at something. Ham and eggs, or ham and egger, can also refer to an ordinary, unskilled, or mediocre person.
Yeah,
ham and egger.
I'm hanging on that.
But you had a
I'm happy with that.
Well, you had a ham and cheese sandwich.
I'm happy with plugging away. It's close enough.
I'd say plugging away is what Lancs are doing right now. They're not dovetailing very nicely.
They ain't plugging nothing at the moment, that's for sure. There's runs flowing here at Taunton.
As is the nonsense. Maybe at Weston-super-Mare crazy golf it's a phrase, so they want to use that. 52 for 1. George Thomas and Lewis Goldsworthy ham and egging nicely since the loss of that first wicket. Andy Ameed been and gone. If you missed him, if you were here to see Andy Ameed, you missed him, sorry. You got George Thomas and Lewis Goldsworthy. Oh, that's a nice shot from George Thomas. Rose with the bounce, hit it up and over backward point. Away to the boundary in front of the Darche Pavilion. Thank you very much to see that from side on, just back of a length. Bang. That's a good nick, George Thomas. Looked a first team player really since he came into that T20 side. You think, oh, Will Sweetsmead, massive miss, of course. We want him back as quickly as possible. But actually, George Thomas has slotted in nicely. There's a reason why Somerset 2's won the T20 competitions, because they've got some good players below first 11. Just the 1 down to 3rd. Stanley's pace just down a little bit, 83 miles an hour. That's the key, isn't it? That's the hardest thing, is maintaining that pace across 8-10 overs. We'd love to see Riley Meredith in this tournament. Hopefully we will.
Yeah, it's one of the tougher things to maintain that tempo. Is the older guys would be like, your old bowling partner would be looking at you going, head gasket gone, lad? And you'd be like, yeah, it's on his way out. Can you keep up that level of intensity?
Ooh. Lewis Goldsworthy can.
Part of me is thinking, no, that's a very good shot there, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's not a big man, but he's got on top of his toes there, on top of the bounce, and he's pounded that through. Cover off the back foot. What a fine cricket shot that is from Lewis Goldsworthy. Just saying, as fast as you can throw it down, it's going to go just as quick off of my bat. Somerset pair cantering along at the moment. We've got a worm overtaking the slug.
Well, he's very much in Somerset's favour right now, as is that run rate, I would imagine, yeah. That was it, Lancashire. A couple of spikes early on, but other than that, it was steady all the way through. Unfortunately, it was steady at about 3.5 and over on this ground. Someone has suggested we play a game of Triggs bingo over the course of the season. I would like that. We've got ham and egging. That's the nature of pirate mentality. That's only been...
How does that relate to bingo, though?
Well, it's when you say it, the people have a bingo card at home, so we've got to produce some bingo cards that they can tick off with your face with that Indiana Jones hat on at the top. Well, that would be a popular game. I think we should try and make that happen.
Just a shame we've got these great big headphones, otherwise I would be more than happy to commentate in my hat.
Would go on top, wouldn't it? Nah, maybe not. You need a bigger one. Ooh, that's hit him where it's going to hurt. He's down on the ground.
Oh, no. That's always a little bit uncomfortable. Always reminds me of the Austin Powers film, Goldmember. 1, 2, 3, I'm okay.
He was trying to do that, George Thomas.
Oh, that's
that square.
Flush. Right in the Carnegies. That's what he says, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? What is that as a stretch? Oh. That's the first time I've ever wanted to interview a player after a game. I want to ask our man Venkatesh what that stretch was all about.
It's one of those.
Hang on, so if your mate gets hit in the knackers, you hog tie him. That's what that's what's going on there.
Those horrible injuries where he's in agony and everyone else is just standing around laughing at him.
He's obviously got away with it though. I've seen I think Tom Abel about 4 or 5 years ago. There we go.
Pushed him.
Now I'm going to hog tie you. Yeah, cheers, pal. Thanks for that. No. Yeah. Well, he's cured him. He's back.
He's talking him through it, in fairness.
Well, the man, Chris, I think we'll have to have a little bit of a chat at the close of play to see what the hog tie position does for the old knackers after a solid impact. Oh, beautiful shot there from George Thomas.
That would be good content, wouldn't it, for one of your little videos that you do with the sponsors? You talking people through that stretch.
Could that make it onto this bingo game of ours?
Well, bingo has to be your phrase. I'm trying to think what other phrases he's got that he comes out with. People like the snot box, yeah.
So you started a podcast, haven't you? The Cider Press.
Yes, Charlie, myself, Harry.
Is that going to be the type of podcast where I can really be myself?
Yes, you're always welcome. You're going to apparently. We're officially launching your column. I'm not sure how often it's going to be, but we'll have some.
We're still in negotiation about ownership at the moment.
What are we going to call it? Trago's Tales, Trigo's Tittle Tattle.
Don't know. It feels risky.
Yeah.
It feels cancelable.
It does, but you know, you've got to have something to be able to cancel it. Half an appeal, half-hearted. Anyone out there got any name suggestions for Triggs's, I don't know, bi-weekly, monthly column where he's going to give his thoughts on all things Somerset cricket? He'll type it out himself.
Maybe we leave the Somerset cricket things up to you and Harry.
No, we're not having your general life thoughts. Absolutely not.
Maybe that is what would make the podcast get above 40 listeners. You never know.
I think I'd happily stick with 40 listeners. You are not having a general.
We need to get out there, mainstream it. Come on.
We don't have to just talk about cricket.
Anyway, we're doing fine. It's 61 for 1. 9 overs. That's a power play that you like to see in 50 over cricket. I reckon it's just settled down a little tiny bit. Balderson's come on, he's bowled a couple of pretty tight overs, and all he's really done is been quite Ogborne-esque. He's been metronomic, he's hovered around off stump, and he's hit a good length. All of a sudden the run rate has dipped slightly, but the Somerset players are still showing a really, really good amount of intent here.
We have got some suggestions. We've got some good ones and some okay ones. Pete's post, Pete's forts with a P, Pete's patter. Talking Treeks, though, I think probably with no G on the talking. I quite like that.
I do a lot of talking, Sam. I want you to offer me something where I can be a little bit more risky. Oh no, word. We've had a lot of good cricket on here today, and now we've got a bride running across the ground. Hopefully he's going to get a good tackle.
It's a good turn of pace.
Oh, here we go. There's going to be, we're probably not going to air it, but hopefully we're going to see a pretty solid tackle in a minute. Terrible tackle. Terrible tackle. Oh,
hang
my
on, hang
Lord.
on. We're going for a running one here.
God, here we go. Oh, he's got around the heed. There we go. Oh, dear. That's a bit more like it. That stopped him.
That was a forearm smash.
I'll tell you what, though. One of our biggest security guards, he ain't making a rugby team of mine. That was pathetic. Well, that's the end of his wedding day.
And I crashed a wedding. He's got a firm grip on his left arm there, that chap in the sunglasses. He's taking it very seriously.
Just to give you an idea of what's going on, we've got Harry Potter's leading him off. The big fella that can't tackle, he's got his chest properly puffed out, even though inside he's pretty embarrassed about what's just happened there. But I suppose the reality is the Somerset staff have done their job. They've eventually got the he bride off of the pitch. Back to the cricket. Nicely tucked away from Goldsworthy, using his feet, depth of the crease, getting over to off stump, getting that angle to pick out that nice gap at mid-wicket, picking up a couple of runs there.
Peter's patter about Pringles.
Now, do you know what?
Trigonometry, I quite like that.
Yes,
Trigonometry.
winner, chicken dinner.
Joe Bannister, okay.
Oh,
yeah, that's what it'll be.
So good.
Sorry, Lady Blade Binder, you were close.
DM me. We need to create a business together. Whoever.
Joe Bannister.
Joe Bannister. My people will contact your people. Let's do something together. That's marvellous.
That'll be out next week. Glorious.
I suppose, am I right in saying that it would have been risk assessed, the he bride situation, or a streaker or something, because you've got the beer and cider festival where 100 different types of beer and cider are being gifted to people, and you can obviously purchase. Do you think the risk of that kind of situation escalates?
Yeah, they'll have more people on.
Would Hygos Insurance have overseen this as a potential issue? Would the actuaries have been doing their thing? Great shot there, again by Goldsworthy. Every time he bowls short to him, he's just got that very comfortable pull shot off the end of his hooter. Bosh, out to square leg.
I don't think I ever expected to hear you say the word actuary. It's not something... Fair play.
I have a depth of knowledge that you can't comprehend.
It's definitely incomprehensible, yes.
I'm not saying it's all right,
yes,
but it is a depth.
And incomprehensible.
You're still on the naughty step, Samuel. You behave.
I'm nearly disappearing for a break. I'm going to sit and listen for you two. 64 for 1. This power play has got one ball left. I'm going to go and recharge my laptop and recharge my batteries, I think, after that. Sun's out, though. Here at Cooper Associates Canning Ground, and everyone's having fun. from Aspinwall into the attack from the river end. Just free from his first over so far.
Yeah, there's been a steadying of the run rate, Sam, hasn't there? But I think it's fair to say the top three have done their job in this initial power play. 64 for 1. Well played, the Somerset men, just showing a good level of intent. They've really set the chase up, certainly in a way that would be very, very pleasing to coach Paul Tweddle. That's something I could do with right now, Charlie. Mr. Filbert, a nice little snacks. You do those nice nuts and biltong and all those kind of nice little treats, don't you? You could do with one of those in the middle of a beer and cider festival. You need some salty treats, don't you? Hi, Charlie.
I'm sure that wasn't lost on the marketing team at Mr. Filbert's, thinking, oh, beer and cider festival.
It's amazing how those treats never make it all the way up to the ivory tower up here, though.
They get gobbled up before they make it up here. Good start, this, isn't it? Power play, 64 for 1. Much better than we saw the Lancashire side go at, which I think they were, what, 38 without loss? Possibly. Not quick enough in a power play.
Yeah, I suppose you always have that slight hindsight when you bat second, but really the job of the power play batters is to get your team ahead of the game, either ahead of par if you're setting, or perceived par. Assess par, get yourself ahead of it, 10 overs, then you can have that batting phase, or in inverted commas, you know, that accumulation phase. Lancashire never got ahead of the game. They were always putting themselves under the pump, and really, you know, they needed a Chris Green to go earlier and probably get 120 to get them up to something that you'd be comfortable with, like a 270, 280. What Somerset have done here is ideal. We started off with 4 and a bit runs and over needed. Now it's already below 4, so that means that if there is a couple of wickets, the need to score immediately isn't there for the guys coming in. They've got time to get themselves in and, you know, get a feel for the wicket and the bowlers, and that's a huge advantage. So the lads up top have done well.
I wasn't expecting to see a bride.
Bridezilla.
Was that what it was?
It was a bridezilla.
Bridezilla.
Yes.
I suspect the bride is now not in the ground anymore.
Well, yes.
Which is an interesting thought. Wandering the streets of Taunton,
I'm
waiting for the game.
Pretty sure I recognise her from the Olympics opening ceremony, to be honest. Front and centre.
Yeah, it was a bit of blue skin in that one. Yeah, that was a bizarre moment.
Yeah, it was eclectic.
Yeah, that's a fair word for it. Some of it was great. Some of it was not great. None of what we saw today with that was great.
Some of the sport, the rowing, I've been really engrossed in the rowing events. Like, you know, the pairs in the 2,000 metres came real close. That's a little bit over the top.
Yeah.
George Thomas just trying to pick up off of length there.
Well, Taunton has got a bronze medalist in the rowing from this year. Becky Wild from Taunton, born and raised. Won bronze in the women's double sculls. So congratulations to her and her family. I know supporting her a lot and her friends. So yeah, great news there. But the rowing is, the Olympics as a whole are amazing, aren't they? So good. And cricket will be in the Olympics in LA in 4 years' time, which is exciting to think that there'll be plenty more people discovering our brilliant sport. Yeah, the rowing's fantastic. Swimming, I cannot wait for the velodrome stuff. I love that. I think it's so good. Every event I could watch in there.
Tell you what, those athletes, they got some thighs, haven't they? The sprint cyclists. Like if you think you're archetypal sort of tour cyclist, and then the sprint cyclist, they're just totally different athletes.
Massive, massive legs.
Enormously powerful. It's very impressive stuff, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
The whole Olympic athletes, to think that you train all that time for something that comes around.
Well, yeah, and
Blue Moon.
In the case of the sprinters like that, the cycling or the running, you know, it's over in 10 seconds or similar.
Like a lot of things, you put a lot of preparation in. Sometimes it can just be over in a flash. Yeah, 10 seconds. Can you imagine that? Even the decathlon runners are running 10:25.
Incredible.
So you think a specialist 100-metre runner, it's just knocking out the park, aren't they? It's amazing you can push the extremes. I suppose not really a thing that you necessarily do in the sport that we're watching, bar I suppose Stanley's pretty at the top end of what you can do as a human being. Bowling 90 miles an hour, that takes some kind of effort.
It pushes the body to the max, doesn't it? A 90+ mile per hour bowler really is the extreme of, well, it's a bit like the triathlon. I was watching that as well, which the Brit Alex Yee, his name was, came through and won an incredible dash at the end. But they just collapse at the end. They are so spent by the end of it after swimming, cycling, running. They just collapse, don't they? Incredible, the effort they're putting in.
Well, I watched that from probably, like, I think that's turned on with about 3-4 Ks to go, and I think the Kiwi was out in front, wasn't he?
Yeah, wild.
And Yo was sort of, looked like he was never really going to catch him up, and then obviously it was a magnificent effort.
Yeah,
dug into the basement, flew past him, unbelievable, and he's collapsed on the floor. The Kiwi's collapsed on the floor. Someone else has collapsed on the floor, and the next guy comes across and just vomits everywhere. So that is when you know you're pushing everything to the limit. I mean, it's just.
I thought that was going to be a lovely story because the Kiwi came over and hugged the Brit.
Yeah,
the Kiwi was going to win it, and then the Brit came up, and yet they came up and they hugged. No, you went down the.
When the hugging happened,
route.
That was when some guy just lost.
Well,
all
I'm not
control.
surprised. It's incredible. It's incredible. I watched the mountain biking as well. I could not believe what I was watching with that guy who what's his name? Tom Pidcock. Got a puncture, lost 40 seconds. He was in the lead, and then he started again 40 seconds behind the lead, came back and won by about a second and about 2 or 3 seconds or something like that. Incredible effort. Yeah, digging deep.
Must be demoralising when something like that happens, and maybe I suppose psychologically, you'd say that maybe Lancs are in that place.
Absolutely.
They've we're coming towards the back end of this game in some way, shape, or form, and they're way behind. How can they pick themselves up? How can they find that little bit of something? Can someone pull out a magnificent performance? It's probably going to take a 3-4 wicket burst in a real short space of time to change where this, almost the inevitability of this game and where it's heading at the moment. I think we've got a change of bowling here from the Marcus Roscothic stand in. The numbers on the back of their shirts for Lancs players are
Balderson.
Unreadable, but it's Balderson coming in bowling his medium pace, and what happens when you're down? The game kicks you, and he bowls a beautiful off-stump ball, and Goldsworthy gets an outside edge. Would have fallen into the breadbasket of first slip, but because they're behind the game, because they're under the pump, because they're not doing well, they don't have a first slip. It's 4 runs.
It's a great point. It's a great point, isn't it? That's the pressure for you. That's the difference it makes. Nearly a throw there that wasn't spotted by Josh Bohannon. Nearly took one on the head then. Managed to duck out of the way just in time. Yeah, cricket can be very cruel. Very, very cruel. In comes Balderson again. Got to get wickets. As Pete was saying there, needs a 3-wicket, 4-wicket little collapse from Somerset if Lancashire are going to get back into it, because they only need another 147 runs, and they have got plenty of time. 38 overs to do that. Required run rate of just under 4.
Yeah, I think that last boundary, Charlie, is, you can sort of bring some sort of sense to that phrase, luck favours the brave. Somerset have taken a few chances, they've hit over the top, they've put the bowlers under pressure, which almost absolutely would have meant the removal of your catchers, first slip being one of the first ones to probably go, and then all of a sudden 5, 10, 15 overs later, that's where the ball goes. And it's just because that Somerset played on the front foot, they played in a dominant fashion, and it does kind of make sense of luck favours the brave. Another beautiful use of the crease angles, getting it past that mid-wicket fielder just to keep that scoreboard ticking.
Playing really nicely is, both of these. Thomas on 27 from 39, just taking a bit of time, bit of slow. He's there kind of anchoring it, I guess, at the moment. And Goldsworthy's been the attacker. 38 off 31 balls he is. It's Thomas on strike there. And again, just defending here. He will be in a bit of pain, Thomas. after what happened earlier on. I doubt that goes away quickly, really. For those who missed it,
Well, he missed it.
He definitely missed it, although he definitely wore it.
You get the ache, this tummy ache, don't you, when you get one in the regrettables?
Sort of goes up, yeah. It's very unpleasant. Drive, fielder's there. Thomas looking to be aggressive, can't quite get it away. But yeah, I imagine that's quite a sort of a thumping sort of pain at the moment.
Yeah, I think even that dot ball there, that last ball played, we spoke earlier about that lack of intent and sort of energy through the ball, that, I can't remember the phrase that was used, but that bat speed through the impact
zone, that was it.
So there are two different types of dot ball for me. That dot ball there was hit with force. It took a dive-in stop, whereas I saw a lot of just no bat speed, dead bats. Something you can always test yourself with to push those boundaries.
If you're over 40, fancy doing some activities, come to the game on Sunday. Of course, that's not what it is. It's over 40 different activities.
For over 40s.
If you're over 40, you want to join in, I'm sure you can do that, but there'll be plenty to do for
almost makes you want to turn up to see who is showing up. Really motivated 40-year-old or lots of people that have got a lot of time in their hands?
Well, they have got a slip in now.
I wonder if we could have a breakdown of those activities.
I'm sure there could be a list provided. They must have
really
planned them by now.
There's a cool game that the Hygos tent have got on, where you throw a bean bag.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of up a slope to try and get it through the hole. I don't know what it's called, but
it's got a proper name, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has got a name. And in America, they actually do a full-on competition.
It's great, and it's great to watch.
They win some cash as well. Unbelievable. I love all those games in the States.
Let's find out what it's called. It's called the beanbag toss.
No.
It's got a proper American name,
Can't
isn't
be
it?
That's
Cornhole.
Cornhole. Hey, what? Throw your beanbag in my corner. Right.
Oh, got him. It's the end of Goldsworth.
That's it.
He's got to go.
That's gone straight through onto the cornhole. That is leg stump. Bales dislodged, and Goldsworth will be disappointed with that. A pretty innocuous dismissal. Left arm twiddler. He hasn't spun it. Goldsworth, he's just played all around that one. Barnard. A little bit of angle on the crease. Oh.
Left himself a bit of a gap there, almost yorked himself the way he's come forwards.
That's a pretty poor dismissal that for Goldsworthy. No spin. If anything, it's just gone in on the arm slightly. One of the things I always say when I'm coaching batting against spin is just don't play for spin. The amount of spinners that get bowled LBW dismissals in the modern game is just so much higher than caught keeper, caught slip. They want you to play for spin. James Rue on his way out to the middle, batting at number 4. Fine player. Great opportunity for him. Get up and running in this competition.
Yeah, could do with a few runs, really. He's no trouble with, no worries as far as form, but hasn't had the same sort of season as he had last year. It was a bit of a worry when you come off a season like that. It's how do you keep that going? And you get a bit well known around the circuit, I guess, as well. Whereas before he was through unknown by a lot of teams, whereas now he's a name you look out for in the Somerset side. I'm sure when you visit Taunton, you think, right, James Rue, how are we going to get him out?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I suppose 3-4 years on, it was the same, the Lammonby scenario. Lammonby burst onto the scene in the Bob Willis Trophy, averaged 70. The next season couldn't buy a run because the bowlers are going to look at you. They're going to study you. They're going to get their graphs out. Where do you score your runs? They're going to bowl the ball opposite to where you score your runs, and they're going to test you out. And that's what winters are for. You've got to evolve your game as a professional cricketer, because the blokes up the other end, they know what they're doing.
Absolutely, that's the whole beauty of this game, isn't it? It's a battle between bat and ball, and the bowler is just as much right to cause problems as the batter does. Here comes Barnard again. Rue pushing forwards. Of course, now this is different for Barnard. Different style of player, Rue. Goldsworthy, 38 from 34. So it's not a bad innings. Not a great shot to get out, but he's not used up too many deliveries for his 38 there. Over a run of ball. But what Somerset don't want to do is lose a couple quickly here.
Yeah, did a job there, but again, being ahead of the game allows Rue that time just to establish himself. He's not under pressure to score at any particular rate. He can play it the next 4 or 5 overs, just picking off the pieces. And I'm sure he'll get himself going, but the point is he's not under pressure to score from ball one, and that's really the key of what the guys up top have done really well. 5.2 runs and over at the moment. Is getting a little bit on the turgid side, this at the moment, but just one person getting in, and quite a little bit of an uncharacteristic innings so far from George Thomas. He's playing nicely, don't get me wrong, but you know, he was always being the bish bash bosh guy. Goldsworthy maybe more the accumulator. That role switched, which is interesting. Potentially a good sign that he's got you know, multiple ways to play the game, which is good.
Looking in a lot of hurry here, George Thomas, does he? He's not quite happy just to stay in for now.
Well, I suppose what the lineup need, they need to replace the Andy Amid role, don't they, really? Goldsworthy obviously did it the last game, got his 90 odd. Amid scored a number of big scores for Somerset in the last season and a bit. They need someone just to anchor the innings.
There we go, bit of a drive, found a small gap. Yeah, and it's only going to take one player to get a, what, 70? 80 probably? 70 or 80 would do it. Maybe not even that much from this point.
Yeah, I mean, Goldsworthy's obviously putting a pretty good contribution there. I'm not sure what he managed to get, was it 30 odd?
38,
yeah, you need a couple of those and a 70, and you're home and hose, really, aren't you, with a few extras? So, yeah, not huge amounts to be done here, but it still has to be done. The professional job has to be done. But yeah, Taunton, 4 runs and over. You'd think there would be no issue.
Down the leg side, helped on his way? No, I think the keeper might have got something on it.
Always helps when you get 5 runs off of no balls.
Yeah,
thrown into the equation. Thank you very much.
That's all what would have been wanted there from Balderson. You've got a day off between games, haven't you? Because you're back here on Sunday, I think. Is that right? Commentating?
Yeah, I'm playing a bit of cricket myself.
It's cricket.
So I'll be needing some assistance up the last couple of stairs, if you don't mind, if you're around.
I'm not here on Sunday. I am camping this weekend, which will be a joy.
Are you taking the portable barbecue with you?
We may well have a barbecue. I think I'm going with my family, and I think they might have got something a bit more substantial, yeah. Which would be great. Going to North Devon.
Parents or?
No, it's my auntie and uncle, and my other auntie and uncle from my mum's side.
Who's the sort of alpha barbecue person that's going to take control? Because that seems to be a thing. Every family's got the.
Yeah, that's probably Uncle Pete. I reckon he'll be doing that. Yeah, it's a good name, that, isn't it? Clearly.
I like Uncle Pete.
Yeah,
sounds like a top fella. Uncle Pete.
I mean, Uncle Nigel will be helping him out with that as well.
Uncle Pete dominates the barbecue. My kind of guy.
He'll be on that. He'll be on that, I'm sure. I'll be helping him out. I'll be handing him spoons or spatulas or whatever else he needs. It's a good ball. Yeah, and then doing a bit
Sam will be preparing the couscous. He looks like he'd be a couscous preparer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon.
Salad and couscous, please.
Love, I've just done the tabbouleh. So like, yeah, that's like a Sam roll, I think.
Sounds delicious. Well, you need them as well. You can't all be alpha barbecue guys, can you? You end up with all meat, no tabbouleh.
Well, I came under fire from my barbecue the other day. It was a little bit too red meat heavy, to be fair.
Was it? Wasn't a barbecue on the beach then? You don't do beachy
around.
Barbecues, do you?
No, I've told you this. Growing up in West-Super-Mare, I'm very suspicious of the places where sand can enter.
Oh yeah, what sort of places?
Everywhere. Just gets everywhere, doesn't it? Sand. You only have to be in Western and you get sand somewhere.
Yep, that's true. It's a lovely beach though. Do you ever go out on the beach just for evenings or days? I guess your kids are a bit older than that now, aren't they? Must have done when they were little.
It's weird, isn't it? I suppose when it's on your doorstep, you probably
You don't use it as much as if it's a holiday.
No,
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of the place in Weston where the others go, where the visitors go. It's not, the locals kind of go in the opposite direction.
Such a welcoming reception in
Yeah.
Weston. The others. Thanks for coming.
You lot enjoy the beach. We'll find some nice. Yeah. No, uphill, the woods around uphill
uphill's
are quite
lovely,
nice.
isn't it? Yeah.
That's a nice area.
I love the little cycle route you can do from sort of Breen to Weston.
Down Accommodation Road.
Yeah,
lovely.
Lovely, lovely. Yeah, just an easy, simple cycle, beautiful views. Very nice. We've opened it up. I see a cycle route all the way up to Clevedon now from Weston, which is good. Peer-to-peer way, it's called. But whose pier is better, Pete?
Well,
you're a Western man. You've got to be careful.
Surely that's got. The metric is how many 2-penny nudges are on your pier.
In which case,
Western,
hands down, Weston.
Is there anything? What is?
Clifton Pier, I think it's got a cafe at the end of it. It's very lovely. It looks beautiful.
So West Supermare's got like 5 or 6 cafes on it.
It's got yeah, that's true. But also, Clifton Pier doesn't have a racetrack in the middle of it, and that for some people would be a benefit. There you are. It's a very nice looking pier.
It's very Victorian looking. Yeah, I suppose that's more tradition.
It looks nice.
One of the travesties in the southwest is do you know Burnbeck Pier?
Yeah.
The one near Sand Bay. But there was a jetty.
Yeah, and it was a pier off a pier, wasn't it? Yeah.
That is a stunning. It's like a tiny little island.
It's beautiful
with the walkway going out to it. And it's just been left in disrepair. And I always thought that if I ever won Euro Millions, buying it.
You're buying it and doing it up.
Doing it up.
Or keeping it privately.
I would redo the walkway.
Yeah, get it.
But
open.
I would hire trolls to stop people and charge them, or maybe throw them over.
So there'd be toll trolls, basically.
There'd be toll trolls, and it'd be heavily booby trapped. Like I'm thinking Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones vibe.
Well, you'd like that being with your Indiana Jones hat, wouldn't you?
How good would that be? To have your own
island and pier leading to it with trolls.
So good.
Wow.
But it's beautiful.
It is lovely.
But unfortunately,
it's such a shame.
It's now an eyesore. It's just
it
such
is.
a shame.
There have been plans for a long time to try and find out what the latest is to try and get it back open again. It's going to take a lot of money, but that's the plan.
Does it in the context of track and trace apps for 36 billion that didn't work? In the context of that, it doesn't seem like a lot of money to have something.
When you compare it to 36 billion, yeah. Let's see what the latest update is on it. This is from April this year. Plans submitted to restore dilapidated pier. That's quite a kind word, isn't it? Dilapidated.
Who's the chap that's Penrose, isn't it? Penrose, the Conservative MP. His missus is something to do with the track and track. So maybe do the right thing. You made a really bad app. Chuck a few quid in and sort Burnbeck Pier out. Mr. Penrose.
These are the thoughts of Pete Trigo, just to be clear. Let's see. This is what we could put in the trigonometry.
Get it sponsored by your mate Michelle Moan. She's got a few million spare that she's robbed off of us all.
Shall I continue reading this article?
No.
If approved and gets permission, important, does it? Work could start on the landside buildings later this year in the hope they could reopen to the public in 2025. That would then enable work to start on the pier itself and re-establishing the RNLI's lifeboat station on Burnbeck Island. There we are.
Saving lives and culturally enriching the area.
There we go. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
I'm getting right behind that. That's going to be my...
That's your campaign.
That's going to be
got
my
a
campaign when I...
go for election as the local MP.
Run for government.
What? Wow. Well, if you're, I think you'd confuse a lot of the MPs with all your sayings in Parliament. It would go into Hansard, and then they would become they would have to then be sayings. They if it's in Hansard, it's legit, isn't it? So it's a bit risky for the English language.
So you're saying that Sir Keir wouldn't be able to ham and egg with me? Is that what you're saying, Charlie? I'm offended. What a lovely over that was. 17 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 83 for 2. In control of the game, but I feel like Lancashire are coming back into it just a tiny little bit.
You had a tough week, Pete. Is there something going on?
What a great week. What a great week.
Oh, good fun on a Friday night here. You got the beer and cider festival, drinks are flowing there. Beach ball out in the crowd. We've had a bride ejected. Won't make a lot of sense unless you were watching earlier on. No,
That was not a bride. This young lady here, that's a bride. Mrs. Dowling here looked absolutely stunning on her wedding day. We saw photos of it, didn't we?
Lovely photos.
Throwdowns. Yeah. What, an hour after saying I do?
Yeah.
Remarkable.
On a beautiful beach in Wales. Very, very lovely. Very lovely.
Wave to everyone, Mrs. Dowling.
Hang on. Let's wait for this ball. Yeah, no, it wasn't, just to be clear, it wasn't Mrs. Dowling on the pitch earlier on.
The only man in the history of getting married who said, I do, and I've won the toss, and I'm going to bowl, and I'm going to bowl first.
I do want to bowl first.
I've been out onto the bay, and there's a little bit of moisture.
Shots!
Oh, what a shot that is. George Thomas using those.
Come on in the crowd.
Great big muscles of his. Belts that into the Somerset stand. Looks like he's picked up a little bit of cramp, maybe. But what a shot that was.
Cramp or just the leftovers of an earlier injury?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Is he going to get hog-tied again by Venkatesh? That looked ruthless. What
It looked pretty painful, didn't it?
Really
good shot. Yeah. Rue came right down all the way to him because George wasn't moving. What's he going to do this time?
Yeah, it does feel like Lancashire have just regained a little bit of control over the run rate. He was at 9s at one stage. Back down to just under 5.
Just over 4. That's the current one. Yeah, sorry, current one, yeah. Required just under 4. Just over 4.
Wasp is showing 94%, so I'm assuming that's the Trade Nation gremlin that resides underneath the Trade Nation stand.
You could use him as one of your trolls.
What was he? I'm not hiring that geezer. He said 50. When they were meandering along at 3 runs and over, he had the game at 50-50. What was he thinking?
Wow. He waits to see what the pitch is saying, doesn't he? Like, clearly he's having a look at the pitch.
More spin into the attack now. Chris Green, overseas player, the Australian. He's played franchise cricket all over the world, currently playing for Lancashire. He was at Surrey last year, if I'm not mistaken. High quality bowler, very experienced. Interesting to see what he has to offer here today at Taunton.
Mr. Speaker, let's just ham and egg it. This is one of the comments here. You'd have to have people calling you a right honourable gentleman if you were elected to Parliament. Oh, it's been great fun today. Felt like a proper Friday afternoon here at Taunton. Thanks for all your submissions and comments and all those sorts of things. You can get in touch with us on the YouTube.
Well, I'm
Just
not
search
sure.
for Somerset versus Lancashire.
Well, we've had a great time, haven't we?
It's been brilliant.
Well, someone on the live stream, can we all, I'm not sure if this is a compliment or not, maybe a backhanded one, can we all move to Planetary, go all things rated by how many 2-penny shove machines you have?
Yeah, that'd be
great.
Yeah.
If that's not a barometer of quality, I don't know what is.
It screams class, doesn't it? I love a 2-penny shove machine. I had one. There's one on. There was quite a few in Burnham Pier. A few other arcades in Burnham with the. Chris Green bowling.
So as a lad, you used to hang around the Regency arcade.
Oh yeah.
And there were like wall to wall, like slot machines. You know, the 5, 10p, 2p, whatever they are.
The shove machines. Yeah.
And all the holiday make. Oh, he's
Yeah.
not. Oh,
Just about got it past the fielder there. Who stretched out one hand. In the end, it goes for 4. More runs. Just starting to flow a bit more easily. Although there was a bit of risk in that shot.
fiercely struck down from Thomas.
bit close to the fielder. In the end, far enough away not to cause too much of an issue.
Yeah, I think one of the added layers to the difficulty there is the sun is setting over the Pegasus building and right into the deep fielder's eyes. His teammates just throwing him out a pair of sunglasses. Probably could have done without the ball before. Yeah, so you'd go on around the fruit machines as a whippersnapper, and all the holiday makers would be there throwing their money into these machines. But when you got attuned to the noise, you know, there's a tube where all the money collects.
Yeah.
And it was quite audible when the machine was full and due to pay out, because it was quite obviously analog back in those days.
Yeah.
It would fill out when all the money got to a certain point, and then the reserve tube would fill up, and that's when it would pay out. And we used to listen, and we could hear someone, and if they walked off when you heard
just
the sound,
as it was about to go,
scrabble around, get a few 10p's or whatever it is, ching 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 ching, and all the holiday. How did you know that was going to happen?
I'm just very good at the game.
Dark arts of fruit machine playing. It's amazing I did so badly in my GCSEs, to be honest. Remarkable.
Well, yeah. Real window into the Trigo childhood. Sounds great.
So 19 overs gone, 94 for 2. That nice little bit of impetus there. George Thomas taking a bit of a chance. The slog sweep, the boundary, bit of abject bowling, not bad bowling necessarily, but again he was ready to take that. And Ruse played a beautiful cover drive through the offside. He's going to pick up 4 for that.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Classy shot from James Rue, spotting a gap and picking it perfectly. Yeah, lovely. Waited for it and pushed it through. Extra cover for 4 runs, and Somerset 2 away from 100 here. 100 came up in the 25th over for Lancashire, I seem to remember, or certainly around then, 25th, 26th. So Somerset well ahead as it stands, just 2 wickets down. In control of this game. What do they need? 121 more runs. Everything can change though. Ooh, reverse sweep here from Rue, and that's going to be 4 more. Oh, he's really connected with that very well. Seeing it nicely. And the 100 comes up with a James Rue reverse sweep. Nice shot. Knowing where the field is. It's a well thought out risky shot there. You don't mind it. He's got license to do that. They can afford, if it goes wrong, they can afford it at the moment. Somerset needing just 1-7 now.
Yeah, I think that was just what was lacking almost from start to finish until Green got going at the end. I probably sound like a broken record, but yeah, Somerset players they're doing things. They're trying to score. You can tell that their mentality is to score, not to survive. And I think it was really evident at the start of the Lancashire innings. They were surviving. It was very, very slow bat swings, dead bat, in behind, almost like they were trying to survive a 4-day game. Certainly not, I'm sure, part of the plan, but maybe, I suppose you've got to flip some credit to the Somerset bowlers. They bowled in an area that made it tough, I guess, but not one of the Lancashire batters came down the wicket to a seamer. Not one of them tried to pull off back of a length. They just did nothing.
Whereas we saw Andy Umi get out, yes, but he was trying, wasn't he? Coming down the pitch to a seamer. Didn't work for him, but had he hung around for a bit, would have done a good job for Somerset. As it was, it's going to need to be one of these two probably who pulls through for the Somerset, takes them close to, if not over the line. George Thomas, 41 from 63, Rue 11 from 17 at the moment.
Well, we'll take a little break for a minute. 20 overs gone. It's been very enjoyable. We've probably gone down a few little random rabbit holes, Charlie, but it's been much enjoyable. I'll leave you with the capable hands of Sam Dalling. I think far more sensible chat is about to follow for the next 10 overs.
I wouldn't bank on it, but thank you very much, Pete. It's been a real pleasure having you alongside us. You'll be back a little bit later on.
That was a challenge, by the way.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Thank you. He's picked up his hat. In Indiana Jones where he has to quickly grab his hat before the door comes down, the big tomb closes. It was a bit like that there with Pete Trigo. In comes Chris Green, pulled hard for a single. Beautiful evening here in Taunton. Lovely day out. Sam Dalling's alongside me. Follow that, Sam.
Follow that. Well, I can't really follow that, given what's just gone before me. I enjoyed just wearing the engines up. I went out for 5 minutes, I came back in, and you were looking at games of chucking beanbags through all kinds of things. Glorious. It's a little insight into the world of a pro cricketer. Chris Green in. I feel this is a key period, isn't it, Lancashire? They can get a couple of wickets now, just put the pressure back on Somerset. 41 from 63 balls, Rue 11 from 17. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Bit of hesitation.
Yeah, wasn't there, was it, the single?
Do you look at the Somerset batting lineup and go, if you're Lancashire, you think, all right, if we get past the top 5 or 6, then there's some capable players, but you're into the all-rounders quite early in this side.
Thomas, I mean, all the way to Aldridge at least. Somerset will be fairly confident. Aldridge has been brilliant with the bat in Championship cricket.
The proper all-rounder, Aldridge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
then you get to that. I don't know what Castle is like, judging from where he is. I wouldn't bank much on him, but he may well be able to swing it back. Ogborn,
all can play.
They can play. So yeah, I mean, you're going to need to get one of these plus Dixon, plus Thomas, plus Aldridge. So you need 4 really.
It's a big ask. Green, I think Green's going to bowl 10 overs here if he can.
Yeah.
He can pick up a couple of wickets.
Oh, he's hard to get away. Doesn't bowl many bad balls.
Was it quite flat a lot of the time?
That's a good job.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from James Root. Inside out. Couple of runs.
Well run, actually.
He's come from nowhere, Chris Green. Well, he hasn't come from nowhere. He's obviously come from somewhere, but
he's come from Australia. Yeah.
But he played a bit of. I think he was at Sydney Thunder, and then Middlesex picked him up.
Yeah,
no one had heard of him really.
Yeah.
And he's ended up doing quite well. I think he's got an Australia cap. Your T20.
Yeah. Yeah, doing a bit of TV as well.
Yeah.
He's not an ugly boy.
No, he's not. He's a good-looking man, Chris Green.
Yeah.
Good speaker of the game. Round the wicket to Root.
Very good boy.
Yeah, he's a handsome chap.
Decent over that.
Just had to double check that with my binoculars. Yeah, no.
Yeah, still
confirmed.
Excellent.
He's handsome.
But I tell you what, we've had a few things that I didn't on the bingo card today. Wouldn't have been. There's the win predictor, Trade Nation win predictor.
Come into it a bit since the last time we checked that.
Have you got a number there? 13%. Unlucky for some.
It was
Somerset
96 before, so it's gone down a bit.
Chris Green, the Australian, was saying Somerset on 87. We'll get them, lads.
Yeah, well, yeah. 87. Key number over there, isn't it?
We've had actuaries mentioned. Hansard. Didn't expect Hansard to get a check.
We play a really silly game.
Surprised me
in our house. It was at Christmas we played it. I think I heard it on the radio. Really funny game you can play. Swept hard and there's a gap there. Well played, George Thomas. Connected beautifully with it. Knew where the gap is, and now he's catching up a bit with his. He's behind the rate really. He moves up to 46 from 67. Hansard is totally searchable right the way back into from like mid 19th century, as I'm sure you are aware, Sam.
Oh yeah.
But we play a game where there'll be a category, for example, say vegetables, and you have to name the vegetable that's been mentioned least in Parliament since about whenever the Hansard started, in the early 19th century. But it can't be 0. If it's 0, you get 1,000 points.
You're basically playing. You're playing the opposite of pointless. The Hansard.
You're kind of playing pointless, but not. You can't be 0.
Yeah.
0 is bad because then you can just name something that's obviously never been named there. So the best answer you can get is 1.
Interesting. Right.
And it's amazing.
Where's my invite, Charlie?
We'll play it one day.
Do you play it remotely? Because your better half is out of the country.
You can do it remotely. No, we tend to play it. It's more of a family game at Christmas, to be honest.
Just a winter game.
Don't tend to sit at home on weeknights playing it. It's more of a
no judgment
once
here,
or twice
Charlie.
a year.
No judgment.
Well, there we are. Fans of cribbage, me and my girlfriend. We love a game of cribbage.
When you were talking about the two-piece slot machines, and you're probably a bit young, but did you used to play Shove Halfpenny at home?
Yeah.
You get the board and you push the two-piece along. Oh, what a game that was!
I used to do that. Play it a bit at the pub.
Oh, Triggs said to me, he's at the back doing a bush tucker trial, and he said something.
He's just discovered gold in New South Wales. He's excited.
The over, 111 for 2. 22 gone.
Nelson for 2. If any Lancashire fans need a bit of encouragement.
Green around the wicket to Root.
Off Nelson then.
Just a single. Just that little quiet period, the old school quiet period in 50 over games. Do you remember when you basically would write off overs 20 to 40 in old one-day international cricket? Where teams would just score at 3 or 4 and over.
Yeah, just settle down for 3 or 4 and over. Yeah, that needed changing, didn't it? And England kind of did that a bit on. New Zealand really started it off, didn't they? Started to change ODI cricket.
That's why they made it 40 over cricket, the CB40. How can we get rid of that now? We'll just get rid of those.
Just get rid of it. Just take it out.
It's specifically the middle 10 overs we're losing as well, folks.
Yes. Well, I think this is a cracking format for me, 50 overs.
My favourite.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's a nice day out. You get to see, okay, this game's not going to be the perfect example because it's a bit low scoring. But on a higher scoring game, 300 each way or more, it's a lovely, you get proper cricket, good spells of bowling, you get to see lots of 6s and 4s,
Low
see
scoring.
some good wickets.
Low scoring thriller is what you want. I want to see something that get this 9 down.
I mean, that's exciting. It is exciting, but 300 plays 300 would be fantastic.
You've not got the tension. 300 plays 300 as the sun comes out.
300 plays 300.
It's not, you've got the tension. Well, 300 plays 300 would be a tie. So
300 plays 300 would be brilliant. But yeah, when it's 120 playing 118.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, that is super.
My wheelhouse there.
Yeah.
For that.
It's funny, isn't it? How? Sorry.
That's right.
How? Because they've scored what, 218. I mean, that's a T20 score, isn't it? 218 is a high.
Yeah, that's the advert, isn't it? 118. 118.
Oh yeah. So they scored 218, but that, you know, if you see that score come up quite a lot in T20 cricket these days. 220 comes up. So it's funny, isn't it? Over 50 overs.
Particularly here. Lovely shot from James Reed. That's timing. There's a man at backward point. There's a man out of deep extra cover. He's beaten both of them. Picks up a boundary to end the over. James Reed. 7 from it. Somerset. 118. 119 even.
It's funny. What I think my point is how different those two formats are. And actually 50 over cricket is a really different form to 20 over. 20 overs you can go for, what were you averaging? 9 and over gets you to 180.
If you're a bowler and you've gone 8, you've had a great
You're
day.
happy, yeah. So apply that to 50 over cricket. Is that 450? If you go at 9 and over?
That's what England did, basically.
Basically,
that's how they won a
got,
World Cup by saying, occasionally we'll get rolled for 100.
Yeah.
But we're going to make 400. And you get people coming out saying, yeah, we'll get 600 in a day in a test match. So, right. Keep going, lads. Need a wicket, Lancs.
Now then, Cowpat's playing the game, I think, the Hansard game, because this is on the stream. They've put broccoli.
Should we have a little addition?
Let's see what. Yeah, go on. This is how the game works. Go on. You look
we need a topic because you've already played vegetables, so you can.
No,
cheat.
I've not played vegetables to be honest. I did because we played fruit before, but I can't do fruit. Yeah.
Can I trust you?
Yeah.
Can't do fruit.
No.
You're not very good at the fruit version of hand.
Well, fruit.
You played it right.
There was someone who named a brilliant one who only got 1 mention. What you've got to be careful of. Here's what you've got to be careful of. Crises that have happened. For instance, if you're doing vegetables, don't do potatoes because of the potato blights and crises and things like that. Stuff that gets mentioned in Parliament. Great stop.
And if they're massive fans of James Bond, then Cowpat's going to lose.
Yes, because they'll have mentioned the broccolis a lot. Exactly. So you've got to think how else might it have come up.
So, are you? See, what we've got. We're going to have a little insight into your life in a second, Charlie Taylor. Do you play House of Commons Hansard or House of Lords Hansard?
We go Commons.
Right.
We're very much Commons. Swept well. That'll be 4. Thomas is 50. He's played well there. Yeah, he's not gone at a run of ball. He's below that, but actually what he's done is anchor it fairly well with other players going harder than he has. He's just beginning to catch up with himself a bit now.
Well, let's catch up with himself.
He is, with a run of ball, he is really becoming an important part of this white ball setup for Somerset.
All-rounder.
Yeah. 52 off 79. Nice shot again. Oh, here we go. It's all coming in now.
I know. I've got to try and keep up with this.
Now, here's so B is suggested eggplant. Well, it would have to be the English term for it, which is that an aubergine?
Yeah.
I always get confused between zucchinis and eggplants. You're just looking at the spelling of broccoli there, weren't you?
Never remember.
I spotted it.
Can never remember. Thanks for just exposing me. Right, well, it's in here. We've got
how many mentions?
12 references.
12 references. That's a very good score. So you get 12 points. Yeah, that's very good.
My barometer. Okay.
So that's brilliant.
We've got a dozen.
So when was the first time or last
hang
time?
on, but this is only from 2019.
Oh no, you've got to go back. You've got to go back to the very beginning.
Yeah, it's not looking so promising now, is it for you? When's the beginning?
Well,
view all years.
Yeah,
you can still have an amateur at this game. So broccoli, interestingly, and I'll talk you through a bit of history before I...
This is good, isn't it, this game? Yeah, go on.
Broccoli doesn't get a nod. It gets a nod at the back end of World War I.
Yeah.
And it goes silent
Makes
a little
sense.
bit. Goes silent a little bit until the 1930s. And there's a little flourish. There's the worm. You can see a little flourish from Somerset, well ahead of Lancashire.
Get back to the broccoli.
It just... In 1931, it peaks.
Now, what's going on in 1931 about broccoli in Parliament?
265 ain't looking so good, is it?
No. Is it 265? That's a good score.
Is that still a good score?
265 is a great score. Yeah. So what's the next one? What else are other people saying?
You should also do how many debates. There's been 9 debates with broccoli in the title.
There you go. Isn't that great? Fascinating bit of history. Okay, artichoke, says Nick. Oh.
See, Nick, the thing is, if we were doing Lords Hansard, artichoke might be a little bit more, but I can't imagine there's ever been an artichoke famine, for example.
No, well that's the thing, you can't do anything that's definitely been in the news a lot.
What do you reckon for artichoke?
Artichoke, I think artichokes have been around a bit longer for us, probably.
Yeah.
So I would
right.
say, it's a tough one though. I reckon probably a bit more.
See, this is interesting. Artichoke gets the nod way earlier. Back in 1845.
Wow.
But it might have been someone from Devon called Artichoke.
Exactly. You don't know, because if there's a name of someone, like if a prominent politician was called someone broccoli, then they would get loads of mentions, wouldn't they?
So, artichoke, based on what you told me so far, is an excellent pick. 14.
Yeah. 14! That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. So well done. So Nick would win that round. Lovely shot. Just using a bit of...
got a few more
down the leg side. Clipping it. Who have we got? Oh, carrot. Now, carrot will be big. Try carrot, see what that gets. That's going to be big.
You've got really excited.
Winter root veg from Britain. That's going to be big. See how exciting this game is?
Oh, there's some... Oh, we're north of 2,000.
Yeah, carrot. Exactly. See, 260 is a good score.
See, it's interesting. I'll come back to it probably after the cricket.
Yes, yeah. Well, you get the idea of the game, everyone, and it does get quite competitive in our house.
The last thing I'll say on carrots today.
Another route we didn't expect to go down.
So there's a couple of rogue early references. 1839 it comes up, 1846 it comes up. Then it goes silent until the 20th century.
What's going on with carrots that they're not getting mentioned for a good, how many years? 80 years?
Yeah, no, it gets dropped twice in the early 1900s, 1901, 1902, then it goes bananas.
No. Slower full toss. No run. Yeah, go on.
Look at it. In fact, it's a steady flow of carrot, I'd say.
Go on, what's the number?
2033.
Wow. There you go. So that would be a bad one. Well, there you go. You can play it at home. It's free to access. You can get it online. If you search Hansard, you can find everything that's been mentioned in Parliament since the early 19th century. Shorter ball, pulled hard. That's 6. Into the crowd. Oh, down the stairs. Into the car park. Off it goes.
He's ham and egg that. Into that Trade Nation stand. Good pace. There's a couple he's hitting now, George Thomas.
Eggs would be a massive score. Massive score for ham and eggs. We'll
get in trouble.
They'd be huge. Yeah, I think we might have pulled all the threads we're going to pull on that one. But I do hope people play that at home because it's a fun game. Think of your own categories.
Nice way to bring up drinks there from George Thomas. Shame we should have used a drinks interval really for that.
Oh, perfect. Well, let's have another round. No. But we don't have anything else to talk about because now all we can think about is excellent vegetables that might get you 1 point. It plays on your mind. It's like pointless on the telly. 10 from that last over from Aspinwall. Somerset in complete control here. 25 overs gone, so halfway point. 134 is the score.
Look at that sky. That's beautiful.
Oh, yes.
Heavenly down on the Keeper Associates counting ground where George Thomas is 63 unbeaten from 86 balls. that last 6. Moving him into the 60s. Somerset chasing 219 for what would be their 3rd win of the campaign already. Lancashire have had a disappointing tournament so far. This is the halfway stage, 8 games in the group. Teams will have played 4 each after this one. Lancs currently 3 from 3 and not in a positive way. There's that Manhattan graph. You can just see Somerset ahead, not losing the wickets for Lancs. Lancs, it's a bit later actually. Lancs lose a flurry. Casey Aldridge comes on and picks up a 5 but Somerset ahead pretty much consistently on the run rate. They had a really strong start. That power play was really, really good from Somerset, from Lewis Goldsworthy, from George Thomas after Andy Ameet fell for just the 5. Goldsworthy's the other man to go, bowled by left arm off spinner Young Barnard, 38. Goldsworthy made. James Rue has 20 not out, and all that leaves us, Charlie, with 25 overs. Somerset score 85 runs. Lancashire need wickets.
They really do, and they've needed wickets from the start, and they haven't been able to pick up enough. 2 down in the first 25 overs is no good. The DLS score, which gives you an idea of where Somerset need to be by this point. Bear in mind they're on 134. DLS is 88. They are miles in front. Just 85 more runs needed. I think we're going to get a slightly early end to the Beer and Cider Festival here tonight.
Oh, an early end to the cricket.
Well, yes. And then you're saying the festival continues long into the night.
Well, you're a festival goer.
I'm a festival goer.
Love like a bit of Glastonbury. Do they stop when the band stops?
Interesting. I don't think the music ever really stops in Glastonbury, to be honest.
enough.
Yeah, I guess no. I mean, it's a 5-day long festival, so it's slightly different. I'd love a 5-day long.
Get much cricket
at Glastonbury? I have seen sort of field-based cricket going on, makeshift. Don't think anyone's brought a full-size cricket bat in.
Field-based.
Yes, as opposed to
the ice rink based.
Yes, as in camping field. Yeah. Yeah, not like this cricket.
They don't play list A games.
No, they don't play list A games at Glastonbury. They used to, not at the festival. Glastonbury used to be, taking us all the way back to our chat about outgrounds earlier on. They used to play cricket in Glastonbury. Quite a lot of it.
It's come full circle.
Amazingly, despite everything we've talked about, yeah. Probably should just say, for people who joined in halfway through, there was a game we were playing earlier on. We haven't lost our minds.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive.
No, that is true. People now telling us what the scores they've got for different vegetables, which I really like.
Chili peppers,
keep those coming. Yeah,
just a 1.
Chili peppers hard now. Chili peppers hard because it's 2 words, so you've got to work out how you're doing that. I think we restricted it to 1-word answers just to make things simpler. Anyway. Getting past the bat there.
Yeah, a little bit of turn. Let's see that one again. Okay. Beauty. Straight after drinks. Maybe a little dip in the concentration.
Oh, yeah, turned. Proper turn.
That's what Jack Leach did so well at Durham and today. Made batters play.
And again, getting it past the bat. We'll have to have another look on the replay what the...
that one looked a bit quicker.
Did. Yeah. Thomas was a nice sort of flourish-looking shot inside out, but couldn't connect. I've got to get a replay on that one before this next ball's bowled. Wider. Yeah, that got what it deserved, I think.
The thing that's impressed me about George Thomas is, for a young batter to be behind in terms of runs to ball strike rate, it'd be very easy to panic. Slightly silly shots, go a bit gung-ho, but he hasn't done that at all. No. He's very patient. He knows the ball will come and he can catch up. Maybe a bit different if the chase was 300. Still playing in the comments last night.
It's a great game. Honestly, it gnaws away at you at night. You think, oh, I should have said this. I bet that's good, and then you end up looking it up.
Put my phone on silent, otherwise I'll end up with Charlie Taylor bombarding me.
I'm going to send you some good ones. Can't remember. What was it? Dad said one which was really funny because he thought it was going to be great, and it ended up being something like 10,000 times it had been mentioned because of some other reason. There was a there's a politician called it or something.
Look at that beautiful sky.
Oh, that is nice. That's nice.
Wouldn't the Jimmy Cox, James Hildreth would have just popped down from between those clouds.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a bit of a saviour, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah,
that's nice too.
Good to see the Somerset flag.
Yeah, very pleased with that. Lots of Somerset flags around the county flying these days.
Not that many on the retirement flaps, which I'm a bit disappointed from. Stanley asked the question. Chris Green is down on his knees at mid-on asking the question. I think more because he lost his balance. Let's have a look at that. All right for height, probably angling too far, going down leg.
Yeah. Yeah, what have we got on the flats then?
Not much.
We've got, it's slightly faded, that one, isn't it now? It used to be bright yellow, but it gets a lot of sun over there. It's fading to white a little bit.
It's like Harry Everett's bottle. Did you see that bottle he had earlier? The label on it. It looks about 10 years old.
Yeah, for those who missed it and keep up with this sort of thing, Harry Everett did indeed pop in just at the time the food was served. Amazing.
And never to be seen again until...
Yeah. Until the next food's served.
So you should get if you need him somewhere and you're not sure he's going to be there, it's literally a trail of breadcrumbs for him to follow.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like an opposite Hansel and Gretel. Instead of laying out breadcrumbs deliberately, he's just dropping them behind him as he goes.
Round the wicket to Root.
Well, what's interesting is he's at a stag do today here, he told us, or some kind of sort of home stag, he called it like that.
Not anymore, the groom's been ejected.
Are you saying to me that bride was Harry Everett?
Imagine if that was Harry's stag do.
But it's not. It's not his stag do.
That's what I'm suggesting. Well, it could be. It's possible.
But he came up by himself, so he left the rest of the group, presumably to get food for themselves. And he said, "Well, don't worry about me, chaps." Probably already having had lunch actually with his group, then said, "I'm just going to pop upstairs for a bit." Helped himself to a bowl of lasagna and then a bowl of veggie tofu-y chili thing.
It wasn't born yesterday. Tagine, it's described there.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I didn't have it, so I didn't know. I just briefly looked at it, and I was very much taken by the lasagna. Bit of a treat.
There was some lovely, but random baked potatoes as well on the side.
I've not had lasagna and potatoes before.
Although, lovely shot from George Thomas in the air over Ayer at mid-wicket. 4 more to George Thomas. He moves into the 70. Somerset move on to 146.
The way this is going, and these two look very comfortable. We said it'd probably take only one player if they get to 70 to really do the job for Somerset. Well, George Thomas is 69 now. I've got a friend whose go-to in an Italian restaurant is lasagna and chips.
Are his initials HE? Great bit of fielding at mid-wicket by any chance. That is a really good bit of fielding. Let's have a look at that from side on. Saved the boundary there because there's a fielder at deep square leg, but no one else. It was struck sweetly.
Yeah, really good stop.
Down to his right.
Do you think those potatoes are brought up just as a way of sort of, it's like a decoy food to keep Harry Everett away? It's massive sky. Sadly, what it does mean is it brings quite a lot of thick grey cloud towards us, but we are past the halfway mark now, so we will get a game in Somerset. If it goes to DLS, we'll win.
Unless Lancashire take a lot of quick wickets.
Yeah, they're going to need to take probably 7 wickets to get ahead on run rate, I'd have thought.
I need to know, should I text Polly? Because she'll give us a serious
answer. Oh yeah,
she's
presumably she's in a scoreboard, a scorebox over there.
She's over the other side. Saw her on Wednesday, Polly. They've had a lovely time visiting their daughter Amy, who's listening in Scarborough. Caught up with the Rhodeses.
Scarbados.
Yeah. Amy's up there, so they popped over from Durham. Just saw Polly. At the end of the game, I was nipping across. I was trying to go interview Jack Leach, but the studio at Durham, right, little secret, I was throwing to a studio, but then they were right behind me. So I couldn't then get out. I was pinned in. Yeah. So I'm watching the interviews going on. Luckily, Tweds helped me out.
That is very much a benefit of out-of-vision stuff, i.e. radio, or what we're doing now when you can't see us, is that you can throw to something, just walk right through them. No one knows.
I thought about crawling underneath it, but they would have definitely brought that up.
They would have just zoomed the camera in on you, panned it down.
Green's back on.
Look, James Root looking in a way there, a bit like a left-handed Tom Abel. Always technique, very, very upright and proper. I met Harry last week while on holiday from Colorado. He'd be described as incredibly thin here. Feed the beast.
There's nothing wrong with the amount of food he eats. He's got good metabolism, that boy.
Well, I think he probably burns most of his calories through playing cricket, talking, just general fidgets.
What a wonderful man.
Yeah, we love him to bits. But it is funny when he's not on commentary, and yet he always seems to be here just as the food arrives, like a seagull.
Maybe that's why there's so many seagulls at the ground, because he brings them with him. There he is. Compatriots.
Well, yeah, the seagulls, if you were a sensible seagull, you'd just follow Harry Everett around, wouldn't you? He'd lead you to food. Just a single there. What's gone on in the other games? Should we have a quick look?
There they are.
There they are, the seagulls, who this time of day, keeping an eye out for Harry.
What is going on in the other games, Charles?
Worcestershire have beaten Derbyshire by 8 wickets. Durham have beaten Northamptonshire by 4 wickets.
That's big, the Derbyshire. Derbyshire losing opens this group right up.
Glamorgan have beaten Sussex by 1 wicket.
That's what you need. 9 down.
Gloucestershire have beaten Yorkshire by 36 runs.
That was up at York, bit of outground cricket.
Yeah, that looked lovely. I saw Ed Seaborn's tweets. He's the Gloucestershire commentator.
Colonel was umpiring that one.
Was he?
Yeah.
Lovely
Trying to get himself onto the first class list. So Colonel.
Good luck to him.
Ooh, Gareth Roderick, 152 not out. That's a knock, isn't it?
Nice. And Warwickshire have beaten Surrey by 3 runs.
They're not great in this tournament, Surrey, are they?
No, they're not.
Well, young Jack Holmes, 6 for Mrs. D and I saw.
Is that what you're calling him now, Mrs. D?
Mrs. D.
Mrs. D. Do you mind that, Mrs. D? Down the leg side. Yeah? No, you don't like it. Oh, she doesn't mind it.
Well, we're very modern. I know Triggs was assuming that she changed surname, but actually her surname begins with a D. So
well, there you go.
We've got Mrs. D and Baby D, yeah.
So it doesn't actually.
We didn't want to go double barrel because.
Right, no. No. Fair enough. Double D's. Don't want that.
I'm glad I'm sat next to you.
Well, Pete would be in a world of his own by now.
By now? He must have been in one for a long time.
Pete's not left his own world since about 1999, I don't think.
I would, you know, if we ever have the site, I would love to just nip into it for a day. See the eyes through.
Oh.
See the world through the eyes of.
Yeah. So in the group then, Somerset, if they win this, will go point top on points. Will go just ahead of Derbyshire and below Worcestershire on run rate.
It's so good to see Worcestershire doing well after all that's been thrown at them this season. Stanley's in.
It's wide, yeah. Lancashire will remain rock bottom with 4 losses from 4, same as Northants.
Ooh, just, but yeah, you can see why it's given. And that
150
comes up. Somerset, what a way
Always
to
bad
do it.
when that happens. Yeah.
So big game on Sunday here then, Somerset versus Derbyshire. Look forward to a couple of friends of mine, Fletch and Dave Griffin, coming down with Derbyshire. BBC commentator and photographer, they're wonderful characters.
Fletch is great, don't you?
Oh.
Dave Griffin?
You've
seen him on social media, yeah.
He's fine, man. Oh, that's a lovely shot, but it's straight at Josh Mahannon. That made off. Yeah, Worcestershire, really young side. They've signed, 3 players from national counties or uncontracted. They've loaned Fatty Singh from Nottinghamshire as well. I think, you know, they've had so much happen to them this year. Josh Baker's tragic passing, the floods, and it isn't comparable. But the injury crisis on the field hasn't helped them. So kind of down to the bare bones.
Sibley, 149 in a losing cause.
Career best potentially for him. Ooh, that's half a shout. Height probably not doing Mitchell Stanley any favours there. Hits him right at the top of the 5-pad. It was falling over a little bit. Price is right for Gloucestershire is the heading. We've seen that a few times this year. They're turning into a good side, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, they're building, aren't they? They're looking good into the quarterfinals of the Blast.
See, they've not lost many to the Hundy. So you've got Miles Hammer and Cameron Bancroft, Ollie Price, James Bracey, Charlesworth, Taylor, Van Buren, Smith, Taylor, Jeetson, Dale. So that's pretty much their blast side, give or take. Ooh, Yorker dug out. Stanley chucks it back. You can just see a bit of frustration creeping into Lancashire, and the reason
I can
is
understand it.
the run rate required is 3.23. Speed down a little bit, 83 miles an hour.
Frustrating for Lancashire and their fans, I think. You know, this is a team, there's plenty of talent in this team. Flintoff, bags of talent. He's still very, very young. Give him a few years, he'll be there.
There's a Derby fan watching Mark Fletton. Last time we came to Taunton, it took us 2 years to recover.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the
Tough
T20. As much as I loved that as a Somerset fan.
Lovely shot. I love that as a Somerset fan. Chipped over the top by George Thomas, over-pitched. He moves on to 4 more than he had previously. The scoreboard isn't working in front of us.
That's how we should do all the commentary. Well, his score just went up by 4. Well, I can't tell you exactly what it is now.
Was I factually incorrect?
No.
No. Just the score. The scoreboard is missing. Score quite along the bottom went. George Thomas now is 77.
But yeah, that game was a bit of a tough watch, even as a Somerset fan towards the end. Much as it was enjoyable.
Yeah, Matthew McKinnon disappeared over that Colin Atkinson pavilion several times.
So Banton, Green
at the back end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
End of the over, 154 for 2.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Somerset had that after about 12 overs in that game. Been difficult for Lancashire. They've been on the road as well. They were up at Derbyshire on Wednesday. They haven't been back to Manchester. They're down here. Then they're down to Hampshire on Sunday. So in a difficult road trip so far.
Part of the problem when you've got a North Group, South Group, at least the road trips are a bit shorter. I know for Somerset they've still got teams like Essex and Kent, which are long old road trips, but this tournament where you've got Durham, or if you're Lancashire, you've got Hampshire and Somerset, there's a long away days.
At least the fixtures have fallen slightly kindly with them being down.
Well, and that's probably a bit to do with the fact of the ground being in use for a few games at once with the 100. So, but of course they've used their outcomes a little bit as well. Reverse sweep attempted. That's going to be close. Not given.
I think Rue might have hit it.
Ooh, but quite a lot of turn.
I think
look bad that.
I think he gets bottom edge on that.
Yeah, it might do a bit of glove maybe.
Yeah. Otherwise it looks pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't see it on the back leg. That leg's down.
Yeah, could well have got a bit. I think you're right.
Glove.
May well have got a big glove on it. Yeah.
Good umpiring.
You were giving it out in here. The finger was raised.
Yeah, and then I saw James Rees suggest he hit it.
Oh, is that what he did? He pointed at his glove, did he, or something in his back?
Well, he didn't point. He just held it long enough for me to read that that's what he felt.
Because you're not really supposed to. You're not supposed to say to the umpire, "That was on my bat."
You're not meant to turn around and chuck your bat on the floor like someone did in the first innings.
Oh, he's got an edge here. He's going to go. Is he? No, it's going to land safe. That's your luck, isn't it, when you're Lancashire? Big old top edge. No one there to collect it.
Yeah, when those fixtures come out for this tournament, you go, Durham, and the first thing you look for is the H or the A next to it, isn't it? Came out badly for Somerset that. Could have been worse, could have lost the game.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And I was having a quick chat with Jack Leach yesterday, and he was saying that's coach journey back when you've just got 6 for 26. Doesn't feel like your 7-hour journey. I shouldn't think it was a lot better. But he was saying that journey does take it out of you. It's a real, like, to do it up there in a couple of days is, and back again is it's a long old way. Oh, now has he got all of that? It's certainly big. Is it long? I don't think so. Fielder's coming underneath it, and oh no! Oh no!
That's Lancashire's tournament summed up right there.
Oh dear. When it's not going right, it really doesn't go right. Never rains. Who was it? Balderson? No. Who is it? Oh dear. That should be taken.
Yeah, you'd expect it to be taken.
There we go. Well, that won't please the Aussie. He's bowling now.
That could have just been the way back in. You never know.
We've got enough time just for a bit of a collapse, haven't they? Somerset to panic.
Just gets there, makes it's hit him almost on the top of the thumb.
It's Mitchell Stanley on his list day debut. Lifeline.
And you so often have your big, tall, fast boulders these days at mid-on. Craig Overton's so good there.
Scoops up a lot of catches over there.
He did get a lot of catches. I tell you what, Craig Overton, England white ball team again. He's bowling well. 11 runs off 20 balls, whatever the form. That's pretty good. It's very much the Hygos insurance.
But it's what he adds more than that, because actually his bowling is brilliant. We know that, we've seen it for years here at Somerset in white ball, especially T20 cricket. We've seen how good he is. But think about fielding, but also think about batting. He's a three-way threat. Craig Overton. And I would
triple threat match.
He is a triple threat. And I think if England were looking this way for a bit of difference in their white ball setup, why not?
Be interesting to see if they give him a go again.
Yeah, I don't think. Sure about Test cricket. I think they're not looking for someone like Craig Overton at the moment.
No, because he played in that West Indies tour just before the new era.
Exactly. I think he probably knows that. But what he's done with his white ball game, and he's always been good at it. But what he's done,
another level now, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
People don't realise that.
Horrible length, hard and fast. And then he gobbles up catches on the boundary, which could otherwise go for 6 if it was a shorter or not quite as good a fielder there. And he'll bat you, and he could easily hit you a quick 40, easily, and has done for Somerset regularly.
Charlie Barnard back into the attack. Change of ends for him. Bunted down the ground. And in the shortest format of the game, doesn't need to be a quick 40. Just needs to be 15 or 5 balls.
Yeah, if that's it coming in at the end, yeah.
And people pigeonhole him almost as a red ball bowler. And what he's done, and I don't know what he does in the Hundy, but at Somerset what he does so well is bowls champo, line and length, bowls 3 or 4 overs off the reel, and says, right, you play whatever fancy shots you want to do. I'm just going to try and hit the top of off stump. It's going to be unnervingly accurate. It's going to move around a little bit. Do your best. And often he gets the better of the batters.
Well,
that's chipped up in the air. Could have been a catch. Doesn't quite carry.
How many times did we in that in season last year with Henry and Overton up top? How in the bowling, obviously. How many times did we see both of them either bowl 3 or all 4 of their overs 7 up? And how many games out of 17 did we win? 15, wasn't it?
20. 15.
Some trigonometry going on here.
It's catching. It's this chair.
It's 15 out of 17. Is that correct? Last season. So it worked. Okay, it worked against the county level top order batters. How would it go against international batters? You'd have to see. A lot of the county's top order batters are international level. Pulled hard. 1 bounce for George Thomas into the 80s.
Yeah, there's 100 out here for George Thomas. Looking really good. There'll be plenty of Taunton Andrews cricket fans, players in this ground. George and Josh both play there. James Rue plays club cricket. It's a tough day, isn't it? You turn up and you've got both Thomas and James Rue playing against you. Could this be a special day for him?
Oh,
it's been. This sounds like an on-air story.
Well, I'm going to make way, and that might be the end of me, I think. Perhaps, depending on how quickly they get these runs, maybe not.
No, I reckon you've got another stint.
Yeah, well, if not, then thank you very much for having me, and if so, then I'll see you in a moment. But Pete Trigo is currently serenading your wife with stories. I'll try and tear him away and send him into the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Merca Slots, sponsors of the game here between Somerset and Lancashire. It's looking like they're going to be a lucky sponsor, because they may well be sponsoring a Somerset victory unless something special happens in these next couple of overs. You feel it's got to be something magical from Chris Green, or around the wicket to James Reed. Triggs is back.
Lovely little partnership here, Sam. George Thomas has been putting the foot down from time to time. Just want to make a beautiful shot back over seam bowler's head. I didn't see who it was from pitch side, but it looked a hell of a shot.
That was a beauty. Rich Stanley, who then went on to drop a catch. 91 of 105 this partnership's worth, trees.
Looked like there was a close LBW, a reverse sweep.
Bit of glove.
Bit of glove. Keen eyes. Looked like it was maybe a little bit outside the line. I was in the club shop.
Lovely.
Just trialing being a salesperson in the club shop, trying to sell hoodies.
Yeah. Success.
Got 2 over the line, so I'm absolutely over the moon.
What was your closing line for it?
You don't want to know.
See, you know, saying that only makes me want to ask again. Screen. So George Thomas. Okay, 2 to the same person, different sales, or they? You offer 2 for
husband
one,
and wife.
You?
Husband and wife.
Nice, matching.
Yeah, it was like trying to work out whether if it was like going out smart or a Netflixy sort of like sloppy sort of hoodie, you know, a bit baggier, you know.
Just to think, but that's 2 opposite ends of the scale, though. Even I don't tend to use the same thing for going out smart and my.
Well, you wouldn't have the same one, but you know, there's like sloppy clothes,
yeah,
which is like what you normally wear all day, and then there's smart clothes, which is what other people will be seen in public in. You know, it's like a difference. But I love that you're comfortable in your own skin, and you're our Sam. You're our Sam.
I'm in very similar get-up to what I got married in, actually.
Do you know what I did love about your wedding photo? I know the cricket dominated proceedings.
Dominated.
But the fact that you had your Animaniacs cap on, that's high end.
I had to do a series of photos. Every photo had to be done hat on, hat off for the grandparents and people like that. Didn't want the hats in the photo.
Were they not fans of Animaniacs?
Not sure what they felt about the concept. Oh, it's chipped. Just widen the wicket of Animaniacs itself. My sister gave me a bit of a telling off. That's the only reason I was in a shirt for the actual ceremony, because she said you cannot wear it.
I'd have thought wedding day, there could have been like a limited edition new era cap purchased.
I had a suite of caps for the day, which I just moved between.
Oh,
there was a Willy Wonka one, the one with my initials on, and the Animaniacs.
Well, we have a look at the worms here. We have the worm of Somerset on a nice trend. It's always been pretty comfortable. Somerset have always been ahead of the rate. Have you noticed anything like maybe technically intent-wise, Sam, that's really stood out from you in terms of the way that the Lancs batters went about their innings to the way that Somerset have played? Do you think it's a case of, you know, seeing the wicket and reacting maybe? Do you think is it a toss thing, or is it just like a style of play?
The thing is, you're not comparing like for like, because Somerset know what they have to get. What has impressed me, I said it to Charlie a minute ago, is this side on strike, George Thomas, who has been behind what you'd want as a strike rate from an opener, who's particularly batted in the power play, but he doesn't seem to get in his own head about it. It would be very easy to try and catch up and play a few rash shots, and he hasn't. He's just played proper cricket shots.
I think it's actually a nice part of his game that many people haven't seen. We've seen the George Thomas who goes in at the top of the order and can whack it. What we've seen here is the George Thomas who lost his partner, the anchor potentially, which is Umeed, and he's taken over that role. That shows that he's got a bit of a cricket IQ and multiple games that he can play, and that's, you know, someone who can whack it has value, someone who can both has a lot of value. So he's done really well today. He's shown he's got that other side to his game, and 86 not out at the moment off 111 balls. So he's scoring at a fair shake, let's be honest. He's doing exactly what the team needs.
Was he around on the staff or on the academy? He'd been here when he'd been quite young, but did he come in and bowl at the senior team a little bit or play with you guys?
No, not when I was around. I've seen both the Thomas boys play in junior cricket with my lads from time to time, so I've seen them play a fair bit in their upbringing, and you know, they've both had opportunities now to play in the Metro Bank, but it's good to see George kick on. You know, that introduction into the first team in the Blast, you know, making the most of an opportunity, and he's certainly doing plenty of that. Definitely a bit of cramp lurking around. He's down on his hands and knees at the moment, just grabbing his hamstring. He's looking like he's suffering a little bit.
100 partnership up between these two for the third wicket, 101 off 115 balls. Yeah, he's been out there, he's been hit in the midriff as well, so it hasn't been pain-free for George Thomas, but it's still there.
Midriff, was it?
Midriff, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Don't get cramp in the 90s, though, eh?
Oh.
This is the time when you want to be, well, I suppose you could go 2 hits.
Don't worry. Venkatesh Iyer's out there, give him a bit of a stretch. He'll be fine.
Yeah, hog tie. Cheers, pal. Thanks for that. What was that? That was like a WWE manoeuvre, wasn't it? What do they used to call that one? Where they probably the other way around, but
Kurt Angle, didn't they used to do the old Olympic champion Kurt Angle?
What they used to call that?
Are you talking the move or just the?
There was a move that sort of resembled what Iyer did to George Thomas, but they're having a little drink at the moment, so
suplex.
Taking a bit of a break, trying to get some electrolytes on board. They have the gels these days, don't they? Diura light.
How quickly does that sort of stuff work, or is it in the head? Is it?
Well, I think it would probably take a little bit of time to get around the system, but you know, all the very top sports players use it now, don't they? So it must do something.
There's that big night for you, big night for Joel.
Big Joel and Peter Trigo with 3 yellow pages under his arm.
Have you decided what you're going to wear for that night?
Well, stilts. gonna get the old 40-inch inside leg measured trousers out for that one. He is a huge man, and those boots in screen now are actually in the museum here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you ever want to see those, size 15, 16 or something like that, but. Those old school like hobnail boots, they're extraordinary to see. Imagine bowling in those things, proper like cobbled together leather boots.
Getting early for that one. What a bowler that man was. 58 tests for the West Indies, 259 wickets for Somerset. 338 wickets at 18s in first class cricket, 5-10 first, 22 5 first. Lots for you to talk to him about, I suspect, Triggs.
Yeah, that's a great opportunity to come along and get a Somerset shirt or something or other signed by the great man. Doesn't come to the UK a whole lot, so when he does, all those autograph hunters will be desperate to get his signature, no doubt about that. Chris Green bowling from the River stand. He's bowled nicely, hasn't picked up a wicket. Guys have played him pretty smartly. They realise that he's probably a threat in some way, shape or form, even though there's not a huge amount of turn on offer. There's plenty of runs coming at the other end at the moment. 44 to win now off 99 balls. So run rate's never been an issue, especially with that opening 5 or 6 overs. The rate went dramatically down. I think it was like just over 3.5 runs and over at one stage. So it's always manageable. It's just about doing the professional thing and ticking these 44 runs off.
Yeah, I don't want to curse it, but what it's felt like so far has been quite clinical from Somerset. Not necessarily the most exciting game if you're a neutral, but it's been a clinical performance. George Thomas got a chance to make it a very memorable one for him too. Yeah, I've got a photo, I used to have photos with players when the pavilion was down the Colin Atkinson with the old disposable, a 20 quid camera, used to send them off, so I'm sure there's a picture of me and Joel Garner. I might send it to you, get it signed. 20 years after it was taken. Beautiful.
Light starting to take effect here at Taunton. It's getting nice and gloomy and not many better sights around. I think cricket grounds under lights do look quite special places. If we have a look at the partnerships dominated by that one we're in at the moment, 103 between Thomas and Rue. Thomas and Goldsworthy yielded 63 runs, but that was a real good partnership. High strike rate, really took the wind out of the sails of Lancashire.
Current highest third wicket partnership for Somerset against Lancashire. I know these are niche stats, but people do quite like them out there. 118 currently. George Thomas and James Rue, if they get there, will be moving Ian Botham and Viv Richards off that particular record. I'm sure they won't mind too much. I'd be surprised if they were aware of it, in fact. Pushed down the ground for just a single. George Thomas scoring his runs all round the ground. Strong for the leg side, strong behind point. That big 6, straight down the ground. He's taken a liking to pretty much everyone. That's a lovely shot from James Reed. Probably going to get him 1 run. Let's just get him the 1. Makes Sunday a big game though, this Treeks. Derbyshire losing. Great to see Worcestershire top of the table. Had a tough time with it. I was talking like that a little bit earlier on, but Somerset versus Derbyshire on Sunday should be a fantastic family day. How are you pulling up these days after 10 overs? Do you need a hand up the stairs on Sunday morning?
So bad, pal. So bad. But it's been good. I've sort of got back in the gym. I think very difficult to ask yourself to play at a certain level and do nothing midweek. So I've started to put some gym sessions together through the week, and hopefully I'll get the benefits of that at some stage.
Tell you what, I've just bought. I don't know. You might already have one. Cut away, no run. It's an ice bath, one of those recovery ice baths. Are you
happy with that?
Happy with those. Move from the cold water shower into the ice bath properly. Gets you going.
Let's revisit this conversation in February or January.
Yeah, that is.
See if you're going out onto your patio.
Well, it'll look good. It'll look nice. Well, at that point you're already that cold, so it doesn't really matter whether you're in the water or not. 178 for 2. Charlie Barnard. The problem for the bowlers is there's not been a lot for them to bowl at. He's just finished his spell. 10 overs, 1 for 49, that 1 wicket being that for Lewis Goldsworthy. That feels like a long time ago. What, if you're Lancs, right, coach telling us they've got to go, they're not going home, they've been at Derbyshire, they've lost, they've come here, they've lost, they've got to go to Hampshire on Sunday. What are you saying if you're the coach? Because it's going to be pretty low, right, morale?
Go and have a night out, lads. Get some, I don't know, I think it just... Get some. I mean, probably a bit of a flaky word, but get some like spirit. I mean, you're 4 and 4, as in losses, so the morale's going to be down. Unless you go on a serious run. For me, like if I, having to analyse what the vibe is in the Lancashire dressing room at the moment after watching them play, is go and have a few beers together, have a laugh, and come back on Sunday like you've got nothing to lose, and actually try and enjoy your cricket. It didn't look very enjoyable. It didn't, stonewalling it in the power play. That's not why youngsters play one-day cricket. They want to play the big shots. They want to express themselves. They don't want to go back and across and dead bat. So whatever's happening, change it in the environment. Play a round of golf tomorrow, have a couple of beers, watch a film, go and watch Wolverine Deadpool. That'll get the laughs going, no doubt about that.
Busy day for the lads tomorrow.
Do something different, man. But change the vibe. It looked very nothing. How they've gone about their business today, and they're very flat.
Yeah, I was going to say flat is the word.
Understandably flat now, but they were flat at the very start of the game. They had nothing about them as batters. So for me, I think over to the coaching staff, the mentors, the more senior players. How can you get your youngsters expressing themselves? And you know what? If you lose a game of cricket, you've already just lost 4. If you're going to lose the next one, at least go down scrapping, go down fighting, go down trying to put a show on for the crowd, not playing a brand of cricket that was 40 years ago.
Yeah, very well said. George Thomas goes down the ground. He was looking to go to his 100 for a 6. With a 6, he's just got 4, moves to 98. It's been impressive from George Thomas. He is a man who is enjoying his cricket.
I love that he's tried to go with a 6. That's very good. Shows that there's been no damage done to his midriff.
Mr. I will be wishing he didn't help him out. Yeah, you're spot on. I thought that flat from the start. You can lose, but at least have a smile on your face to start with and enjoy it and just accept it. They just look a bit wooden and stiff. Straight to cover. James Rue says yes. George Thomas says no. Never run on a misfield. End of the over then. 185 for 2. George Thomas has 98. James Rue has 34. Somerset within touching distance of win number 3, which I think would equal, I think they had 3 wins last year and just 1 the season before. So halfway through the group stages, they're going to be free from 4 Somerset with a home game against Derbyshire to come.
Rotherwick into the attack, one of the wicket takers from early on. He got Andy Mead on the charge. There's not a great deal of movement here to be had. And I think the weapon as a team, as a bowling attack, is how many runs are on the board, how much pressure the opposition are to create scoring opportunities, to take chances. And actually, the reality is that I suggest that George Thomas is probably going to take a few chances, but again, he doesn't need to. They don't need to do anything other than just bat. And when the ball's not doing anything, that's when you're kind of, well, you're in a bit of a predicament as the Lancashire team find themselves in. 34 runs to win now, and it's almost a case of when, not if.
Thomas back on strike, he's got 98. Looking for his maiden first class professional 100. Picked up a big wicket earlier on as well, Josh Bohannon getting that ball to nip back. 48 up at Chester Street, 18 at Kent.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching George Thomas bat since he's made his debut in the Blast. I think he's really come of age the last few weeks, probably under a little bit of pressure professionally, you know, not getting too many opportunities. Maybe the perception is he hasn't kicked on, so who knows, you know, I don't know what his contract status is, but he's done himself absolutely no harm the last 4-6 weeks. He's come in at the very top level and he's set a real strong tone at the top of the order for Somerset in every format so far, so well done to him. And let's see how the next few minutes goes, because he certainly deserves his first professional 100, as you rightly say there, Sam.
Nice to be right once in a while.
Can happen.
It does, yeah. Stop the clock and all that. Just 33 needed now. 32 after that last single.
Miles down the leg side, that from Rotherwick. Looks a bit disappointed, not quite sure why, probably just disappointed in the execution maybe, not necessarily the umpire's decision.
Difficult to argue that one.
James Rue missing out on a low full toss there. He'd be disappointed not to have picked up a few runs at least off of that delivery. 188 for 2 here, closing in on a win here. Somerset 31 runs remaining, 80 balls left, lots of wickets in hand. It's all Somerset today from start to finish. Shot from Rue, and that's through, and that just about sums up Lancashire today. A misfield at mid-off, through for 4. Like I said, really does sum up the day's play from start to finish. Alfie Ogborn set a tone 4 or 5 hours ago. Lancashire have done nothing to put Somerset under pressure. Somerset looking very dominant.
It's so strange. It's almost like pre-season or a university side turns up, just sort of knowing they're going to get beaten from the outset, and they've got quality in this team. Green and Ayer, Bohannon, they've got youngsters who are promising. Balderson, young George Bell, Rocky Flintoff, Tom Aspinwall. A couple of those lads have been involved in 100 sides. This is Mitchell Stanley. I've just picked up on the mic a couple of, I think it's Chris Green and someone else saying, are you bowling or am I? No one knows who's even bowling next. pulled into a gap by James Root. Short ball, classy stroke from Root, moving to the 40s. Somerset 196 for 2. And I don't like to speak negatively about another side, but you can only say what you see. It's just been strange. They're obviously taking the competition seriously as well by bringing 2 overseas players in for it.
Yeah, it's yeah, I suppose, like I said, the Metro Bank does highlight a number of things, you know, depth in the club, and yeah, but like I said, you've got 2 high-quality overseas players. You'd think that, you know, young players would be absolutely buzzing around. It just looks a bit flat. The batting was flat. Didn't really have a sense that any of the players that I watched had a game plan. Bar Chris Green. Chris Green obviously played a quality knock, but it was too late. The damage was done. I think Bohannon looked good when he came in. Looked like he knew what he was doing. Bar that, it just looked a little bit see ball, hit ball, watch ball kind of batting. Not very proactive at all, and it's not really the modern way to go about one-day batting, especially, and again highlighted on one of the flattest pitches in the world.
196 for 2. It's a short mid on catching.
He's going to eke out. This is going to be the hardest run George Thomas will ever score in his life. 99 to 100, hopefully for the first time. Beans will be going everywhere. Head scrambled, spaceships in the brain, you name it. George Thomas is going through it right now. He's got the ball that he wants into his pad, and that's George Thomas's maiden professional century. What a great knock by the young man. What a 6 weeks he's had in the Somerset first team. Congratulations, George Thomas. What a fine 100.
Yeah, and James Rue celebrated that as hard as George Thomas. Very good friends. Club, thanks. Shake of the hands, a big hug. That means a lot. You can see what it means to those 2 young lads. 134 balls, 14 fours, 2 sixes. It's been a very impressive couple of weeks, as Treed says, for George Thomas. He's put Somerset within touching distance of a 3rd victory in this tournament. Push for 1.
Rue up the other end has been high class as always. Just playing those beautiful push strokes through the covers. Minimal dot balls, no pressure on the man up the other end, and what a top partnership. 2 young lads that played club cricket together, grown up together, and now they're playing in Somerset's first team together and having success. Brilliant to watch for the club. I'm sure the Thomas family are here watching today, and congratulations to you too. Sat on many a sideline stressing about how the boys are getting on. It's all worth it when you have nights like this. Friday nights at Taunton under floodlights. Blatherwick continuing after that rather erratic last over. 4 overs for 37. He has picked up that wicket of a Mead, but the rest of it hasn't been very good. Trying to think of something nicer to say, but it just hasn't been very good.
When you're a man who tends to say it as he sees it, I think you've been quite mild there. 199 for 2. Called. Just a single man out there. 200 up. Closing in now. 19 runs to win. I'll let Charlie Taylor come back in and end this over. Yeah, Somerset haven't even taken any risks, and they would, if they batted 50 overs, they'd still get to 300. Shows it's a decent pitch. Lovely from Root. Might even be 4 of them. It'll be chased by Bohannon, who's going to, I think, slide and keep that to just a couple. It's almost like we said in the first thing, they allowed themselves to be bowled at, and here they've just placed the ball, not really bowled it.
Yeah, it's been a pretty one-sided day. 17 runs to go. James Rue closing in on a 50. I think both teams are probably at that stage of the night where everyone wants to get off the field, tick these runs off. The Lancs boys look like they're pretty keen to get back on the coach and make themselves way down south. Do you reckon the Showcase Cinema? Book in for that tomorrow afternoon. Watch Wolverine Deadpool.
Wolverine out at the moment, is it?
Ooh,
I might need to go and watch that tomorrow. It's my nephew's second birthday. Is he too young for that? Probably is.
I would say that's probably a little too young. That is a post-watershed, and so is that absolutely filthy cover drive from James Rue. What a beautiful way to bring up a half-century. That is an absolutely stunning shot. Classic, full face to the bat, the M&H logo proudly presented there to the ball as it disappears to the boundary. Exquisite cover drive from James Rue, and things have just not really happened for Lancashire today. Like you say, quality squad, some talented cricketers, but they're just not playing to their potential at the moment. Brotherwick round the wicket, changing the angle, bouncer, there we go, 4. Oh no, just 1. So predictable. So
predictable. It is. I mean, Somerset have no complaints. They're quite happy to turn up, have a good day out. 6 for Casey Aldridge, 100 for George Thomas, 50 for James Rue. Man, the match has got to be. It's a tough one, that. You've got to get it, man. The man who's made his first professional 100. Yeah, I think it's got to be George Thomas, surely.
No complaints from me, gentlemen. George Thomas has been magnificent. Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, but
he's in the conversation. 6 for. He's probably set up the chase, but we've seen Casey Aldridge gets 5s and 6s before, haven't we? This is new. This is exciting. This is the start of a real, hopefully, kick-on period for George Thomas. Absolutely fantastic stuff from him.
Is the moment of steel the point where he got struck in the midriff and was put in an ankle lock by... I think that's got to be a steal, surely.
Only if you can describe it slightly better than midriff. I would be more descriptive about where it actually hit him.
Right in the box.
Right in the box. I think maybe the moment was that little bit of physio that Venkatesh attempted to do on him.
That's the moment I'm talking about.
That was probably the bit that he needed to get over. He needed to get out of the, I was about to see the referee come and do the 1, 2, 3.
How's he do it?
Pinned him out.
What does the referee do?
1, 2, 3.
Come on,
You've seen WWE, haven't you? Come on.
He didn't tap out. The fact he didn't tap out in that move probably gives him the moment of steel. Would you have tapped, do you reckon, Triggs, at that point?
Scorpion kicked. Right. There would have been. I don't know. It's interesting. It's just a level of trust there. Do you know what I mean? to allow someone you've never met before to pull your heels up round your ear rolls. I mean, that shows that George Thomas is a very passive individual. Not sure I'd be letting that one slide through the committee, Sam, if I'm honest. You're doing what?
Yeah, so it was a lot because he was talking him through it. 11 from 11, and that's 11 overs.
A spin wall into the attack. Starting off with a dot ball. Placing Chris Green. Oh, he's given himself a chance there, but he's made it. All of a sudden, the cramp has gone, and he sprints down the other end. What want to make sure it's a 100. And as all cricketers know, there's only one thing better than 100, and that's a red ink 100, and not out. That's what he'll be going for. He should be. Good for the average, isn't it, Charlie? A red inker.
Wouldn't know. Not the way he was running that last one, though. It's a bit of a risk. Trying to get these runs quickly, I guess. That spin wall. Oh, nicely dug out there. Could easily have just been a dot ball, but they turned it into a single there, Roo. Getting a bit of bat on it and flicking it out into the leg side for one. So single figures. Sam's decided that he's going to trust me with 10 runs to go. Thank you very much, Sam. Pleasure, as always. 210 for 2. It's been dominant. It's been all over Lancashire from the very start, as you've been talking about, Pete. Never looked like they had the intent, did they? From the very word go. Chris Green, good innings from him. Too little, too late.
Yeah, I think that's that would be the advice if I was anything to do with the Lancashire sort of dressing room or the group of players. Is, you know, you're backed into a corner, you lost 4 now, you've got to come out swinging. Because, you know, for those who have played a lot of county cricket, playing against Lancashire is one of those special matches, and to see them perform or underperform like they have today with, like I said, a really good roster. You know, this is not a poor team, man for man. There's a lot of match-winning quality out there. They just haven't played in a way that sort of makes sense in the modern game. You'd rather see a 180 blowout being hyper-aggressive than the runs they ended up getting, if that makes sense. Yeah. I think I'd see more potential in that in terms of winning games through the rest of this competition. So, yeah, some conversations probably need to be had, and I suppose to the young cricketers as well. You know, you've got a chance to play first team cricket. Showcase your skills.
Yeah. I agree. There's 2 openers, especially in the power play. You've got to make more of those fielding restrictions. It's a chance. You ride your luck a bit in the power play, don't you? That's kind of what it's there for, that you're encouraged to take shots, and they just weren't taking them.
Well, I think one of the calculations you've got to make as an opening batter is, you know, a lot of those lads out there would back themselves to probably be quite strong hitters of a cricket ball. And the reality is, you get bat on it, you've got to clear 30 metres, that's it. And you've got 4. Unless you hole out, which would be very unlucky. You think about 360 degrees, you've probably got 40 degrees covered by 2 fielders. Yeah. You've got all that space. You just need to get it over the infield. You know, there's plenty of ways that you can, you know, frame the conversation to give yourself confidence to go out there. And you know what? If it's there, I'm going to hit it, and I will clear 30 metres, and I'm going to pick up the boundaries. But the knock-on effect, even if you have a few swing and a misses, you're showing intent to your opposition. It puts them on the back foot, and it makes bowlers struggle to execute, or not struggle to execute, but it makes it harder for them to execute.
Because they're thinking, well, I don't want to get tonked.
If you bat like it's a 4-day game, you know what, you're going to end up with 4-day score, which is going at about 3.5 and over.
Yeah. 7 to win. Good day for Somerset fans here in Taunton, especially those who have made the most of the beer and cider festival that's been going on in the building below us where we're sitting now. I'm sure that's gone down very nicely, given the cricket that they've been watching as well. Oh dear, not a great ball. And Paul's pretty much what it deserved. On for 4. Great shot that from James Rue, who's looked really good since he's come in. Wasn't a great ball, lost a bit of control with the bouncer. That'll be just 3 then.
Well, that's the sort of, you know, the bowling that you see, I suppose, with slightly inexperienced players, that it just doesn't really make any sense. It's a slow pitch. You've got a player in on 50, and your go-to is just banging it in. You're giving boundaries away, and it's, you know, I think for me the reaction of Blathers there, just turning around as if it was unlucky in some way, shape or form. Do you know what I mean? It's such a small amount of the deliveries that he's bowled have been top of off. You know, again, you go back to Alfie Ogborn. I don't know what his figures were, but he didn't pick up a whole heap of wickets, but he did a job. He smashed a length, he smashed a line, and he made it hard to score. That's how you create pressure, not by bowling bounces on a slow pitch to someone on 60.
Blatherwick in again. This one cut straight to point. No run. Good fielding. Tough place to field. Point. I think where you did a lot when you weren't in the slips, Pete. When I remember where you were mostly like to field. Mid-off. You've been around then.
In one-day cricket, a lot of mid-off actually. Used to be a thing back in the day that other bowlers would field at mid-off. Because often the bowlers were, certainly not in my case, but tall. So you want those size of fielders. What a beautiful shot to finish the game off, and I suppose another little exclamation mark in the difference of what we've seen today. A half volley, a wide half volley, a poor delivery, and the most sublime cover drive through the covers for 4. James Roux finishing on 60, and George Thomas, the man of the moment, 106 not out. What a magnificent chase. A stunning game of cricket, although a little bit drab.
So what did they have? About 10 overs to go? I didn't quite catch how many overs that fell in. So plenty of time. Yeah, 55 balls, so 9 and a bit overs still to bowl. It's a lot of overs left there for Somerset. They could easily have gone up to around about 300 probably, which would have been, as you said at the start, about par, wouldn't it? Somerset were pretty much where you'd expect them to be, but Lancashire far below.
Great for the net run rate as well from a Somerset perspective. But yeah, a lot of very, very fine cricketers walk off the park, probably scratching their heads at the moment in the Lancashire dressing room. I certainly hope to see the scorecard on Sunday, which I almost certainly will do, and see a Lancashire coming out fighting, because that's what we're used to seeing in this country. 100 years plus of Lancashire being right at the top of the game and making it uncomfortable for the opposition. Today, they just rolled over almost from ball one and allowed Somerset to dominate them, which is very unusual for a Lancashire team.
Yeah, they will lose games, but it's the attitude you don't expect, isn't it, from a team like Lancashire? Which, as you say, we wish them all the best. Hopefully they'll have a safe journey back to, well, they're not going there, they're heading south. As George Thomas walks off, bat raised, 106 not out, his maiden 100 for Somerset. Brilliant effort from him. And he has, we said that just needed one player really to go that sort of distance to 70, 80 plus. Well, he's done it, and he's led Somerset home. Brilliant win for them. They take 3 from 4 now and go right up towards the top of the table with Derbyshire here on Sunday. You'll be back for that, won't you, Pete?
Yeah, really exciting stuff. Lots of stuff going on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If the games aren't on, there's always activities and various other things. But yeah, all to play for now. The Metro Bank. If you're not attracted to following the 100, get down here and follow Somerset in the Metro Bank. Like I said, they've got a good head of steam up now and could be a real special few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can keep this going, why not? They've got a good, strong team there. Why can't they go, if not into the knockouts and all the way, then certainly close to it? Pete, thank you very much for your company. Do join us if you can on Sunday for that game against Derbyshire, with plenty of stuff to do for the kids as well as those over 40.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Family fun day. You can either come down here and do 40 activities if you're a youngster, or if you're over 40 you can do unactivity. Is that the rule?
Yeah.
We're not sure yet,
inactivity,
but just get here. It's going to be a great day.
Pete, great having you along as always. I think I'm going to do a lot of thinking about some of the things you said tonight and trying to get my head around them. Sam, thank you as well. Sam Dalling, our other colleague with us here. And Sam, you're back, aren't you, on Sunday? And they'll be alongside Harry Everett, who was mentioned a fair few times today as well. Have a fantastic rest of your night and tomorrow. And we'll see you on Sunday for that morning start. Remember, it's an earlier start, 11 a.m. We'll catch you then. Bye-bye.